Li Jing unexpected light traversed into the realm of immortality, assuming the identitava scattered cultivator with exceeding mediocre virtual root aptitude. Fortuitously, Li Jing discovered a single page from a mysterious spiritual treasure, a golden book. This golden page harbors extraordinary powers by practicing the art of refinement, Heckledra Wintergy from it, continuous life fortifying himself. In this world of cultivation, Hedream soft possessing Gaffazikius formida by Es Blackerin, aspirant Toriach the indestructible state taken to a diamond. Capable of shitterings, spiritual artifacts with a mere snap off his fingers. Hiron Stonemaster Thies of Intitwa Transformation Sand 36 divine abilities, wielding the formidable might that can manipulate Tethi heaven and earth. With a vera gesture, mountains, rivers, and celestial body swood tremble, and all things swood falanderis dominion. Despite his inferior spiritual roots and theurguous bathofka cultivation, that lease ahead, Li Jing firm livis that with Theodoth this golden passion disrelental's efforts. Hecken still achieve sanctity through his physica formin das ento thes inithof t cultivation path. In a humble dwelling gone the outskirts of facultivation marketin, southern region, dim lilat bethefient glauophenoil yamponthitable. A middle league Edmund Cladina blue robes cross-legged on his bed, cultivating with a serene expression. With each breath that he takes, the surrounding air seems to tremble slightly, a swisp soft spiritual nutella converge. After proximate la Hoffenhor, the Mancia sessions practice, slowly opening hises, revealing a mixture of resignation and sighing. The spiritual roots soft this body arranged exceeding le poor with miket elemental roots. If Echelon lie reach the fourth layer of cultivation in my lifetime, Hemmer Mersto himself, histony laden with helplessness. This minis no neotherthan Li Jing, ho has benign this world for 3 days. Utilizing the memory as soft former self, has gradually familiarized himself with and adaptedo his new environment. The original Li Jing wazel so as scattered cultivator in the outskirts soft Kingluo market, with a cultivation level off merely the third layer of chi. In the realm of cultivators, theorless stage of cultivation in, compasses the first to fourth layers. Followed by midstage, latest stage, and majorium Suka's foundation establishment and golden core. Yet, Li Jing currently finds himself at the very bottom of the cultivation hierarchy. Even worse, this bodinaton lipossesses inferior spiritual roots butisal sonarinjit 60th year, with little lifespan remaining. Li Jing cannot help but science Marie. The original ability to maintain a youthful appearance sane middle Li Jai Solijuito abu. Sir obtained in Hiji out from Atria sur left behind. Although fits fx serenitas potent tasa longevite elixir, it suffice to make the original appear significantly younger tan his spears. However, Thelafes Benofica cultivatoris not vis different from Thado Famer Talavin Hosu Horiach the Pinacliofki cultivation may only live to 100 years. In the perilous world of cultivation, where a battle's area constant, itis no ton common for cultivators to suffer from various ailments. And living to 100 years is remarkable but not the norm. Foundation establishment marks a transformation in Ones life. Yet Li Jing no find himself merely a powerful mortal. In his previous life, he was a young man in his 20s. But no hasad and litrans formed into a man approaching 60, and the frustration within him is palpable. I fit weren't forthizidum, might have Casinto cut my losses and return to themer tal real no life. Li Jing misses, flipping his right hand to reveal a glimmering golden page. This page, comparable line Sizito standard book page, glistens says a forged from gold, adorned with intricate and satiric patterns. Upon thepage, Li Jing's information is prominently displayed. Namely Jing cultivation technique, evergreen technique third layer level Li stage. Upon seeing the few lines off text in the golden page, a spark of fervor ignites in Li Jing's size. His arrival in this world is precise Lijuito is golden treasure. This powerful artifact tenable sinit to traverse realms and baraborninu. I feudalized wisely, achieving immortality and transcending mortality wooed longer bemir fantasies. Moreover, as the golden page acknowledges its master, Li Jing's mind has indeed begun to fill with information regarding jitip abilities. Once Li Jing embarks in thipathof but arfinment, he will incessant lidran or guy from the golden page, thereby enhancing himself. Has speculate test hat perhaps upon reaching certain level off but arfinment. He will meet specific conditions or rules for the asaf the spiritual treasure. Although his current trium do es notalo him to comprehendi per layer so fin formation, heis filled with anticipation. If the fict soft golden pajira trillias miraculous assugested, His spaciof badar finman twill reach an astonishingle vel from this moment forth. Come forth, let me experience the wonders soft this golden page. Li Jing exhales deeply, retrieving from his robe subluico manual, upon which the 3 characters golden body technique here boldly inscribed. This technique I so oft more common but I refinement methods, easy to learn yet difficult to master. Event the most unskilled individuals can salai grasp the basics, but the challenges increase significantly with further practice. The technique consists of 12 layers, and data said that, when cultivated to perfection, ana become indestructible, impervious to spiritual artifacts. And unscathed be fiery and water, rivaling the prowess of foundation establishment cultivators. However, based on Li Jing's knowledge, such adept practitioners are seen taking low market. Why the Vince lie stronger body cultivators being quitterare? This scarcity arises from the fact that body cultivation is not on the challenging but limit to methods. Lacking the divers offensive ni case and protective arts found in cultivation. Thus, cultivators with an aptitude and general did not consider pursuing body techniques. Take the original, for instance, evergreen technique his earliest standard cultivation method, with the adequate preparation and the soft talisman nails. Heku diesel overpower several body cultivators soft hisamirum. Consequently, body technique hold little value, and Li Jing acquired golden body technique without much effort. With a thought, the golden page in his right hand vanishes, concealed within Yisfera being. This golden page is indeed wondrous. The original scientific experience had never encountered Atrius or thought could be hidden within Ones body. However, considering the original's position at the bottom of the cultivation hierarchy and living at the outskirts, it is understandable these expasu rise limited. After securing the golden page, Li Jing began stop reset golden body technique manual and attempts to cultivate. The first layer of golden body technique consists of 9 peculiar movements, requiring meditation and hand seal sto be executed seamless lido with the first step. Ordinary individuals would need toundergamidas and albath sand and itot while you're softening, just o it taint, hen accessory flexibility and strength furt. Yet, being a cultivator at the 3rd layer of chi, Li Jing sinews and bones, nourished be true enage over decades since allow him to meet their requirements with relative ease. Li Jing contorts and alters his posture upon the bed, beads soft sweat streaming from his body shishin seals, continuous lie shift. His movements gradually evolve from a clumsy and drauto, increasingly fluid, progressing towards themis challenge in jove postures. Finally, as dawn breaks, Li Jing achieves a full inversion, supporting his entire bow with hisht. Left foot resting on the back of fishe dendrite foot behind him, while he ascends from a complex seal. Sweat pours from, and his muscly sandskin trembles slight lion rapidly. As the trembling subsides, fine gray impurities, along with abundant sweat from his pores, coalesce into thin gray membrane. Concurrently, Li Jing's previous lie loose muscles begin to swell, subtly forming smooth and drobe muscleines. This phenomenon persists for more than half an hour before finally coming to a halt. Li Jing exhales deeply, breaking festatov cultivation 9th golden body technique, and dismounts from the have mastered the fierce layer of golden body technique. Asmala spreads across Li Jing's face. Dekitsovki accumulation have enabled him tossed pinta the fierce layer of body cultivation overnight, a development that feels entirely reasonable. Eagerly, retrieves the golden pagetoins pecked it, noticing that the information inscribed upon it indeed changed. Chapter 2, Body Refinement Technique Name, Li Jing Cultivation Method, Eternal Youth Technique, 3rd level, Body Refinement Technique, 1st level 100 level. Chi refining initial stage. The body refinement technique had already appeared on the golden page. Moreover, Li Jing discovered that behind the body refinement technique, there was an experience bar that surpassed that of the eternal youth technique, indicating that the golden page indeed had a different effect on body cultivation techniques. Li Jing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. If the golden page proved effective, even with his poor spiritual roots, he could carve out another path to longevity. After stowing away the golden page, Li Jing cleansed himself of impurities and changed the bedding on his bed. Perhaps due to the breakthrough in his cultivation and the excessive loss of nutrients, Li Jing was now ravenously hungry, his stomach growling loudly. He scooped a few spoonfuls of the little remaining spiritual rice to cook, and once the fragrant rice was ready, he devoured it hungrily before eagerly resuming his training. The 2nd level of the body refinement technique required practicing 18 bizarre and twisted postures, Not only had the number doubled, but the difficulty of mastering these postures had also increased exponentially. From the very first posture, Li Jing felt as if all the tendons and bones in his body were emitting a creaking sound, as if they were stretched to their limits, and the sensation of his flesh being torn apart surged forth, causing him to tremble all over. Despite having reached the first level of the body refinement technique, he found himself struggling with the first stance of the second level. Clearly, the decades of nourishing his flesh and blood with true qi had only sufficed to allow him to endure the first level. Starting the second level felt as if he were at the same starting line as an ordinary person. That moment, Li Jing finally understood why it was said that the difficulty of body cultivation was immense. If an ordinary person needed to diligently practice for 1 or 2 years to reach the first level, the second level would likely take close to 8 or 9 years, and the third level would require at least 20 years. Moreover, the hardships of cultivating body techniques were indeed arduous, with limited lethality and singular methods, rendering the effort-to-reward ratio disproportionately low. Fortunately, Li Jing still had the golden page as a trump card. Otherwise, he might have given up on cultivation by now. Indeed, just as Li Jing felt he could no longer persevere, he suddenly sensed a faint golden energy emanating from a certain part of his body, instantly circulating throughout him. In that moment, the agonizing pain of his flesh being torn apart vanished, replaced by a warm sensation as if his flesh and bones had been replenished, growing even more resilient. This allowed Li Jing to successfully complete the first stance of the second level of the body refinement technique. He then began practicing the second stance, the sensation of pain and tearing returning, but soon the familiar warmth surged again. Aside from eating, Li Jing spent nearly the entire day immersed in cultivation. Finally, as the sun set and the evening glow painted the sky, Li Jing ceased his practice of the body refinement technique. Name: Li Jing Cultivation Method, Eternal Youth Technique, 3rd level, Body Refinement Technique, 2nd level 100 level. Qi Refining Initial Stage, gazing at the few lines of text on the golden page. A smile unconsciously graced Li Jing's face. In just a day and night, he had ascended to the second level of the body refinement technique, a feat that could astound countless onlookers. The auxiliary effect of the golden page was truly remarkable. Li Jing couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. After stowing the golden page and washing up, Li Jing examined the changes in his physique. His skin had become delicate and fair, his muscles robust and smooth, with 8-pack abs prominently defined, forming a perfect proportion, and his stature tall and upright. Upon glancing at his reflection in the mirror, the once slightly plump face of the middle-aged cultivator had transformed back into a striking figure. With sharp brows and eyes like cold stars, exuding vitality and charisma. After observing the transformation in his appearance, Li Jing took out a sharp dagger and slashed at his own arm. With a sharp sound, it felt as if he were cutting through resilient metal armor, sparks flying as a white mark appeared where the blade had grazed. Yet there was not a trace of blood. The first level of the body refinement technique could prevent blunt force impacts and enhance physical strength. By the second level, he could now defend against sharp blades, and his strength surged to the point where he could lift 700 or 800 pounds, moving as if he were a human weapon. In the mundane world, he could almost be considered a match for thousands, effortlessly navigating through battles. However, that was in the mundane realm. Even the most inferior low-grade magical artifacts in the cultivation world would likely not be stopped by his current physique. Contemplating this, Li Jing's initial fervor began to subside. His level of body refinement was still far from sufficient. Just then, as he observed his transformation, he suddenly heard a knocking sound from outside the courtyard. "Is Daoist Li present?" A mature and alluring woman's voice followed the knock. Li Jing donned his clothing and tidied himself before heading to the courtyard to open the door. He had already deduced the identity of the visitor. It should be the owner of the house across from him, a graceful female cultivator. The original body would occasionally greet her, so they were not strangers, yet they seldom interacted, and he was unaware of her purpose for knocking now. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open, revealing the woman's visage before Li Jing. She appeared to be around 35 years old, tall and fair-skinned, with a beautiful countenance clad in a fiery red long dress. Her autumn-like eyes sparkling as they gazed at Li Jing. "Daoist Li, you?" Ning Yunxiu was taken aback and surprised to see Li Jing, who had undergone noticeable changes in both demeanor and appearance in just a few days. "The body cultivation technique you've been practicing has finally yielded some results," Li Jing casually explained. Tio think Da Wesley has also practiced body cultivation techniques. This is truly rare, Ning Yunxiu remarked, astonished. She was aware of some details regarding Li Jing. She had heard that he was nearing 60 years of age, having appeared younger due to taking a beauty-enhancing pill, and usually looked to be in his 30s. She was astonished to see that the seemingly ordinary Da Wesley had been so diligent in his practice of body cultivation, now seemingly having made a significant breakthrough. He appeared not only full of vitality but also seemed to have shed a few years, looking as if he were just over 30. However, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, pondering that if Li Jing had dedicated the time spent on body cultivation to refining his qi instead, he might have reached the 4th level of qi refinement by now. As these thoughts flickered through her mind, Ning Yunxiu quickly explained her purpose. It turned out that her household had run out of cooking oil and salt, and with evening falling, the outer areas of Qingluo Square were not safe at night. Bandits and rogue cultivators often roamed, making it unwise to venture out for supplies. Thus, she had come to borrow some from Li Jing. Lower-tier cultivators lacked the ability to go without food, and the pills for fasting were quite expensive. Thus, qi refiners still relied on grains and vegetables, living amidst the everyday hustle and bustle. Of course, if one had sufficient spirit stones, they could purchase grains and meat imbued with spiritual energy, which would also aid in cultivation. Fortunately, providing oil and salt was simple. Li Jing offered some to Ning Yunxiu, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways, closing the door behind her. Li Jing was also aware of some details regarding Ning Yunxiu. Her cultivation was at the same level as the original body, at the 3rd level of qi refinement, and she seemed to run a shop selling cosmetics within the market. Additionally, she lived with her elder brother, Ning Zhongjiang, a renowned mid-stage qi refining expert in the vicinity. Ning Zhongjiang had a daughter named Ning Qian, a lively and clever girl around 16 or 17 years of age. After Ning Yunxiu departed, Li Jing boiled the remaining spiritual rice to eat before resuming his cultivation. The visible progress he had made was utterly addictive. Although the speed of cultivation had slowed considerably upon reaching the 2nd level of the body refinement technique, he had still pushed the progress to 25% by the end of the night. This meant that in a few days, Li Jing would likely breach the threshold to reach the 3rd level. However, at this moment, Li Jing faced a pressing issue. The spiritual rice he had purchased days ago was nearly gone, and his spirit stones were running low. During his cultivation, he had realized that the energy from the golden page only provided for cultivation and breakthroughs, but it could not satiate hunger or meet all bodily needs. He still needed to eat to replenish energy and nutrition. Time for a quick trip out? Li Jing glanced at the brightening sky outside, promptly tidied himself up, and set out. Chapter 3. Spiritual Ginseng Workshop. The buildings at the outskirts of the market were all hastily constructed by the initial inhabitants, resulting in a chaotic and unplanned layout. Generally quite rudimentary, the ground was uneven, with muddy paths, and the long-neglected and dilapidated drainage ditches overflowed with foul water, emitting a repugnant odor, occasionally revealing individuals pouring out waste. This place was undeniably akin to a slum in the cultivation world. This was not Li Jing's first time venturing out, yet the sight still stirred feelings of reflection within him. Cultivating immortality was not as idyllic as one might imagine. The ethereal realms and celestial energies were privileges reserved for high-level sect cultivators. Loose cultivators, especially those of lower cultivation levels, undoubtedly occupied the very bottom rung of the cultivation world. After leaving his abode, Li Jing began to make his way toward the inner regions of the market. Nearly half an hour later, he arrived at the inner area of the market, where he immediately felt the stark contrast from the outer district. The surrounding buildings have taken on an air of orderliness, becoming increasingly exquisite and grand. The attire of the pedestrians has noticeably transformed, gleaming with vibrancy. The roads are paved with verdant bluestone, and the atmosphere has become refreshingly crisp. For practitioners, more importantly, the spiritual energy in this locale has surged dramatically compared to the outside world, making cultivation here far more effective. This area is not even the central street of the marketplace. In the heart of the marketplace, the spiritual energy would be magnified even further, though the cost of land and rental would also multiply several times over. The inner region is quite expansive, primarily filled with workshops belonging to sects or noble families, such as weapon forging workshops, beast meat processing workshops, alchemy workshops, and ceremonial robe workshops, among others. As a former solitary cultivator, The only way to acquire spirit stones was to slay beasts or rely solely on one's own skills for sustenance. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, the technique of Changchun practiced by the former self has the effect of stimulating and nurturing spiritual plants, complemented by a technique known as the little spring rain, which further nourishes these spiritual flora. Thus, the former self had been employed to tend to these spiritual plants, which became the primary source of income in acquiring spirit stones. Possessing a skill to sustain oneself is a common survival strategy for solitary cultivators. After all, not everyone possesses the ability or means to hunt ferocious beasts. After casually purchasing a meat pie to satiate his hunger, Li Jing soon arrived at a workshop named Lincoln Workshop, where the former self had worked. With the jade token in hand, the entrance barrier was swiftly deactivated. The workshop was quite spacious, and as Li Jing walked through, he encountered few people, quickly arriving at the section dedicated to the spiritual plants he tended. Here, approximately an acre of land flourished with lush green spiritual ginseng, the primary crop of Lincoln Workshop and a vital ingredient for chi-replenishing pills. These pills are excellent choices for restoring true energy or for cultivation, hence their consistent high sales, ensuring the workshop's business thrives. The solitary cultivators assisting in the cultivation of spiritual ginseng also enjoyed stable employment. With timely remuneration, it seems that no matter the world, one cannot escape the fate of labor. Li Jing gazed at the spiritual ginseng before him, silently lamenting. He then prepared to take a brief respite in the nearby makeshift straw hut before observing the ginseng further. When suddenly, a voice interrupted. Li Dagyu has arrived. At that moment, an elderly cultivator with graying hair emerged from a straw hut not far from Li Jing's spiritual field. Li, is it possible that you have broken through in your cultivation? The elderly cultivator, upon seeing Li Jing's current appearance, was instantly taken aback, his face reflecting a mix of astonishment, envy, and even jealousy. This elderly cultivator, of the surname Liu, was a chi-refining cultivator in his 60s. With a cultivation level slightly above Li Jing's, nearing the threshold of the 4th layer of chi refinement. However, at his age, it was evident that even if he were to reach the 4th layer, it would likely be the pinnacle of his abilities. Further breakthroughs into the mid-stage of chi refinement seemed nearly impossible. Lu Daoyu, you jest. I have merely made some progress in my body refining technique. Li Jing replied casually, expecting that those familiar with him would find his slight changes astonishing. The ancient-style robe was sufficiently loose, concealing his figure, and they would only notice that Li Jing's cheeks had slimmed down a bit. With a more vibrant and energetic demeanor, this moment, Li Jing felt fortunate that the former self was a solitary elder without close acquaintances, sparing him the effort of concealing his changes before any relatives. I see. I hadn't expected you to also practice body refining techniques. Elder Lu's reaction mirrored that of Ning Yunxiu from the previous afternoon, likely wondering why Li Jing would waste time on body refining when he could focus on chi refinement. However, for some reason, Elder Lu appeared to lighten up, the earlier complex emotions vanishing, replaced by a hint of a smile as he conversed with Li Jing. Who would have thought that body refining could also enhance one's appearance? Truly enviable, Li Daoyu. After exchanging a few more words, Elder Lu couldn't help but gaze at Li Jing's youthful and handsome features, a tinge of envy and jealousy evident in his expression. He was merely a few years older than Li Jing, yet his appearance had aged considerably, making it apparent that they belonged to different generations. Now, with Li Jing's successful body refining, he appeared even more youthful, making it hard for Elder Lu to suppress a sense of bitterness. In truth, such transformations were commonplace among those in the past who diligently pursued weight loss and fitness. Successful efforts often resulted in a leaner physique, brighter eyes, and even improved skin. However, body refining delves deeper. After all, mere physical exercise could never harden a person's skin to withstand blades, as Li Jing could now achieve. And this was only the 2nd layer of the golden body technique. Li Jing found himself increasingly eager to delve deeper into this body refining method. Although body refining was not particularly esteemed, it was still a method of cultivation. How much worse could it be? After Elder Lu returned to his straw hut in the 2nd area, Li Jing did not linger. He immediately set about tending to the spiritual ginseng field. It was perfectly reasonable for him to employ the little spring rain technique occasionally to nourish the ginseng, considering he had only just arrived in this world. Additionally, he needed to keep an eye out for pests and weeds. In reality, many chi-refining cultivators from Lincoln Workshop came daily not only to tend to their assigned ginseng, but also to take advantage of the spiritual energy for cultivation. This was one of the unspoken perks of entering Lincoln Workshop. Moreover, the more diligent they were in caring for the ginseng, the better its quality, resulting in more spirit stones from the workshop. Conversely, poorly maintained ginseng yielded fewer spirit stones. What is this? Just after clearing weeds and employing the little spring rain technique, Li Jing suddenly sensed a change within himself, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 4. The Trial of Cultivation. Just as he had completed his spell, Li Jing, feeling utterly drained of his magical energy, had not even settled into a meditative posture to recover when he noticed that, with each breath, a faint spiritual energy began to coalesce, transforming into true energy under the operation of his Chongqing technique. Though the generated true energy was feeble, it was still distinctly noticeable, particularly given that Li Jing had depleted all his energy. This transformation must be a result of the golden body technique, he mused. This automatic recovery was something the former self had never experienced. It was evident that the golden body technique was at work. It seemed that as his cultivation of the golden body deepened, his body was becoming increasingly attuned to spiritual energy. Perhaps his spiritual roots would also strengthen in time. With this thought, Li Jing promptly entered the straw hut in the third area. The straw huts beside the spiritual fields were quite small, merely single rooms with little inside. Only a mat and a low table, which held a few drinking vessels. Li Jing settled onto the mat and began to circulate the Chongqing technique to restore his depleted true energy. As he commenced his cultivation, the air around him subtly vibrated, with wisps of spiritual energy gathering, which Li Jing absorbed and refined into true energy. After more than an hour, Li Jing gently opened his eyes. His expression calm. Overall, the speed of true energy recovery had indeed improved. However, his spiritual roots remained unchanged, and he felt that his progress in qi refinement was almost imperceptible, with his mixed-element spiritual roots still moving at a snail's pace. Nonetheless, the accelerated recovery of true energy was a significant advantage. In the heat of battle, even the slightest difference could mean the difference between life and death. Li Jing rose, contemplating. Although he had resolved to tread cautiously, diligently cultivating to rise above the lower echelons, and to avoid unnecessary conflicts, such matters were inherently unpredictable. He also noted that after the former self had used the little spring rain technique to nourish the ginseng field, he had been utterly exhausted, taking half a day to recover. Yet now, Li Jing found it considerably easier. After a few more hours, having completed the minor tasks in the ginseng field and enjoyed a casual chat with Elder Liu, Li Jing finally departed from Lincoln Workshop and made his way toward the bustling center of the marketplace. The heart of the marketplace was the most vibrant, filled with various shops and throngs of people, teeming with life. Here, the spiritual energy was denser, but unfortunately, the patrols of the enforcement team prevented individuals from casually seeking spots to cultivate and absorb spiritual energy. The exorbitant rental prices made it unaffordable for solitary cultivators to settle down. Li Jing did not linger, spending all 5 of his low-grade spirit stones at the spirit rice shop, painfully purchasing 10 pounds of Qingya rice before heading back. This Qingya rice, being spirit rice, offered certain enhancement effects for cultivators. Li Jing primarily acquired it to satisfy his hunger, having realized that since practicing the golden body technique, likely due to his rapid body refinement progress, he was experiencing genuine hunger. And ordinary food could not meet his nutritional needs. For instance, despite having consumed quite a bit of food earlier that morning, the feeling of hunger persisted, evidently due to the substantial nutritional expenditure from last night's cultivation without adequate replenishment. However, it must be noted that spirit rice was indeed costly. At Lincoln Workshop, the monthly remuneration amounted to a mere 5 low-grade spirit stones, which could only buy him a scant 10 pounds of Qingya spirit rice. 1 pound a day would last him merely 10 days, but given Li Jing's swift body refinement progress and high nutritional demands, he likely required 2 to 3 pounds daily, making this amount only sufficient for 3 to 4 days. In the past, the former self had to scrimp and save to buy spirit rice, indulging only every few days, as the burden was simply too great, especially with numerous other living expenses. It appeared he needed to devise a plan to earn more. Li Jing could not help but let out a deep sigh within his heart. The meager savings left by his predecessor were insufficient to sustain his cultivation for long. However, once Li Jing's physical training reached a higher level, earning money should become significantly less challenging than it had been for his predecessor. For now, the most pressing matter remained the enhancement of his cultivation. Before long, Li Jing returned to his residence on the outskirts of the market, where he began to prepare rice for cooking, along with some fresh meat he had purchased with silver coins along the way. Soon, the aroma of cooked meat mingled with the scent of rice filled the air, and Li Jing devoured the meal heartily, swiftly finishing an entire pot of rice. After taking a leisurely stroll in his small courtyard, he retreated indoors to commence his cultivation as the sky had not yet darkened. For the next 3 to 4 days, Li Jing dedicated himself entirely to his training. During this period, his mastery of the golden body technique successfully broke through to the third level. Name: Li Jing Technique. Evergreen Skill, third level. Golden body technique, third level 100, rank. Initial stage of Qi refinement. At last, the golden body technique had reached the same level as the evergreen skill. Li Jing gazed at the information displayed on the golden page in his hand, his heart swelling with joy. With a slight exertion of the golden body technique, a faint golden light emanated from his body surface. This was the hallmark of the golden body technique's advancement to the third level. It now truly marked the beginning of his mastery. If the second level of the golden body technique could be deemed a formidable force among mortals, then the third level was an invincible presence in the mundane world. This level of the golden body technique could withstand inferior magical artifacts. Even if struck by a low-grade artifact in a non-vital area, it would not be fatal, thus providing a rudimentary means of countering Qi refiners. Furthermore, Li Jing's immense strength had once again surged, allowing him to lift objects weighing around 16 to 1700 pounds with ease. Suddenly, what sound is that? While observing and testing his own changes within the house, Li Jing's movements came to a halt as he quickly stowed the golden page back into his body and perked up his ears in vigilance. Outside, the night had long since fallen, enveloping everything in silence. Yet, Li Jing sensed an unusual sound. Previously, he would not have been so alert, but after breaking through to the third level of the golden body technique, his senses had sharpened to an astonishing degree. It was the faint sound of several individuals walking on the roof tiles, seemingly not far from the house next door. The owner of that house was also a down-and-out rogue cultivator who had recently met with misfortune while out, resulting in his head being taken, a gruesome death indeed. Consequently, the house had remained unoccupied for some time, shrouded in quietude. Now, in the dead of night, the sudden presence of someone on the rooftop was evidently not a good sign. Are they bandits? Li Jing's expression shifted slightly. Cultivators appearing at this hour were certainly not of benevolent intent. Recalling the discussions he had overheard in recent days about the rampant banditry among cultivators, a sense of unease descended upon Li Jing's heart. Chapter 5. Breaking necks. Bandits are those cultivators who make a living through murder and robbery. In the memories of his predecessor, he had encountered 2 such crises. Once escaping by chance amidst the chaos, the other time, much like now, bandits had come under the cover of night to commit theft and violence. Although his predecessor had managed to flee, nearly all valuable possessions in the house had been pillaged. This had left the previous occupant of Li Jing's body in a state of perpetual anxiety for months, living in fear of losing his life should bandits return. The night was deep, and darkness enveloped the outside world. To prevent his figure from being exposed, Li Jing swiftly flicked his fingers, channeling his true energy. While it bore no lethal force, it was sufficient to extinguish the oil lamp. Instantly, the room was engulfed in darkness. My vision does not seem to be significantly affected by the shadows. At that moment, Li Jing was astonished to discover that even in the dimness of the room, he could still see clearly. This was evidently another benefit of having advanced to the third level of the golden body technique. Now, Li Jing perceived the night as if it were day, granting him a considerable advantage. Noticing the commotion outside quickening, he realized that the footsteps on the roof had drawn nearer right after he extinguished the light, accompanied by the whispers of agile movements. The footsteps soon settled atop Li Jing's house. Are they coming for me? Or did they notice that I extinguished the oil lamp? At this moment, Li Jing's expression grew serious, and he held a talisman in each hand. One a low-grade flying arrow talisman, the other a binding talisman. While pressing his back against the wall, his thoughts racing yet his movements remained silent. Is the news true? Is Ning Zhongjiang truly injured? It must be accurate. I have heard that their hunting team encountered a late-stage Qi refinement snake demon, suffering numerous casualties. Moreover, he has returned for several days without showing his face, which is certainly unusual, indicating he must be recuperating from his injuries. Now we have an opportunity. Ning Zhongjiang has long hunted demon beasts and possesses considerable wealth. If we do not act now, we may miss this prime target. Li Jing remained quietly within his house, overhearing several voices from above discussing their plans. It turned out their target was Ning Yunqiu's elder brother, Ning Zhongjiang. Upon hearing the words of these bandits, Li Jing's heart suddenly comprehended the situation. Indeed, with the cultivation Li Jing had displayed outside, there was no need for 3 bandits to intervene. Ning Zhongjiang has returned? During his recent outings to catch up with the neighbors, he had indeed not seen him at all. Li Jing pondered deeply. As a hunter of demon beasts, Ning Zhongjiang's income undoubtedly ranked among the highest in the vicinity, making him a natural target for those with ill intentions. Previously, his mid-stage qi refinement cultivation was sufficient to deter those harboring malicious thoughts. However, now that news of his injuries had spread, the situation had become precarious. Yet, at the same time, Li Jing felt a sense of relief. As long as it was not directed at him, he could breathe easier. As for whether to intervene and rescue Ning Zhongjiang, Li Jing decided he would have to assess the situation. He absolutely could not recklessly place himself in danger. After all, their relationship was merely that of neighbors, not one that warranted risking his life for another. Had Daoist Huang visited this area previously? 3 years ago, when he first started this line of work, he had frequented several places, all of which were occupied by destitute individuals. After completing this job, he would retreat for a while. If he could reach mid-stage qi refinement, it would become significantly easier to amass some spirit stones in the future. While Li Jing contemplated his next course of action, the bandits above continued to observe Ning Zhongjiang's residence, whispering amongst themselves. Their voices were deliberately hushed. Ordinarily, no one inside would be able to hear them. Yet, due to Li Jing's heightened senses, he caught every word they spoke. 3 years ago. Li Jing's cheeks involuntarily twitched. This was precisely when the predecessor had encountered bandits in this very house. At that time, there had indeed been a series of days when bandits plagued the area, resulting in 2 fatalities, stirring widespread panic. It seems that one of these bandits is an old enemy of Li Jing. Furthermore, from their conversation, it became evident that the 3 bandits appeared to be preparing to step into the mid-stage qi refinement realm, implying they were currently at the 4th level of qi refinement. Li Jing mused inwardly, and no wonder they waited until Ning Zhongjiang was injured before daring to target him. Had he not been hurt, they would likely have taken a different route. After a brief discussion atop Li Jing's roof, the bandits began to take action. It seemed they had already scouted which house Ning Zhongjiang occupied, as 2 of them departed from Li Jing's rooftop, moving toward the adjacent houses to encircle Ning Zhongjiang's home, intending to catch him off guard with their talismans. Meanwhile, the bandit remaining on Li Jing's roof was none other than the old foe of Li Jing's predecessor. As they initiated their actions, Li Jing's figure moved as well, slipping through the darkness like a nimble phantom, quietly leaping out through the window. With his mastery of the golden body technique at this level, such control over his body was clearly a trivial feat. Upon landing in the courtyard, Li Jing sprang forth, moving through the pitch-black night like a specter, astonishingly swift yet barely making a sound, only stirring a gentle breeze. At that moment, one of the bandits hiding on Li Jing's roof, observing the Ning family, sensed a disturbance behind him and turned, only to find a pair of iron-like hands gripping his neck. Crack in the darkness. A sharp sound of bone snapping echoed across the rooftop. The bandit who had intended to act immediately collapsed, his body limp, as Li Jing had already twisted his neck. That was surprisingly easy. Li Jing felt somewhat astonished. He had expected a fierce struggle, yet he had effortlessly eliminated a bandit. Upon reflection, however, it made sense. What could a magical cultivator do when a warrior closed in on him? If Li Jing were in the bandit's position, he would likely have to concede defeat. The 4th level of qi refinement was not significantly stronger than the 3rd. Yet, had this bandit been prepared, with all his spells and talismans ready, Li Jing would have had no choice but to retreat. However, it must be said that while body cultivation is arduous, it remains a path of cultivation, proving not to be weak, and in certain aspects, even quite formidable. It is simply that for ordinary cultivators, the cost-to-benefit ratio is too low. Yet for Li Jing, the cost-to-benefit ratio was exceedingly favorable. He carried the bandit's corpse down to the courtyard and swiftly moved to approach the next bandit. Under the cover of darkness, Li Jing stealthily approached the back of a bandit cultivator once more. This time, the bandit reacted slightly faster than before, but in a moment of sheer terror, Li Jing snapped his neck. Execute! Just as Li Jing intended to strike at the third bandit, a thunderous shout erupted, followed by a fireball the size of a football crashing into the Ning residence. It was the voice of the third bandit. He had attacked the Ning family. Chapter 6. Unexpected Wealth Bang. In the dead of night, a fireball shattered the window of the room occupied by Ning Zhongjiang within the Ning residence, exploding into a myriad of sparks that illuminated the interior. Who is it? A voice filled with shock and fury rang out, and a figure darted from the room. Ning Zhongjiang was evidently startled. Meanwhile, the bandit who had launched the fireball, seeing that his companions had not made a move, felt a sudden shift in his expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. A lean camel is larger than a horse. Without the support of his comrades, he believed he lacked the courage to confront a mid-stage Qi cultivator. Even if that cultivator appeared gravely injured, to avoid being seen by Ning Zhongjiang, he dared not leap carelessly across the rooftops, but instead ducked into an alley, seeking refuge in the complex terrain. Are those two playing me? Trying to set me up against Ning Zhongjiang, so they can reap the benefits? Damn them. Anger surged on the bandit's face as he realized he had nearly been betrayed by his two companions. Fortunately, he was swift. They likely had not pursued him. As he swiftly navigated through the alley, the bandit glanced back, reassured to see no one in pursuit. But in the next moment, whoosh, he felt a shadow darting from a side path. What was that? Panic-stricken, the bandit instinctively thrust his sword. Sizzle! The blade seemed to strike something in the shadow, producing only a spark from the friction, before a fist slammed into his chest. Crack! A dull sound of bones echoed as a large dent formed in his chest, sending him flying against the wall, where he expelled a torrent of blood mixed with internal organs. A Vajra talisman. Li Jing observed the protective talisman that the bandit had drawn, his heart racing with alarm. Thankful that he had acted quickly. The Vajra talisman was a first-tier protective talisman. Though its exact grade was unknown, if activated, it would be quite challenging to breach its defenses for a short while. First-tier talismans were crafted by talisman masters of the Qi refining realm, varying in power and thus categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades. Li Jing possessed a lower-grade flying arrow talisman and a binding talisman. Hence, the straightforward techniques of body cultivators were indeed limited. Had the Vajra talisman been activated, it would have provided defenses akin to several layers of the golden body technique for a short duration. If he failed to break through those defenses in a few strikes, by the time he regained his composure, with various attacking talismans and spells unleashed, Li Jing would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, all was well as long as Li Jing acted swiftly. Qi cultivators were as feeble as chickens. The commotion from their skirmish had evidently attracted the attention of nearby cultivators, and whispers began to circulate. However, those residing in the outer districts were accustomed to such conflicts and typically refrained from intervening to avoid being caught in the crossfire and losing their lives. Upon witnessing the bandit's demise, Li Jing promptly began to search him, quickly departing the scene with his spoils. When Li Jing returned to his courtyard, he found that the fire at the Ning residence had been extinguished, and cultivators were emerging in pairs, discussing the recent events. Who had the Ning family offended? How could a mere fireball prompt such chaos? Why is there a cultivator dead on the roof? Is this the one who cast the fire? It seems not. The direction is wrong. Do you recognize this person? He looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be from around here. The nearby cultivators buzzed with speculation, and soon, the body of the bandit whose neck Li Jing had snapped was discovered on a nearby rooftop. Sparking another wave of discussion, Li Jing also feigned interest, joining the crowd in their bewilderment over the sudden and perplexing events. At that moment, he spotted Ning Zhongjiang himself, a prominent figure in the area, who naturally took charge of the situation given that his family had been attacked. His complexion was notably pale, indicating he bore injuries, and his expression was grim, suggesting he was deep in thought. After a lengthy silence with no leads, the crowd gradually dispersed. It was worth the expenditure of a wind talisman to pursue that bandit. Truly, one cannot thrive without opportunity. Upon returning to his home, Li Jing began to assess his gains, starting with the belongings of the bandit who had nearly escaped. He had pursued and slain him solely to eliminate any potential threats. Otherwise, if that bandit discovered his two companions were dead, he might seek revenge against Li Jing, even if it was unlikely he could trace it back to him. However, it was prudent for Li Jing to strike first. With his golden body technique having reached the third layer, He moved with the speed of a galloping horse, and with the wind talisman, he had caught up to that scoundrel. The bandit possessed not only a mid-tier first-tier Vajra talisman, but also 7 or 8 attack talismans, 18 spirit stones, and a low-quality magical sword. Fortunately, his golden body technique had advanced to the 3rd layer tonight. Li Jing removed the outer robe he had donned earlier and glanced at his left arm. The magical sword had indeed pierced it, but the golden body technique had mitigated the injury. At that moment, the inner lining of his clothing, which he had not changed in his haste, revealed a long sword mark that tore through the fabric. Yet his exposed arm remained unscathed, the skin intact, clearly a testament to the efficacy of the golden body technique. Low-quality magical artifacts were rare among early-stage Qi cultivators, typically priced above 50 low-grade spirit stones. Beyond the means of ordinary cultivators, to his surprise, this bandit possessed one. Once he had donned a fresh inner garment, Li Jing turned his attention to the spoils from the other 2 bandits. They had collectively yielded 17 first-tier talismans, 37 spirit stones, and a storage bag. Surprised by the presence of a storage bag, Li Jing mused on the wealth associated with the profession of banditry. He picked up a palm-sized, grayish bag adorned with patterns, contemplating the riches of being a bandit. This storage bag had been extracted from the yellow-clad bandit, featuring a space of roughly 10 feet in size and standing less than a meter tall, likely classified as a low-grade magical artifact. However, even the lowest-grade magical artifact would cost over 100 low-grade spirit stones to procure. Not only did Li Jing's previous self lack a storage bag, but the other 2 bandits also did not possess one. Furthermore, as far as he knew, such items were typically owned by only a select few among mid-stage Qi cultivators. With a storage bag, the yellow-clad bandit evidently had a greater assortment of possessions. Apart from the talismans and spirit stones Li Jing had already uncovered, there were numerous miscellaneous items. Suddenly, Li Jing's eyes brightened. Chapter 7. The Art of the Heavy Eye. The storage bag of the yellow-clad bandit contained a plethora of items, various jars and containers, everyday necessities, casual literature, and a basic Qi refining technique. However, what captured Li Jing's attention was not the Qi refining technique, but rather a tome titled The Art of the Heavy Eye nestled among the assorted books. The heavy eye is an invincible path. Why should one rely on the bones of others? As Li Jing gazed at the tome in his hands, he couldn't help but mutter the phrase, only to feel it was somewhat out of place. At present, the art of the heavy eye in his possession was not as formidable as it sounded. Such individuals, born with extraordinary traits, appeared once every 1,000 years. They bore unique manifestations, often destined for greatness. However, the art of the heavy eye was different. This technique had 9 layers, and mastering it would grant one various mystical abilities, such as seeing through illusions and captivating souls. Should one achieve perfection in the 9-layer art of the heavy eye, they could even slay golden core cultivators. Is that a bit too grandiose? Upon reading the introduction, Li Jing couldn't help but inhale sharply, wondering if this was a bit too extravagant for a mere Qi bandit to possess such a treasure. Yet, as he continued to peruse the contents, he understood why this tome had fallen into the hands of a Qi bandit. The art of the heavy eye was virtually impossible to cultivate. It belonged to an ancient technique that had fallen out of use. To practice this technique, one would need to slay the long-extinct ancient 3-tiered demon beast known as the Bright-Eye Beast, retrieve its twin eyes, and daily integrate their essence into oneself through a series of secret methods. Not to mention that the Bright-Eye Beast was already extinct. Slaying a 3-tiered demon beast was akin to confronting a golden core cultivator. For anyone capable of such a feat, this technique would be as useless as a broken tool. Nonetheless, the art of the heavy eye mentioned that once perfected, it could absorb the essence of the eyes from other powerful demon beasts to further enhance its might, offering some hope to potential practitioners. However, current cultivators were unable to cultivate this technique, rendering it virtually valueless, which explained why it had ended up in the possession of a Qi bandit. Li Jing understood. This bandit likely viewed the tome as mere light reading. The art of eye cultivation could indeed be considered a part of body cultivation. Perhaps it could be practiced with a spiritual treasure like the Golden Page? Li Jing's heart raced with excitement. This was an endeavor worth trying, and if successful, he would reap great rewards. From tomorrow onward, he resolved to dedicate some time to practicing the art of the heavy eye. After swiftly completing the harvest, Li Jing kindled a fire to prepare a meal, tossing the final handful of spirit rice into the pot to cook, along with several pounds of beast meat. resulting in a somewhat satisfying repast. He mused that he must procure more spirit rice tomorrow. Patting his belly, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Fortunately, this recent wave of bandit attacks had fattened Li Jing's coffers, netting him a total of 45 spirit stones, 26 first-tier talismans, a storage pouch, and a subpar magical sword. Moreover, Li Jing's predecessor had hidden over 10 spirit stones within the dwelling, which, combined with his recent gains, excluding the storage pouch, could be exchanged for spirit rice and beast meat to sustain his cultivation. For the foreseeable future, Li Jing would not need to worry about hunger. After tidying up, he buried the corpse of the yellow-clad bandit in the corner of the yard to serve as fertilizer. Before leisurely returning indoors, low-ranking cultivators are incapable of replacing sleep with cultivation. Having toiled throughout the night, Li Jing was already weary and soon succumbed to slumber. When he next opened his eyes, the sun had risen brightly as he washed and prepared to step outside. He unexpectedly encountered Ning Yunxiu from the Ning family. Today, she donned a flowing white gown with a satin ribbon cinched at her waist. Her graceful figure accentuated, her long dark hair elegantly styled, exuding a mature and striking charm that captured immediate attention. "Are you heading out to purchase something?" Li Jing estimated that Ning Yunxiu was on her way to the market for work. Responding to her inquiry, previously, his predecessor often arose early to cultivate at the spirit herb shop, but since Li Jing's arrival, he had appeared considerably more languid in the eyes of the townsfolk. Not only had he forsaken his early morning cultivation, but he also rarely ventured out until well after the sun had risen. Consequently, many nearby cultivators, familiar with Li Jing, speculated that he had likely abandoned his pursuit of reaching the fourth layer of qi training, opting instead for a more leisurely existence. Such a scenario is not uncommon among cultivators. As they age without significant breakthroughs in their cultivation, their ambitions wane. With the limited time left, why not indulge in life? It is not unusual for some to take concubines or marry, or even return to the mundane world as wealthy merchants. Li Jing was headed to the central market area, as was Ning Yunxiu. Having grown somewhat acquainted in recent days, they decided to walk together, exchanging light conversation along the way. Noticing that Ning Yunxiu did not broach the subject of Ning Zhongjiang, Li Jing chose not to pry. Upon arriving at the central market area, they parted ways, with Li Jing making his way towards the shops to procure his desired items. Despite Li Jing's not-so-young age, Ning Yunxiu pondered whether his youthful appearance belied a more mature mindset. Throughout their journey, she sensed a disconnect between her expectations of a youthful exterior and the demeanor of a seasoned cultivator. Their previous limited interactions had left her with little insight, leading her to believe that Li Jing's character had always been thus. She simply had not realized it before. Meanwhile, Li Jing remained oblivious to Ning Yunxiu's musings as he began to gather the supplies he required. With the storage pouch in hand, he directly purchased 50 pounds of green sprout spirit rice and exchanged for over 10 pounds of first-tier beast spirit meat, expending a total of 40 spirit stones. Spending without scrimping felt delightful, but he decided to pause there for now. Weighing the contents of his storage pouch, he felt a sense of fulfillment and security with the abundant supplies within. Earlier that morning, he had sewn some fabric onto the pouch to alter its appearance, ensuring that any bandit acquaintances would not recognize it. After completing his purchases, Li Jing cautiously circled the market, confirming that no one was tailing him before heading towards the spirit herb shop in the inner district. "Have you heard? It seems that not long ago, a wandering cultivator acquired a dragon pearl from a flood dragon. And the news leaked. That's why the bandits have been so rampant lately. They are all searching for it." Upon entering the spirit herb shop, he encountered Elder Lu, who, before Li Jing could speak, approached him with an air of mystery. This might just be a rumor, right? In recent days, while cultivating, Li Jing had overheard various cultivators discussing numerous rumors, and this was merely one version of the tale. One that few believed, that a dragon pearl was an extraordinary treasure. Even the weakest flood dragon possessed the strength of a golden core cultivator in adulthood, and more formidable ones could shatter mountains and sever rivers. How could such a pearl possibly fall into the hands of wandering cultivators? In the realm of cultivators, it would be deemed a supreme treasure, coveted even by golden core masters. Someone has verified that the dragon pearl indeed exists. Elder Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. What? Li Jing was taken aback. Chapter 8. Lady Yu in the thatched cottage adjacent to the spirit herb field. A modest clay pot simmered with clear water, green sprout spirit rice, and beast meat. The charcoal fire crackling beneath it. Soon, The air was infused with the delicate aromas of meat and rice wafting through the steam. Li Jing sat patiently, waiting for his meal to finish cooking. From his earlier conversation with Elder Lu, Li Jing learned that just days prior, a foundation-building cultivator had ventured to the dragon's lair in a deep pool several dozen miles from the market and confirmed traces of the dragon pearl's recent presence. If it had merely been hearsay before, it was now undeniably verified. Li Jing couldn't help but think that the market would likely descend into further chaos. Even before the existence of the dragon pearl was confirmed, bandit activity had surged. Now that it was established that the pearl might be in the possession of a wandering cultivator, the potential for madness loomed large. With the added presence of opportunistic cultivators, it was easy to foresee that the upcoming days in the market would be tumultuous, particularly in the already chaotic outer regions. Regrettably, the rental costs in the central area were exorbitant. Li Jing began to contemplate leaving the outer regions to evade the impending turmoil. However, the central area was predominantly occupied by sects and noble families, with rental fees starting at a single spirit stone per day, far beyond the means of wandering cultivators. As for the inner areas, such as the spirit herb shop, they did not offer lodging services. Overnight stays for spirit energy were reserved for formal disciples of the workshops. Most of these workshops were properties of sects or noble families, and joining midway would be akin to selling oneself, often with little chance of acceptance. Perhaps it would be best to minimize my outings, Li Jing murmured. He had no intention of involving himself with the dragon pearl, as he believed it unnecessary to take risks. As long as he steadily advanced in his cultivation, he would make progress. Up to this point, the development of his body refinement techniques had been nothing short of rapid. While others toiled for years, Li Jing achieved remarkable results in a matter of days, truly astounding. Such speed would be considered monstrous even within great sections before long. The spirit rice and meat were ready, and Li Jing began to eat heartily. The moment the spirit rice and meat touched his palate, an explosion of rich flavors filled his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, a warm sensation enveloped his stomach, with tendrils of energy coursing through him. Having gone to bed hungry the night before, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he finished the entire pot of spirit food. After a brief respite and tidying up, Li Jing inspected the spirit herbs in the field, which appeared vibrant and healthy, their green leaves swaying joyfully, showing no signs of illness. He then began to apply the minor spring rain technique to the spirit herb field. Once completed, he returned to the thatched cottage to cultivate and replenish the true qi of his evergreen technique, followed by practicing the golden body technique. The third layer of the golden body technique. The forms he had mastered had reached 27, each increasingly contorted, positions that would be impossible for an ordinary person, and attempting them could easily lead to injury or even death. In the thatched cottage, Li Jing struggled to maintain the twisted postures, hand gestures forming seals as he meditated on the divine spirits within his acupoints, seeking to unlock his inner potential. A faint golden light began to emanate from him, a manifestation of the third layer of the golden body technique. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, the hidden golden pages within his being would release gentle warmth, nourishing his muscles and bones as he progressed towards the second posture. Time passed, and soon the better part of the day had elapsed. Name: Li Jing Technique. Evergreen Technique, third layer, Golden Body Technique, third layer 6-100, level. Early stage Qi training. Glancing at the progress of the Golden Body Technique, Li Jing stored the golden pages away. As his cultivation level rose, the speed of his training in the Golden Body Technique began to slow. He estimated that he would likely make progress within 10 days. Li Jing felt no dissatisfaction with this pace. His predecessor had spent decades on the third layer of the Evergreen Technique, while he was on the verge of advancing to the fourth layer of the Golden Body Technique, something his predecessor could hardly fathom. Gurgle, gurgle. Having just finished his training, Li Jing's stomach growled again. He was hungry. He retrieved some water from his storage pouch, quickly cleaned off the sweat, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and began to prepare more spirit rice and beast spirit meat. After finishing his meal, feeling revitalized, he stepped out of the thatched cottage to find the sun already dipping in the west. I must hurry back. Casting a glance towards Elder Lu's direction, he saw no one and wondered if he had departed. Not dwelling on it, Li Jing closed the door of the thatched cottage, exited the spirit herb shop, and made his way home. The peripheral region had always been somewhat tumultuous by night, but with the emergence of the Jiaolong Pearl, chaos ensued. Li Jing, currently nothing more than a minor cultivator, did not wish to return late and encounter any bandit cultivators. Indeed, as he hurried back to the peripheral area, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere around him, with clusters of cultivators animatedly discussing the Jiaolong Pearl. Tensions had escalated, and within a mere half-hour, Li Jing stumbled upon a scene marked by a corpse lying in the street and a large pool of blood. Suggesting that the victim had little chance of survival, Li Dayu has returned. Would you care to sit with me? As Li Jing reached the street where his residence was located, a half-open door revealed a female cultivator, her shoulders partially exposed and draped in thin gauze, beckoning him with a smile. Ahem. No need for that. Li Jing lightly coughed, politely declining with a cupped hand gesture before continuing on his way. Hee, why so shy? The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. One must indulge occasionally. The teasing voice of the female cultivator lingered in the air behind him. It seemed that his infrequent visits to the spirit herb shop had led to misunderstandings among those around him. Li Jing understood this to some extent. The female cultivator, known as Yunyangzi, engaged in fleshly pursuits and was rumored to practice dual cultivation techniques that could lead one to ecstasy. Despite having spent decades without marriage in his past life, he had never visited her establishment, primarily due to her steep fees and the principle that one should not consume resources so close to home. What was he thinking? The immediate priority was still cultivation. He must refrain from wandering about. Shaking off the image of the female cultivator's fair shoulders from his mind, he swiftly returned to his courtyard and the following days, as Li Jing had anticipated. The peripheral area descended into utter chaos. Chapter 9. Witnessing the flames of incense, entering the realm of the heavy eye technique. Have you heard? The Jiaolong Pearl is rumored to have appeared near the southern street. Last night, blood flowed like rivers. Indeed, numerous casualties had occurred, yet not even a pebble was found, let alone the Jiaolong Pearl. The northern alley also witnessed several deaths last night, apparently at the hands of bandit cultivators. In Lishui Alley, several families faced calamity within their homes. Everyone must be cautious these days. Li Jing merely strolled around the entrance of his home, and the discussions among the surrounding cultivators were incessant. It had been 4 days since his last visit to the spirit herb shop, during which Li Jing maintained his habit of seclusion. Other than occasionally engaging in casual conversations with nearby cultivators to gather information about recent market events, he spent nearly all his time in cultivation. In addition to practicing the golden body technique, Li Jing also dedicated some time each day to the heavy eye technique to add variety to his regimen. The first layer of the heavy eye technique was relatively straightforward. Set an incense in a dark room, fix one's gaze without blinking, and eventually, tears would flow, referred to as the toxicity of turbidity. One would also use both palms to generate warmth through massage, applying heat, and moving the eyes in 36 circles, among other practices. Those who mastered it would possess eyes that shone brightly and had keen vision. Having reached the third layer of the golden body technique, Li Jing's senses were acute. He could see in the dark as if it were daylight, and his vision was remarkably strong. Thus, in recent days, he only needed to allocate some time for practice, yet he had already successfully reached the first layer. Name: Li Jing Cultivation Techniques. Evergreen Technique, 3rd Layer. Golden Body Technique, 3rd Layer 57-100. Heavy Eye Technique, 1st Layer 3-100, Level. Early Stage Qi Refinement. Upon returning to his room, Li Jing summoned the Golden Page to check his cultivation progress. The Heavy Eye Technique could indeed be recorded, and it displayed experience points, indicating that the energy from the Golden Page would positively influence the Heavy Eye Technique. An enormous boon. It was known that the 9th layer of the Heavy Eye Technique could slay Golden Core cultivators, possessing numerous wonders that could compensate for the singular nature of certain body refining techniques. Perhaps I should pay closer attention to this type of manual in the future, Li Jing mused. However, for now, this was sufficient, as his primary focus must remain on the golden body technique. Enhancing his own cultivation was of utmost importance. The market was becoming increasingly perilous. He needed to expedite his progress to the 4th layer of the golden body technique. Gazing at the section for the golden body technique on the golden page, Li Jing noted that, amidst the ongoing chaos outside, his cultivation efforts had intensified, and the progress of the 3rd layer had already reached 57%. With the golden page in hand, Li Jing could almost guarantee that hard work would yield results. The only downside was the substantial consumption of spiritual rice and spiritual meat. Daily, he required over 3 pounds, or else he could not meet his body's needs. Fortunately, he had recently come into some unexpected wealth. Otherwise, he would have to devise ways to earn spirit stones now, once his cultivation improved further. Perhaps he could consider inquiring with Ning Zhongjiang about hunting demonic beasts. Relying solely on passive income would never suffice. Li Jing had to contemplate future livelihoods, as the meager earnings from the spirit herb shop were evidently inadequate. Hunting demonic beasts posed significant risks in his previous life, yet for the present Li Jing, it appeared to be a favorable option. With the golden body technique to protect him, he was less likely to suffer injuries. And he could consume the meat from the beasts he hunted, saving a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, this plan was not one to be enacted immediately. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, Li Jing stored the golden page and commenced his training in the golden body technique. Buzz! As Li Jing practiced on his bed, a faint golden light began to emanate from his skin, creating an extraordinary aura. Drip, drip, drip. Countless fine beads of sweat poured forth from his pores, gradually coalescing into large droplets that fell to the ground, saturating the area beneath him. Huff, huff, huff. Li Jing's breath resonated deep and profound, his internal organs vibrating in a rhythmic frequency, undergoing a transformative cleansing that produced a resonant sound, akin to a fierce beast lying in repose, ready to open its eyes at any moment, exuding a fearsome presence. As the golden body technique progressed deeper, the experience of cultivation became increasingly otherworldly. It was truly deserving of the title of a cultivation art. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Jing tidied himself and set out. Today marked the 5th day since his last visit to the spirit herb shop. He needed to go, for even the smallest mosquito was still meat. And he could not afford to lose this source of income. Li Jing left his home early and, as expected, encountered Ning Yunxiu just as she stepped out. Today, she wore the red dress he had seen her in before. Her figure graceful, her demeanor mature and enchanting. It seemed that today, Li Daoyu intended to visit the spirit herb shop. Noticing Li Jing's early appearance, Ning Yunxiu raised her delicate brows slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Ahem. Li Jing immediately recognized Ning Yunxiu's teasing tone. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, he had seemingly adopted a laid-back and lackadaisical approach. After a few days of merely visiting the spirit herb shop without engaging in cultivation at home, it was only natural that he would be perceived in this way. Shall we go together? Li Jing waved his hand nonchalantly. Recently, due to Ning Zhongjiang's injuries, Ning Yunxiu had also taken a few days off to remain at home. The two occasionally exchanged pleasantries when they encountered each other at the door, making their conversations more casual. Although their paths to the spirit herb shop would not be entirely together, they would share part of the same route. As Ning Yunxiu approached, Li Jing was greeted by a refreshing fragrance that wafted toward him, truly delightful. Indeed, having a beautiful companion made the journey much more pleasant and lifted one's spirits. However, after walking a short distance, Li Jing's mood grew heavy, and he noticed that Ning Yunxiu's complexion had also paled. Along the way, they had encountered several corpses sprawled across the street. The dark red blood had long since dried, and severed limbs lay in the gutter, a sight that dampened the spirits of any observer. Help me. That moment, from a nearby shadowy alley, a bloodied man suddenly rolled out from a pile of firewood. Reaching out to the two in desperation, Chapter 10. Mid-stage Chi refinement hiss. Just as the man from the dark alley called out for help, a transparent wind blade swiftly sliced through the air. Severing his head from his body, blood gushed forth from the neck, staining the ground beneath him. Were it not for my return to patrol, you would have almost escaped at that moment. A gaunt, cold-featured male cultivator emerged from the dark alley. The wind blade that had just claimed the man's life was evidently his handiwork. Bandit cultivator? Or a vendetta? Li Jing's heart raced, but he maintained a calm facade, pulling Ning Yunxiu away as he sought to distance themselves from the scene. Such occurrences were commonplace in the outer regions of the market, particularly in light of the recent turmoil surrounding the Jiaolong Pearl. Both the frequency and scale of such events had surged. Generally, bystanders would simply distance themselves from the chaos, as those engaged in conflict seldom spared attention for outsiders. Since Li Jing and Ning Yunxiu were merely low-tier cultivators at the third layer of Qi refinement, it was prudent to avoid involvement. Seeing my appearance, you deserve your misfortune. The emaciated male cultivator cast a cold gaze over Li Jing and Ning Yunxiu. At that moment, they were the only two witnesses in the vicinity, and eliminating them would leave no one to bear witness. With a sudden flare, the cultivator ignited a talisman in his right hand. which transformed into several dark arrows that shot toward Li Jing and Ning Yunxiu. Flying arrow talisman. Almost simultaneously, as the talisman appeared in the cultivator's hand, Li Jing, who had been keenly observing his movements, swiftly hurled Ning Yunxiu away. Bang! As Li Jing's foot crushed the hard, earthen ground beneath him, he utilized this force to propel himself with the swiftness of a cheetah, darting to the side. Bang, bang, bang! At that moment, dark arrows whizzed past the position where Li Jing and Ning Yunxiu had just stood, embedding themselves in the wall behind. Instantly, the bricks and stones of the wall erupted in a cacophony of destruction, with fist-sized craters forming as dust and debris scattered. The force of these arrows was no less formidable than the sniper rifle from Li Jing's past life. If they struck any unprotected Qi practitioners, their fate would be sealed. What? This was supposed to be a surefire ambush, yet the two had narrowly evaded it, leaving the assailant momentarily stunned. However, years of combat experience allowed him to react swiftly. In the blink of an eye, two talismans slipped from his sleeves, ready to be activated once more. Yet at that moment, a faintly golden fist materialized before his eyes. Boom! Li Jing's punch, striking like lightning, slammed into the assailant's face, sending him flying as if struck by a speeding vehicle. The bones of the man's face crunched inwards, and he was propelled off the ground. Thud! His body collided with the nearby wall. Before crumpling to the ground like a rag doll, a pool of blood gradually spreading beneath him, a clear sign of impending death. Mid-stage Qi practitioner. Li Jing's expression darkened. He could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy from the man's earlier movements, indicating his cultivation level. Compared to early-stage practitioners, mid-stage cultivators not only possessed a significant increase in Qi, but also an enhancement in quality, with broader and more powerful spellcasting ranges. However, their physical resilience was scarcely superior to that of early-stage practitioners. Li Jing's strength now approached the ability to lift 2,000 pounds. A punch unprotected would yield the same devastating result for both early and mid-stage cultivators. Yet what troubled Li Jing was the likelihood that this mid-stage practitioner was not a lone wolf. Given that several had perished during the street skirmishes, with this man's death, it was possible that other practitioners would be implicated. He had intended to avoid trouble, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in this rare attempt to silence a witness. You truly deserve to die. Li Jing gazed at the fallen practitioner with a hint of resentment. Taking a few steps forward, he retrieved a sword from his storage pouch and decapitated the dying man. Leaving no chance for survival, he then quickly searched the bodies of both practitioners. After examining the two, Li Jing observed that no other practitioners were in sight, so he hurriedly pulled the dazed Ning Yunxiu into a secluded alley. All of this transpired swiftly. From start to finish, it was merely a matter of minutes. Ning Yunxiu watched Li Jing execute his actions with fluidity, killing and then skillfully searching the bodies before dragging her away. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the man beside her. Hadn't Li Jing chosen to lie low, indulging in life? How could he exhibit such ferocity? The scene she witnessed today utterly overturned her perception of Li Jing. Moreover, his speed and strength seemed to surpass her previous expectations of his physical training. Ignoring Ning Yunxiu's swirling thoughts, Li Jing chose to navigate through less traveled paths until he eventually re-emerged onto familiar streets. After a while, they reached a fork where they were to part ways. Li Jing intended to offer some words of caution. I will keep today's events confidential. No one else will know, as I do not wish to invite trouble upon myself. Ning Yunxiu clearly understood his intent and, after glancing at him, replied softly, understood. Li Jing nodded. This incident posed a dilemma for both of them. As long as Ning Yunxiu was not foolish enough to spread the word, they would be safe. For the consequences would not only fall upon Li Jing. They parted ways immediately. Before long, Li Jing arrived at the Spirit Ginseng workshop, where he was surprised not to encounter old Lu, but dismissed it, recognizing that everyone had their own affairs and could not always be present. Skillfully employing the light spring rain technique to nourish the ginseng, and having exhausted his long spring power, Li Jing returned to his thatched cottage, shutting the door to meditate and restore his qi. Once his energy was fully replenished, he began to sift through the spoils obtained from the two practitioners he had dispatched. Chapter 11. The shaped magical artifact among the two. The first to tumble out from the pile of firewood was a destitute individual, likely having exhausted most of his talismans during the skirmish. Li Jing found merely 3 first-tier talismans on him, along with 6 or 7 spirit stones. In contrast, the other practitioner, whom Li Jing had slain, was far better off, possessing 15 spirit stones, 18 first-tier talismans, and, in addition, Li Jing discovered a subpar magical artifact on him. This artifact, shaped like a shuttle and about the size of a finger, gleamed a bright silver, adorned with simple decorative patterns. Channeling his qi, Li Jing felt a faint silver glow emanate from it before it began to struggle to lift off the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, a flash of silver darted through the air, severing the corner of a nearby table and embedding itself deep into the stone floor. Its power was impressive, Li Jing mused inwardly. The attack power of this shuttle-shaped artifact was likely close to that of a low-grade magical artifact, significantly superior to the sword he had acquired some time ago. However, upon inspecting his own qi reserves, he noted that merely performing one technique had consumed nearly a quarter of his energy. This meant that he could only utilize the artifact about 4 times before exhausting his qi. Yet this posed no issue for Li Jing, as once his long spring power was depleted, he still had the golden body technique to rely on for combat. The strength derived from the golden body technique came from his very sinews and blood. Differing fundamentally from the qi-based system, the means of confrontation available to qi practitioners were undoubtedly richer in variety. Had it not been for the energy consumption of this shuttle-shaped artifact, it was likely that it would have been used against them during the morning ambush. Li Jing examined the shuttle-shaped artifact in his hand, contemplating. If this were the case, the morning's situation would have undoubtedly been far more perilous, for this artifact might surpass that of the arrow talisman by a considerable margin and possessed the capability of maneuverability. At that moment, the shuttle-shaped artifact began to levitate in Li Jing's grasp, gracefully swirling in the air like a fish, yet his qi was being rapidly depleted. Ultimately, the practitioner had underestimated Li Jing and Ning Yunxiu due to their earlier display. A fierce tiger spares no effort when hunting a rabbit, thus, one must never underestimate any adversary. Even when launching a surprise attack, Li Jing admonished himself regarding the event with this practitioner. He returned the shuttle-shaped artifact to his storage pouch. Feeling a sense of relief, the windfall from this morning was enough to equate to more than half a year's worth of income from his previous life. His collection of spirit stones had increased from 12 to 34, and he now possessed 21 talismans. With the ones collected from the previous encounters and those he already owned, he had amassed a total of 52 talismans. Even low-tier first-tier talismans in the market were typically valued at 1 low-grade spirit stone apiece, while mid-tier talismans commanded prices that were double or more. The talismans in Li Jing's possession were worth dozens of spirit stones. All things considered, even without accounting for the magical artifact and storage pouch, Li Jing's wealth had effortlessly surpassed 100 spirit stones, a feat unimaginable in his past life. This echoed the saying, "Killing and arson bring golden belts," and it was easy to see why banditry flourished in the market. The temptation was simply too great. After toiling diligently for half a year, one could easily strike it rich in a single sweep. However, the risks of banditry were self-evident. Li Jing's initial wealth had been a contribution from bandits. His second act of violence today had been purely compelled, and he understood that opportunities to catch others off guard were not guaranteed. Engaging in combat and magic was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Li Jing merely wished to survive, to slowly cultivate himself into a powerful figure, ensuring that he would lack for neither beauty, spirit stones, nor longevity in the future. After clearing his mind of the myriad thoughts swirling within, Li Jing practiced the long spring technique to replenish his qi before turning to the golden body technique. Buzz! As Li Jing began his practice, a fine energy surged from his bones and flesh, gradually transforming into a faint golden light that enveloped his skin. Half a day later. Name: Li Jing Technique. Golden Body Technique, 3rd layer 65-100. Double Pupil Technique, 1st layer 3-100. Long Spring Technique, 3rd layer, level. Early stage Qi practitioner. The golden page revealed several lines of information regarding Li Jing. As the long spring technique did not display an experience bar. It was already placed at the end of the list with a slight shift of Li Jing's thoughts. Now it was evident that the progress of the golden body technique had advanced to 65%. Taking a significant step toward the 4th layer, retrieving the golden page, Li Jing washed himself with water, changed into dry clothes, and then began to cultivate the double pupil technique. Although the golden page continuously supplied cultivation energy, Li Jing was not a machine. He could not immerse himself in physical training every moment. Thus, Using this time to practice the double pupil technique was a splendid choice. The first layer of the double pupil technique required one to gaze at incense in a dark room. And once the first layer was attained, one merely needed to meditate, form seals, and absorb the essence of the Mingjing Beast's dual pupils. The first two requirements were achievable for Li Jing. However, he lacked the dual pupils of the Mingjing Beast, yet could substitute them with the energy from the golden page. Li Jing settled into a meditative posture within the quiet room, forming seals with his hands. Entering a state of silent contemplation as a gentle warmth began to envelop him, flowing toward his eyes. Suddenly, Li Jing felt an unbearable pain and itch in his eyes, yet he could only endure it without severing his connection. As time passed, the discomfort gradually subsided, and his eyes began to feel warm. After practicing for about half an hour, Li Jing slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze resembled a deep, tranquil pool, with only the occasional flicker of faint white light appearing and then vanishing. Having practiced the double eye technique, level 15100, for a short time, Li Jing was delighted to notice 2 points of progress, which filled his heart with joy. This, of course, was largely due to the effects of the golden body technique, which had enhanced his senses through rigorous training. Thus, even though Li Jing had only reached the first level of the double eye technique, its potential was still at play. Were it not for the setting sun outside, he would have continued his practice, for the first level of the double eye technique was not particularly powerful. It was the second level that would truly reveal its wondrous capabilities, bestowing a momentary ability to intimidate. This power made Li Jing exceedingly envious. If he possessed such an ability to interrupt the cultivator's spellcasting, he could then swiftly advance to attack, resulting in devastating effects. Li Jing concluded his practice and stood up, noticing that it was already evening. He immediately began to make his way towards the outskirts. Upon returning to the street where his home was located, he suddenly overheard a commotion among the surrounding cultivators discussing a rather sensational piece of news, prompting him to pause and approach. Chapter 12. Fourth level of the golden body technique. Last night and today, there was a massive battle in the northern outskirts, countless casualties. Do you know what happened? Beneath a tree on the street, a number of cultivators had gathered. Among them was a short, rotund man with graying hair, clearly of considerable age, who was animatedly recounting the tale, spitting as he spoke. Foundation establishment pills. They are all fighting over foundation establishment pills. This man clearly relished the attention of the crowd and continued. What? A foundation establishment pill? My heavens, how has another one surfaced? Hiss, where did this foundation establishment pill come from? How could it possibly appear in our outskirts? Impossible. The Jiao Long Pearl incident remains unresolved. How could a foundation establishment pill emerge now? Upon hearing the man's words, the surrounding cultivators erupted into a clamor. The foundation establishment pill was an incredibly coveted elixir in the eyes of these lower-tier cultivators, its exorbitance rendering them hesitant to even entertain the thought of possessing it. Moreover, it was a pill meant solely for those who had reached the peak of qi refinement, a precious item that could propel one into the realm of foundation establishment. Such pills were rarely circulated in the market, as they were typically consumed internally by sects and noble families before they ever reached the public. Its rarity and value were thus self-evident. The mere notion of it appearing in the outskirts of the market was utterly astonishing and almost unbelievable. Li Daoyu has returned. The man, who had been basking in the crowd's astonishment, noticed Li Jing's arrival and greeted him with a smile and a cupped fist. Daoist Wang. Li Jing returned the gesture. This Daoist Wang was also a cultivator from the same street, his age comparable to Li Jing's, and in the past, Li Jing had interacted with him frequently. Daoist Li, if you have time, Lady Yu has quite a few sisters she could introduce you to. At this moment, amidst the crowd, a lady dressed in an off-shoulder gown, with a delicate white ornament dazzling at her chest, pursed her lips and stirred her handkerchief. Beside her were several other female cultivators, dressed somewhat provocatively and exuding an air of worldly charm, who began to giggle and tease, evidently having heard of Li Jing's reputation prior. Li Jing was quite a distinctive figure in the vicinity. Nearing 60, he still retained a remarkably youthful appearance, causing envy among countless cultivators, especially the female ones. Certainly, I will make time, Li Jing replied with a smile. At his age, there was no need for him to feign innocence. However, he was currently focused on his cultivation and did not wish to engage too much with outsiders. Furthermore, as the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. He felt he had yet to mature enough to be so brazen. Several familiar cultivators exchanged greetings with Li Jing before the crowd resumed their discussion about the day's events. It turned out that the Foundation establishment pill had been carried by a direct disciple of the Golden Cauldron sect, who might have met his demise at the jaws of a beast, leading to his storage bag being discovered by several wandering cultivators in the outskirts, resulting in a fierce brawl over its contents. The ensuing chaos attracted the attention of even more forces, culminating in a large-scale conflict, with several peak Qi refinement cultivators reportedly joining IT. Was also suggested that some factions held long-standing grudges, thus escalating the violence. Strangely, despite the considerable casualties, the Foundation establishment pill remained elusive. Such a significant uproar had even drawn the attention of Foundation establishment cultivators. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's mind flashed back to the two cultivators he had encountered that morning. It shouldn't be that coincidental. And besides, I found nothing unusual on them, Li Jing pondered. He did recall some ordinary healing pills, but due to time constraints, he had not taken them. Moreover, since the events unfolded in the northern region, which was somewhat distant from his location, it was unlikely that so many people would only just be learning of the news. With this thought, Li Jing sighed in relief, hoping to avoid entanglements in such chaotic matters. Primarily, he found it odd that the cultivator he had encountered that morning had attempted to silence him, leading him to ponder further. The crowd then shifted their discourse to other topics, and indeed, they mentioned the skirmish from that morning. However, most believed it to be merely a typical case of revenge or robbery, and did not elaborate further, merely lamenting the current state of disorder in the market. After listening to the idle chatter for a considerable time, Li Jing finally returned to his courtyard. Once inside, he reflected for a moment before wrapping up everything he had acquired from the two cultivators earlier that day in oilcloth and burying it in a corner of the wall. He gathered some supplies and, once night fell, decisively made his way into the adjacent, unoccupied house. This was the very house he had overheard about earlier, where the robbers had tread upon the rooftop tiles. It was conveniently close to Li Jing's own residence, and he intended to stay there temporarily for a few days. If the events of that morning had gone flawlessly, there would have been no issue. However, should things come to light, residing next door would afford him some time to react against any potential foes. Additionally, Li Jing was uncertain if any enemies could trace him based on his spoils, so he opted to leave them in the courtyard as a precaution. This was merely a matter of caution. Li Jing did not genuinely believe that any adversaries would approach, but he preferred to be vigilant against the slightest possibility. After clearing away the dust in the adjacent house, Li Jing sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to practice the golden body technique methodically. Buzz. Gradually, a faint golden light began to emanate from Li Jing's body, followed by a warm current that surged within him, circulating throughout his being, continually transforming and enhancing his physique. Days passed, and during this time, there were no unusual occurrences in Li Jing's house, nor any enemies attempting to sneak in under the cover of darkness. Over these days, Li Jing had only shown his face once in front of others, aware that the security situation in the market remained dire, so he refrained from venturing out, focusing solely on the rigorous practice of the golden body technique. Finally, on the fifth morning, Li Jing stood upon his bed in an unusual posture, his body slightly vibrating, enveloped in a faint golden light that buzzed incessantly. It was then that the golden light began to transform, morphing into a fine veil that enveloped him, its hue deepening to resemble pure gold. Swish! Li Jing opened his eyes, and a brilliant glint flickered within. The fourth level of the golden body technique. Achieved. Chapter 13. A call for help. Li Jing exhaled softly, releasing his breath like a white misty sword, slicing through the air with a sharp intent, dissipating only after traveling 3 feet. This was the result of having entered the fourth level of the golden body technique, where his internal organs had strengthened to an extraordinary degree, nearly reaching the level of exhaling like a sword. With a rip, Li Jing stepped down from the bed, gently peeling away the layers of dirt and sweat that had solidified upon his skin, akin to shedding an outer layer, revealing the delicate, lustrous skin beneath. Now, Li Jing's complexion appeared remarkably fair, his entire being radiating an aura of vitality. Despite the seemingly soft appearance of his skin, it was, in fact, incredibly resilient. Even unactivated, the inferior magical artifacts would find it challenging to inflict harm upon Li Jing. If he were to activate his golden light, it would be even more formidable, as the manual states. One must exercise caution when dealing with inferior magical artifacts, Li Jing mused to himself. The disparity between inferior magical artifacts and those of higher quality was immense. Once an artifact reached a certain grade, its value soared, making it unaffordable for the average mid-chi refinement cultivator who could only resort to using inferior artifacts. After cleansing himself, Li Jing gazed at his strong, perfectly toned physique reflected in the mirror. No wonder there were rumors circulating in the market that some powerful female cultivators kept handsome men specifically for cultivating body techniques. Seeing his current appearance, Li Jing couldn't help but think that lustful female cultivators would undoubtedly drool upon seeing him. Wait a minute, Lady Yu has been teasing me lately. Could it be that she intends to take advantage of me, and then I would have to pay her spirit stones? Li Jing found himself questioning Lady Yu's intentions. Recently, due to changes in his appearance, the neighbors had become aware of Li Jing's progress in body cultivation, and it was not beyond reason that Lady Yu might have entertained the thought of experiencing the charms of a body cultivator. With these musings, Li Jing donned his clothes and then climbed back over the wall to return to his courtyard as the fire crackled and the rice cooked. The enticing aroma of fragrant rice mingled with the savory scent of meat wafted through the air. Li Jing's stomach had been growling since his breakthrough, and he hastily began his meal. After devouring a large pot of rice and meat, he finally felt his hunger subside. It seemed that everything was in order. Once satiated and refreshed, Li Jing turned his gaze towards a corner of the courtyard, where he had buried the possessions obtained from the two cultivators just a few days prior. 5 days had passed. If Li Jing's actions had been discovered, or if they had any means to track down the relics of those cultivators, they would have surely come by now. Nevertheless, he was in no rush to unearth them. Today he needed to visit the Ling Shun workshop, and it was also the day to collect his spirit stones. Rising early to cultivate, Li Jing had eaten his fill, and as the sun began to rise, he promptly opened the door to Li Daoyu. Good morning. Just as he took a few steps outside, the door of the Ning residence across the way opened, revealing the graceful figure of Ning Yunxiu, a woman exuding mature charm. Ning Daoyu, good morning, Li Jing replied, maintaining his composure. With his keen hearing, he had already noted that Ning Yunxiu seemed to be waiting for him at her door, which explained her timely greeting. It appeared she had calculated his approximate departure time. Rumor had it she was still single, perhaps still an unmarried woman. The two walked together as they usually did, engaging in casual conversation about recent trivial matters, such as the deteriorating security in the market and the fact that the Foundation establishment pill had ultimately fallen into the hands of a certain Zhang. A fully realized qi practitioner, Ning Yunxiu spoke as if merely sharing gossip. However, upon hearing her words, Li Jing could not help but pause. Are you referring to Blackwater Street? He whispered to Ning Yunxiu. The two were close enough that Ning Yunxiu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she understood his meaning and nodded in affirmation. In that instant, Li Jing grasped the implications. Blackwater Street was indeed the path they had traversed the last time they encountered two cultivators being ambushed. No wonder cultivators had returned to scour for any loose ends and silence witnesses like him and Ning Yunxiu. It turned out the matter involved two fully realized qi practitioners. Speaking of which, the qi practitioner whose subordinates had been ambushed should be grateful to Li Jing. Had he not slain the gaunt and cold-faced cultivator, they might still be in the dark about who had bested them. Now, knowing who had taken his pill, he could react promptly, possibly reclaiming it before the other was prepared to consume it or disrupting his ascension. This was a significant grudge, and several days had passed since the incident. Yet the outcome for those two fully realized qi practitioners remained uncertain. However, attempting to reclaim the pill would likely prove challenging, Li Jing mused. After that day, the pill had landed in the possession of that Zhang qi practitioner, and he had effectively vanished. Moreover, their cultivation levels were comparable, so even if they found him, it was improbable they could best him in combat. As they continued their idle chat, they soon reached a fork in the road. Parting ways, today, the Ling Shun workshop, which was usually deserted, had become quite lively as they came to collect their spirit stones. Li Jing first claimed his share and then sauntered over to the designated area of the third Ling field. As he approached, he noticed that old Lu was also present, seemingly having procured a chair from somewhere, lounging in front of the thatched hut of the second Ling field, basking in the sun. Li Daoyu has arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, old Lu turned, rising from his chair, his face beaming with delight, a smile that could not be suppressed. Observing old Lu's exuberance, Li Jing felt a stirring within and sensed that old Lu had not quite concealed his aura. Subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from him. This typically indicated a recent breakthrough in cultivation, one he had yet to fully master. Congratulations, old Lu. On reaching the 4th layer of qi cultivation, Li Jing could not help but smile, hastily clasping his hands in congratulations. Ha ha ha, thank you. After decades of waiting, I have finally stepped into the 4th layer. Old Lu, elated by Li Jing's praise, laughed heartily. Although he had only just reached the final layer of the qi refinement stage in his later years, he was still overjoyed, chatting away with Li Jing. The 4th layer of qi cultivation was indeed a significant milestone for foundational practitioners. Many would find themselves stuck at this stage for their entire lives. And without dedicated effort, it was common to merely linger at the 2nd or 3rd layers. For instance, in his previous life, Li Jing, only a few years younger than old Lu, had barely reached the 3rd layer at an advanced age. With the 4th layer still a distant dream, he could only expect to achieve a fate similar to old Lu's. If old Lu were aware that Li Jing's golden body technique had already reached the 4th layer, he would likely be disheartened, losing interest in sharing his triumph. Time flew by, and before long, more than half a month had passed. The weather grew increasingly colder, and as time elapsed, the matter concerning the dragon pearl faded into silence. However, it seemed to have disrupted some unspoken rule, as the bandits grew increasingly rampant, plunging the market into chaos. Help! Help! A piercing cry from a woman echoed from the street outside the courtyard. Startled from his meditation, Li Jing's eyes snapped open, his expression shifting. Chapter 14. The power of the dual pupil technique. As the chill of night enveloped the world in darkness and silence, a woman's terrified screams shattered the tranquility. Li Jing, who had been meditating, swiftly rolled out of bed. What is happening? His mind raced, yet he did not rush out of his room. Instead, he quietly approached the window to listen intently. One must exercise caution in such situations. This was not merely a lesson from his past life, but a rule of the market, especially at night. If it were a vendetta or a duel, one's sudden appearance could provoke both parties to attack, potentially leading to one's demise at the hands of a murderer seeking to silence witnesses. Unless it were someone familiar genuinely calling for help, no one would be foolish enough to recklessly intervene. Wait, that voice sounds familiar. In an instant, Li Jing leaped from the window, landing silently on the eaves, crouching low to observe the scene below. The moon was obscured, and no lights flickered in the vicinity, casting the night into near total darkness. For an ordinary cultivator, venturing out unprepared in such conditions would be futile. However, having cultivated the golden body technique, Li Jing's night vision was akin to daylight. And with his recent practice of the dual pupil technique, his sight was extraordinarily acute. There are bandits. Someone has died. In the distance, the woman's voice grew louder as she ran towards him. To his astonishment, it was the same woman who had occasionally teased him, the Jade Lady. Yet now, her usual elegance was gone. Her hair was disheveled, and she appeared utterly disheveled. She sprinted towards Li Jing, evidently using a speed-enhancing talisman, covering the distance to his house in mere moments. However, upon glancing at Li Jing's house, she refrained from drawing any trouble towards him. As for the Ning family across the way, Ning Zhongjiang was only at the mid-qi stage and had likely not fully recovered from his injuries, having not been seen recently. Thus, the Jade Lady bit her lip, darting into a nearby alley. Her earlier scream was merely an attempt to scare off her pursuers. She had not expected anyone to come to her aid in such a short time. Now, she could only hope her attackers would cease their pursuit. Boom! Just as the Jade Lady slipped away, a fireball hurtled through the air, crashing against Li Jing's door with a resounding explosion, scattering burning wooden fragments across the courtyard. My adored ally Jing's eyes twitched in disbelief. After demolishing his door, the pursuing bandit abruptly halted, seemingly unwilling to press on, as he was a bandit, not someone with a personal vendetta. Whoosh! As the bandit attempted to flee, a silver streak suddenly shot through the air, striking him. Hiss! In an instant, a faint golden light erupted from the bandit, clashing with the silver streak, creating a dazzling display of sparks that, nevertheless, failed to penetrate his defenses. A magical artifact? The bandit, startled by the sudden attack, nearly lost his composure and cried out in fear. The faint golden light emanating from him was undoubtedly a diamond talisman, which he had activated during the earlier confrontation. Still flickering with power, in fact, during a duel, it was standard practice for cultivators to first cast a protective talisman for themselves before launching their attacks or maneuvering. After all, cultivators were inherently frail. A single talisman or spell could spell disaster if they lacked adequate protection, potentially resulting in immediate death. As for the Qi practitioners Li Jing had previously slain, their victories had been largely fortuitous, relying on surprise and stealth. Otherwise, confronting them head-on would be anything but straightforward. The bandit, now terrified, retreated, conjuring several talismans as he scanned his surroundings for the source of the attack. However, just as his body began to withdraw, a figure enveloped in golden light appeared behind him. The man's long legs resembled a colossal axe, striking with a thunderous sound as it swung down upon the unfortunate cultivator. It was as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his body crashing violently against the nearby wall, shattering it into fragments. Li Jing had already ascended to the 4th level of the golden body technique, his strength surging to an impressive 3,000 pounds. Each movement of his exuded power akin to that of a raging dragon. With his full might unleashed, his opponent was effortlessly sent flying as if he were but a mere child. The faint golden aura that had enveloped the cultivator began to falter under the assault of the magical artifact and Li Jing's relentless strike, ultimately dissipating like fine sand. However, thanks to the protective power of the diamond talisman, the cultivator emerged with only minor injuries, a body refinement cultivator. As this cultivator lay amidst the rubble, he gazed at the golden light emanating from Li Jing, a primal roar of fury echoing in his heart. Moreover, judging by the force of his attack, it was evident that this body refinement cultivator possessed considerable prowess. Additionally, there seemed to be a Qi-refining cultivator lurking in the shadows, and at that moment, the cultivator felt an unprecedented sense of dread and urgency. As his mind raced, he prepared to activate another diamond talisman and an attack talisman in his grasp. But in the next instant, a hum resonated through the darkness as the man shrouded in golden light suddenly revealed eyes that glimmered with a faint white glow. Upon seeing those luminous eyes, the cultivator, trapped beneath the debris, trembled violently, as if a mere mortal were facing a torrent of floodwaters, his mind momentarily blank. After a lapse of over half a month, Li Jing's heavy eye technique had already progressed to the 2nd tier. Just as the cultivator's consciousness plunged into chaos, a silvery streak of light swiftly pierced through his temple boom. Countless crimson and white blossoms of blood erupted. Chapter 15. A dire situation. The silvery streak of light, having obliterated the cultivator, instantly returned to Li Jing's hand, being stowed away in his storage pouch. Simultaneously, the faint white glow in Li Jing's eyes dimmed and vanished. The intimidating effect of the 2nd tier of the heavy eye technique proved to be remarkably effective. However, it was also due to this cultivator's cultivation being at the 4th tier of Qi refinement. Had he encountered a mid-stage practitioner at the 5th tier or above, the technique's effectiveness would likely have diminished. Li Jing pondered within himself. He realized that further dedication was required for the heavy eye technique. The 3rd tier truly embodied the essence of the heavy eye, while the previous 2 tiers could only be considered foundational. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, it should be sufficient to restrain mid to late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Just as Li Jing was deep in thought, sporadic figures of scattered cultivators began to emerge. Even the previously fleeing Yunyang turned back, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. Li Daoyu, should you come by in the future, I assure you there shall be no charge. Wai Yunyang appeared rather disheveled. Her hair in disarray, yet her bare shoulders and blushing cheeks possessed a certain charm. She had not fled far when she heard the sounds of battle behind her. Upon returning, she found Li Jing standing before her, while the cultivator that had pursued her lay lifeless on the ground. Turning back, her apricot eyes sparkled with a bright light as they locked onto Li Jing. Li Jing was at a loss for how to respond to Yunyang, especially as he noticed neighbors beginning to peek out or step outside. After maintaining a composed demeanor and finishing with the fallen body, scattered cultivators gradually converged. I didn't expect Li Daoyu to possess such formidable skills in battle, able to slay a cultivator outright. Who would have thought that Li Daoyu was so secretive, possessing magical artifacts? Truly remarkable. Li Daoyu is indeed powerful. To have smashed that cultivator into the wall. What level of body refinement has he attained? The surrounding scattered cultivators were taken aback and astonished by Li Jing's decisive action against the cultivator. Many had heard the cultivator mention magical artifacts, realizing that the seemingly unremarkable Li Jing actually possessed such treasures, which was quite extraordinary. Furthermore, Li Jing's body refinement prowess left many in awe. Having shattered a wall with a single strike against a cultivator, his level of body refinement undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. In an instant, Li Jing was enveloped in an air of mystery. It seemed they had misjudged him all along. The entrance of the Ning family. Ning Zhongjiang surveyed Li Jing and the surrounding battle remnants. Muttering to himself. Appearing to be in his 40s, Ning Zhongjiang was clad in a fitted outfit, his tall frame and serious demeanor bearing a pallor that indicated he had yet to recover from injuries. As a mid-stage practitioner at the 6th tier of Qi refinement, he was somewhat renowned in the vicinity but had previously held Li Jing in low regard, an unremarkable scattered cultivator who had fortuitously consumed a beauty-enhancing pill. Only reaching the 3rd tier of Qi refinement at nearly 60 years of age was indeed rather mediocre. However, in recent days, he had begun to realize that Li Jing was not as simple as he had presumed. It appeared he was dual cultivating Qi refinement and body refinement, and now it seemed his achievements in body refinement were slightly superior to those in Qi refinement. It was said that the cultivator who had hidden on the adjacent rooftop was likely the one whose neck had been snapped. A close combat technique only a body refinement practitioner could execute. Therefore, was it Li Jing who intervened that night? At that moment, a flash of insight struck Ning Zhongjiang as he recalled the cultivator who had attacked the Ning family over a month ago. Li Daoyu is indeed extraordinary, he concluded. Standing beside Ning Zhongjiang, Ning Yunxiu remarked, among so many, I was the first to learn of Li Jing's martial prowess, recalling a morning when a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner had also perished under Li Jing's rapid assault. Beside Ning Yunxiu stood her cousin, Ning Qian, a girl of around 16 or 17, her eyes wide with curiosity as she listened to her father's and aunt's discussions. Wang Dayu has been killed. At that moment, a voice rose high, causing an uproar among the crowd as they hurried to the other side of the street, only to discover the wreckage of Wang Daoyu's home, with Wang Daoyu himself lying lifeless on the ground, blood pooling around him. This Wang Daoyu was the same plump, short-statured, gray-haired practitioner Li Jing had encountered earlier, known to be one of the most active scattered cultivators on the street. Li Jing often saw him gathering a crowd to boast. Yet today, he had met his demise. Soon after, the crowd realized that, apart from Wang Daoyu, a scattered couple residing next door had also fallen victim. To the left was Yunyang's home. Had she not escaped in time, her lifeless body would have added to the count of casualties. Thankfully, there was Li Daoyu. Otherwise, I fear I would not have escaped. Why Yunyang, witnessing the demise of familiar scattered cultivators, turned pale with fright and hurriedly approached Li Jing, desperately clinging to his arm. Fortunately, Li Jing gestured to nearby female cultivators for assistance in prying her away, lest she truly become too attached. The days ahead will be arduous. It seems things will only grow more chaotic. The grim scene unfolded before the scattered cultivators, chilling their hearts. Given the current circumstances, the situation was bound to worsen, and such tragedies could easily befall many present. With such occurrences, it would be difficult for anyone to find sleep. And if they managed to endure until dawn, perhaps a few esteemed cultivators would step in to help, which would be a small consolation. In the afternoon, name. Li Jing Technique. Golden Body Technique, 4th Tier 75-100. Heavy Eye Technique, 2nd Tier 5-100. Everlasting Technique, 3rd Tier, Level. Early Stage Qi Refinement. At that moment, Li Jing, having concluded his meditation in his room, noted with satisfaction that the experience for the 4th tier of the Golden Body Technique had reached 75%. He felt content as he stored away the golden page. The 5th tier was within reach, and it was at this level of body refinement that Li Jing would finally have achieved a modest milestone. Just then, he heard commotion outside and promptly stepped out of bed to investigate. Chapter 16. Price Surge of Spirit. Rice. Li Jing exited his room and gazed into the courtyard. The gate had been shattered the previous night, allowing him a clear view of the situation outside. He observed two individuals approaching, each carrying a door, while another held a toolbox. Leading them was none other than Yunyang Li Daoyu. I've called for help to fix your door. Upon seeing Li Jing emerge from the courtyard, Yunyang's charming eyes sparkled as she gracefully approached him. Not only were they repairing the door, but Yunyang had also summoned assistance to mend the wall that the cultivator had smashed through the previous night. Seeing Yunyang's enthusiasm, Li Jing did not deter her, and soon the workers began to clang and hammer as they set to work on repairing his door. The outskirts of the market were home to many mortals. As the lower-tier scattered cultivators often married and had children, resulting in a considerable number of offspring lacking spiritual roots or talent. Moreover, the scattered cultivators within the market were often impoverished, leading them to purchase ordinary goods rather than spend all their resources on spirit stones, thus providing numerous job opportunities for mortals. Ironically, mortals found themselves in a more secure position. At least they were not targeted by cultivators seeking to rob their homes. Wai Yunyang, standing beside Li Jing, spoke as she watched the busy craftsman. Recently, the rampant emergence of cultivators has reached an alarming level, becoming a significant threat to scattered cultivators. In remote areas, one must often travel in groups of 2 or 3. Otherwise, they risk becoming targets. Mortals, however, have no such concerns, as they possess only gold and silver, which are of little interest to cultivators. Alas, the past year's calamities have not been so chaotic. Why does the enforcement team in the central area of the market not emerge to eradicate these vile bandits? The enforcement team seems indifferent to the survival of us scattered cultivators. I have heard that the Qingluo sect has encountered some issues. I wonder if the current turmoil is related to that? Hiss, it seems there is indeed some credibility to this. Previously, when the news of the Jiaolong Pearl spread like wildfire, there was no sign of any Golden Core ancestors intervening, which suggests that the Qingluo sect might truly lack the capacity to attend to the market's affairs. Lady Yu and Li Jing were conversing outside the door, and several nearby scattered cultivators gathered around, deeply resonating with Lady Yu's words while discussing the circulating rumors. The Qingluo market is under the jurisdiction of the Qingluo sect, and I have heard that there are several Golden Core ancestors within, all of whom are extraordinary individuals. Given the Jiaolong Pearl's rarity, it should, in theory, attract the attention of Golden Core ancestors. However, despite the verifiable news earlier, none have come forth, which is indeed puzzling. The scattered cultivators chatted idly. Before long, the 2 doors of Li Jing's courtyard were installed, and a few craftsmen departed after receiving their payment. The scattered cultivators gradually dispersed. And just as Li Jing was about to enter, Lady Yu called out to him, her delicate, fair fingers lightly brushing against his palm. Li Dao Yu, I assure you, I was not deceiving you previously. Lady Yu chuckled playfully, swaying her waist gracefully as she departed. What? Li Jing was taken aback, and then he recalled the implication of Lady Yu's words. We are all from the same street. Does reputation mean nothing? What? Enjoying for free? Well, as a nearly 60-year-old gentleman, I could consider it Li Dao Yu. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Li Jing halted his steps and turned around to see Ning Yunxiu standing at her door. Her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly having witnessed Lady Yu's flirtation with Li Jing. Li Dao Yu, are you heading to the Ling Shan workshop tomorrow? Ning Yunxiu twirled a strand of hair by her ear and continued speaking. Of course. Li Jing regarded Ning Yunxiu, whose every gesture exuded a subtle, mature femininity, and he felt that Lady Yu had indeed paled in comparison. Recently, the market has been quite tumultuous during the day. Several fellow cultivators have arranged to venture into the inner and central regions of the market tomorrow. Why not join us? Hearing Li Jing's words, Ning Yunxiu smiled. That would certainly be much safer. Li Jing nodded in agreement. Recently, the rampant banditry in the market has reached alarming levels. It is undoubtedly much safer for familiar scattered cultivators to travel together. Although Li Jing now possesses some means, he cannot withstand ambushes and underhanded schemes. In battles, having the upper hand is of utmost importance. Whether one practices body refinement or qi cultivation, falling prey to treachery significantly increases the danger. After exchanging some casual banter, the two finally returned to their respective abodes. I have heard that the price of spiritual rice has risen considerably in recent days. Fortunately, I purchased some a few days ago. Otherwise, I would have lost quite a bit of spiritual stones. Gazing at the pot gradually heating up before him, Li Jing found himself lost in thought. His appetite has increased significantly. Just a few days ago, he exchanged 40 low-grade talismans and a small quantity of mid-grade talismans for 70 spiritual stones in the market central area. With a storage bag in hand, Li Jing decided to purchase 200 caddies of Qingya spiritual rice and several caddies of spiritual meat for a feast, leaving him with a mere 5 spiritual stones. However, it is fortunate that he acted early. Otherwise, with the rise in spiritual rice prices, he would not have been able to acquire as much dye. In addition, Li Jing has 12 talismans remaining, most of which are low-grade. Utilizing talismans and spells is an advantage for qi cultivators. Talismans can almost be considered instantaneous, making them highly valuable, and nearly every cultivator carries a dozen or so. As for spells, their casting speed is too slow. making them suitable for earning spiritual stones and engaging in various cultivation arts, but less effective in combat. Furthermore, Li Jing has not parted with any of his magical tools, as he possesses a shuttling-type magical artifact for long-range attacks and a sword for close combat. Creating a well-balanced combination, he can always sell them later when they are no longer needed. Before long, Li Jing tossed some ordinary beast meat into the pot. The enticing aroma of the spiritual rice mixed with the meat began to waft through the air. He then added some vegetables and seasonings, stirring everything together until a delicious pot of mixed rice was ready. After enjoying dinner and allowing his meal to settle, the night gradually descended, and Li Jing returned to his room to continue his cultivation. After a long night, Li Jing concluded his training and checked his experience points, releasing a sigh of relief before lying down to rest. Chapter 17. Old Man Lu's severed arm. When Li Jing opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. After washing up and having breakfast, he stepped outside to a nearby tree, where two promised scattered cultivators were already waiting. Upon seeing Li Jing approach, the two scattered cultivators quickly rose from the stone table and greeted him with a bow. The respect in their demeanor stemmed from the fact that Li Jing had effortlessly slain a bandit the previous night. Zhang Daoyu. He Daoyu. Li Jing returned the greeting. The three engaged in light conversation until a female scattered cultivator and Ning Yunxiu arrived to join them. And soon after, the group set off towards the central area of the market. As they traveled, the expressions of the five companions grew increasingly grim. In just a short half-hour journey, they had already encountered several skirmishes, and numerous corpses lay strewn along the roadside. Fortunately, their group was together, which deterred any would-be aggressors. It's chaotic. Far too chaotic. If this continues, who would dare to venture outside? Have they all gone mad? This is even worse than the previous days. Does the Qingluo sect truly remain uninvolved? The scattered cultivators felt a surge of fear at the current situation, which was nothing short of shocking. The outer areas had descended into utter disorder. Even in broad daylight, there were numerous clashes, and the death toll during the night had surged alarmingly, with bodies visible along their path. Perhaps I should stock up on some spiritual rice. Li Jing's eyes twitched as he observed the current state of the Qingluo market, which had become more perilous than Gotham City. Just a few days ago, he had been low on spiritual stones, but after slaying the bandit, he had reaped considerable rewards from looting the corpse. He had acquired 30 spiritual stones and over 30 low-grade talismans. This bandit was likely quite wealthy due to having robbed the 3 scattered cultivators he had slain. Given the current circumstances, Li Jing anticipated that the price of spiritual rice would continue to rise, and purchasing more would allow him to stock up. Upon reaching the central area, the group agreed on a time to reconvene in the afternoon before parting ways. Li Jing first sold all the new talismans he had obtained. Among the low-grade talismans, most were of inferior quality, with only a few being of mid-grade, yet he still received a price equivalent to the 40 talismans he had sold a few days earlier, totaling 70 spiritual stones. Indeed, given the current turmoil, not only food prices are rising, but various combat talismans and magical artifacts must also be seeing significant price increases, Li Jing realized. After selling the talismans and adding the spiritual stones he had looted from the bandit to the 5 he originally had, he now possessed a total of 105 spiritual stones. He spent all of them to purchase 120 caddies of spiritual rice and over 30 caddies of spiritual beast meat before finally stopping. Since he had purchased a substantial amount of beast meat, it came with preservation talismans, so he was not worried about it spoiling. After all, one must occasionally indulge in some savory dishes. Li Jing felt a pang of regret at the spent spiritual stones. Yet he continued to fill his storage bag with the spiritual beast meat. While spiritual rice can provide nourishment, it cannot replace certain nutrients and effects of spiritual meat. Even an ordinary person, after consuming grains and cereals, still craves a meat dish from time to time. For Li Jing, ordinary meat could only satisfy his cravings to a limited extent. He needed spiritual beast meat to truly relish the flavor. Moreover, consuming more spiritual beast meat also benefits his cultivation significantly. It is said that disciples of cultivation families and sects enjoy spiritual rice at every meal and feast on spiritual beast meat, allowing them to cultivate with remarkable efficiency, advancing their realms with vigor. If scattered cultivators are likened to commoners or tenants, then those sects and families are undoubtedly the landlords of the cultivation world. Contemplating this, Li Jing couldn't help but lament his lack of fortune. If only the Golden Page spiritual treasure had reincarnated him as a disciple of a sect or family, he wouldn't have to toil for his meals. After finishing his purchases, Li Jing carefully observed his surroundings to ensure no one was following him before quietly departing the central area towards the internal region of the Ling Shun workshop. Before long, Li Jing arrived at the third area, where the lush spiritual ginseng branches swayed gently. The surroundings appeared serene and peaceful as usual, but Li Jing noticed that the number of cultivators he spotted in the distance was noticeably fewer. Clearly, the drastic changes outside had affected the Ling Shun workshop. After all, many workshops in the internal area employed scattered cultivators, and with chaos reigning in the outer regions, many were hesitant to venture out daily. Lu Daoyu. Suddenly, Li Jing caught sight of a familiar figure emerging from a thatched cottage in the second area, and he was taken aback. The figure was none other than Old Man Lu. However, the current Old Man Lu looked drastically different from the spirited individual who had just recently broken through to the fourth layer of qi cultivation. He appeared to have aged several years, his disheveled gray hair falling loosely, his posture slightly hunched, his complexion pale, and most alarmingly, his right arm was severed, leaving only his left hand intact. Li Daoyu. Old Man Lu heard the sound, turned around, and responded hoarsely to Li Jing. What happened? Li Jing hesitated as he approached Old Man Lu. That a few days ago, he had delayed his journey and traveled alone to Xiuxianfang, not expecting to be targeted by robbers, resulting in the loss of an arm but managing to escape by sheer luck. A bitter smile appeared on Old Man Lu's aged face. Such perilous circumstances, Li Jing involuntarily inhaled sharply at the words. Old Man Lu was far more familiar with Li Jing than most, and upon learning that he had nearly perished on the way to Xiuxianfang, Li Jing felt an increasing sense of danger surrounding the outer regions. It was fortunate that Old Man Lu had recently broken through to the fourth layer of qi training. Otherwise, Li Jing feared he might not have had the chance to see him again. Alas, the old Taoist can no longer tend to the Ling Shun. Li Daoyu. Take care in the future. Old Man Lu glanced at his empty right sleeve and then spoke mournfully. Go perform the little spring rain technique. One must form hand seals, and now that Old Man Lu had become one-armed, he could no longer remain in Xiuxianfang. It was a pity that his son did not inherit his spiritual root. Otherwise, he could have continued the old Taoist work. Following this, Old Man Lu spoke in a fragmented manner. Unlike Li Jing's previous incarnation, who was a solitary old man, Old Man Lu had long been married and had a son and a daughter, with his son also possessing a spiritual root and seemingly part of a hunting team. After a lengthy conversation, Old Man Lu eventually departed. Sighing, Li Jing exhaled a breath of stale air. Old Man Lu was one of the few kindred spirits he had encountered since his arrival, and he did not expect him to leave so soon. Gathering his thoughts, Li Jing redirected his focus to the Ling Shun fields. Weeding, pest control, and rain summoning, all tasks completed, Li Jing returned to his thatched cottage and began his cultivation. Restoring his true energy, practicing the golden body technique, and refining the heavy eye technique, time slipped by imperceptibly. After a considerable period, Li Jing gently opened and closed his eyes while seated on the meditation mat. And a clear white light shone brightly in his gaze, only to quickly fade under his mental command. Heavy eye technique. Second layer 7100. Although nearly 90% of Li Jing's energy was devoted to cultivating the golden body technique, the lower level of the heavy eye technique allowed for faster experience gain, which was quite gratifying. After stowing away the golden page, Li Jing stepped outside to find the sun gradually sinking in the west. Calculating the time, he realized he was close to the agreed meeting hour, prompting him to leave Xiuxianfang. Chapter 18. The harsh winter's trial today. Upon visiting the workshop, Li Jing noticed a significant reduction in the number of people. Many were reluctant to venture outside. There had been reports of rogue cultivators murdered along the way, and it was no wonder that everyone was exercising such caution. Fortunately, we have several companions. Otherwise, I too would have to abandon my work at the workshop. As the group made their way back, they engaged in hushed discussions about the workshop, their brows furrowed, clearly uneasy about the situation. The loss of workshop employment would mean many would no longer have spiritual stones for necessities. Unable to afford the various items required for their cultivation, and even struggling to procure spiritual rice, depriving them of the influx of spiritual energy from the inner regions, severely impacting their cultivation progress. In fact, many rogue cultivators, much like Li Jing's previous incarnation, relied on their various skills to make a living. Not everyone could afford to hunt magical beasts, and a single misstep could cost them their lives outside. Abandoning workshop work? Hearing the discussions, Li Jing felt a stir of contemplation. 5 spiritual stones a month paled in comparison to the gains he had reaped from slaying so many robbers. However, the inherent risks of confronting robbers loomed large, as encountering a powerful adversary could lead to dire consequences. If it truly becomes untenable, I shall temporarily relinquish my duties at Xiuxianfang, Li Jing mused inwardly. Although the remuneration from Xiuxianfang seemed meager to him now, the ease of the work, visiting once every 4 or 5 days, combined with his occasional trips to the central area for supplies, made it a convenient endeavor. As the sun dipped lower, the journey was uneventful. However, the corpses from the morning had vanished, only to be replaced by 2 or 3 new ones in different locations. Such occurrences, which once transpired only every few days in the outer regions, were now becoming a daily occurrence. Upon returning to their living quarters, the group dispersed. Li Daoyu, Ning Yunxiu, who had been conversing with Li Jing throughout the journey, clasped her hands and farewelled. Li Jing returned the gesture, watching her enter her courtyard and close the door before turning back to his own abode, where he began to prepare a fire to cook and brew a soup from spiritual meat. Half an hour later, after consuming spiritual rice and beast meat, along with a hearty bowl of soup, Li Jing felt rejuvenated. He sensed a gentle warmth coursing from his stomach throughout his body, nourishing every cell and providing a profound sense of comfort. The efficacy of the spiritual beast meat surpassed that of ordinary meat by leaps and bounds. What a difference, Li Jing reflected in recent days. He had subsisted on mere ordinary meat and spiritual rice, which paled in comparison. Spiritual beast meat was indeed a remarkable commodity, albeit rather expensive. Previously, the cost of a piece of spiritual stone could buy 2 pounds of spiritual rice. Yet only a single pound of spiritual meat. Prices had risen slightly since then. With resources abundant now, he could afford to focus on his cultivation for a while. Li Jing patted his storage bag, feeling a profound sense of security. He now had over 300 pounds of spiritual rice and more than 30 pounds of spiritual meat. Even if his appetite increased, this supply would suffice for over 2 months. He calculated that with a daily intake of around 4 pounds, his consumption would gradually rise as his physical cultivation advanced, but 2 months' worth of provisions remained secure. After a short rest and cleaning his pots and bowls, Li Jing returned to his room to continue his cultivation. He could see his experience steadily rising, and his strength visibly increasing, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the process of cultivation. Days slipped by, and soon 4 or 5 had passed. Name: Li Jing Technique. Golden Body Technique, 4th layer 93-100, Heavy Eye Technique, 2nd layer 17-100, Evergreen Technique, 3rd layer, Level. Initial stage of Qi training. The Golden Body Technique was nearing the 5th layer. Li Jing could hardly conceal his delight as he stowed the golden page. Given the current pace, he anticipated breaking into the 5th layer of the Golden Body Technique in a few days, marking a significant advancement for him. The terminologies for both body refinement and Qi training were interchangeable. Levels 1 through 4 were merely classified as the initial stage of Qi training, while stepping into the 5th layer represented the mid-stage of Qi training, a considerable distinction even if one had just crossed the threshold. As the weather grew colder, conditions in the workshop became increasingly dire. Today, I shall resign from my position at Xiuxianfang, Li Jing resolved. He exhaled, and a visible plume of white mist escaped his lips. Recent days had seen a sharp drop in temperatures, with frost forming at night and even breath turning to mist during the day. The chilling winds exacerbated the chaos in the workshop. It was as if madness had taken hold. Now, whether one ventured out early or late, even in groups, there was a risk of encountering robbers, with home invasions becoming alarmingly common. To mitigate danger, Li Jing decided to suspend his work at Xiuxianfang. For now, he would focus solely on his cultivation, biding his time until his resources dwindled, confident that with improved strength and rank, he would not struggle to earn spiritual stones. After breakfast, Li Jing stepped outside to find 3 to 5 rogue cultivators gathered under a tree. After waiting a while, they assembled a group of 7 and made their way toward the central area of the workshop. Li Daoyu, are you resigning today? Ning Yunxiu inquired softly, having remembered Li Jing's earlier mention of the possibility during their previous conversations. Indeed, it has become too dangerous, Li Jing replied. Ning Yunxiu, clad in a pale red gown with her hair elegantly styled, exuded a faint fragrance that wafted to Li Jing's nostrils as her dark hair cascaded down her waist. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Ning Yunxiu felt conflicted. She too was contemplating the same decision, especially since her elder brother Ning Zhongjiang believed she should resign as well. Unlike Li Jing, she had to venture to the central area daily, reluctant to give up her position due to the generous compensation and the significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy compared to the outer regions, a tangible benefit. Yet, the current chaos in the workshop was undeniably frightening. The increase in the number of companions traveling together to 7 was a testament to the growing danger. Not only Li Jing, but it seemed that at least 2 others in their group were also considering resignation. While others remained silent, their thoughts likely echoed similar sentiments. In truth, even if they did not resign, the harsh weather would likely force them to take an early respite this year. Suddenly, a rogue cultivator spoke up. Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent for a moment, and then a sense of realization washed over them, their expressions shifting. Indeed, this weather resembles that of 5 years ago. A nearby rogue's complexion turned pale as he seemed to recall something dreadful. Recognizing their conversation, Li Jing's heart tightened as he grasped the implication based on his previous incarnation's memories. Chapter 19. The Fifth Layer of Golden Body Technique, the Beast Calamity. As the discussion unfolded, Li Jing quickly understood the gravity of their words. The memories from his previous life surfaced, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. The current weather has experienced a drastic drop, with each passing day becoming noticeably colder, reminiscent of the conditions 5 years ago. The extreme chill threatens to bring forth a terrifying beast calamity to the market, as the famished demonic creatures may invade the gathering places, wreaking havoc and causing widespread slaughter. Contemplating this grim possibility, the expressions of those present turned grave, for if such a fate were to unfold, this year would indeed be fraught with hardship. Half an hour later, Li Jing parted ways with the others in the inner area. The security in this zone remained relatively stable, thanks to the presence of numerous sects and the enterprises of immortal families, which deterred marauders from causing disturbances. However, compared to just over a month ago, the foot traffic was noticeably sparser, with wandering cultivators becoming increasingly rare on the streets. Li Jing swiftly made his way to the Lingshan workshop to explain the situation. The workshop did not pose much difficulty, granting his request for resignation, allowing him one final use of the minor spring rain technique, and providing him with his full payment in spirit stones. Gazing around the Lingshan workshop's spirit fields, Li Jing observed that the number of cultivators present was even fewer than during his last visit. Has the spirit ginseng begun to be harvested? He noticed that scattered patches of the spirit fields in the distance had already been cleared of ginseng, leaving only bare patches of earth. Harvesting spirit ginseng at this time seemed decidedly premature. Although the minor spring rain technique could accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs, it would still require at least another month or 2 for optimal potency. He had heard that the Lingshan workshop possessed magical tools that, when powered by spirit stones, could unleash the grand spring rain technique to nourish spiritual herbs. While this would undoubtedly be a more expensive endeavor than hiring wandering cultivators, waiting an additional month or 2 for the herbs to reach their peak efficacy before sale was evidently the more prudent choice. Initially, Li Jing speculated that the workshop was harvesting early due to a lack of available cultivators, yet he soon found this reasoning unsatisfactory. Unless, of course, the higher-ups at the Lingshan workshop truly believed that a beast calamity was imminent. Li Jing muttered to himself in sudden realization. This was the only plausible explanation. While the cold could be mitigated by magical formations, should a beast calamity arise, the entire market would be in peril. With the inner region being no exception, simple magical formations would be insufficient to deter demonic creatures. This thought, Li Jing felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. He was still far too weak. It was imperative to quickly advance to the 5th layer of the golden body technique while simultaneously cultivating the heavy eye technique to its 3rd layer, thus optimizing his combat prowess in the shortest time possible. After concluding his business at the Lingshan workshop, he spent the afternoon in a thatched cottage in Dingsan district to practice. Realizing that time was passing, Li Jing eventually departed from the Lingshan workshop. Shortly thereafter, a group of wandering cultivators gathered and began their journey back to the outer region. During their conversations, Li Jing learned that Ning Yunxiu had indeed taken a leave of absence for some time, contemplating a return to work if circumstances improved. This was indeed wonderful news. While the group chatted, a figure suddenly stumbled and fell before them with a piercing scream. The unexpected sight startled everyone, causing them to tense up, each gripping their talismans, ready to activate them at a moment's notice. Soon, 4 or 5 cultivators appeared, casting cold glances at Li Jing and the others, swiftly confiscating the belongings of the fallen individual before vanishing into the alley. Once the assailants had ignored them and departed, the tension among the crowd lessened slightly. "It must have been bandits," someone murmured. Thankfully, their group was large, which dissuaded the attackers from engaging them. They approached the fallen cultivator to inspect the situation, only to find that the injuries were too severe. The individual had already ceased to breathe. Fearing that the bandits might return with reinforcements, they hastily left the street. Not long after, they returned to their designated area. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, by now, evening had descended and small clusters of cultivators gathered, engaged in discussions laden with worries about their forthcoming lives. Some spoke of the harsh winter and the possibility of a beast calamity, which cast a pall over their expressions. Rumors circulated that over a dozen cultivators had perished in Blackwater Street. A sudden remark from someone caught Li Jing's attention. What transpired there? The surrounding individuals were drawn to the topic. Turning their heads in curiosity, it was the doing of Zhang Ying. The gossiping, wandering cultivator cautiously peeked around before continuing. "Ah, it's him. I heard he had snatched someone else's Foundation establishment pill and hidden away to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. He has emerged so soon. It seems he has failed. Indeed, even with the Foundation establishment pill, the chances of success are merely increased by 3 or 4 layers. Perhaps his own foundation was insufficient, and his failure is not surprising." Upon hearing this discussion regarding a cultivator who had previously attempted to seize a Foundation establishment pill, the crowd began to voice their opinions. "But what does his attack on the cultivators of Blackwater Street have to do with this?" someone asked, puzzled. "You don't know, do you? During the incident involving the pill, his nephew was killed on Blackwater Street, and now that he has emerged from seclusion, he is investigating the matter." Another wandering cultivator, evidently in the know, cryptically shared this information. This revelation startled the surrounding cultivators, especially upon learning that his nephew had intended to silence witnesses, only to lose his life in the process. So this Zhang Ying was the same Zhang who had been rumored to have seized the Foundation establishment pill. Given the swift nature of the incident, it was unlikely that any traces had been left behind. Upon hearing the discussions, Li Jing immediately recognized who Zhang Ying was. It was unexpected that, over a month later, there were still repercussions from that event. The cultivator he had slain on Blackwater Street was evidently Zhang Ying's nephew. However, it was wise to remain cautious and prepare for any potential repercussions. Li Jing stroked his chin, contemplating. The shuttle-shaped magical tool would certainly be rendered unusable. Fortunately, Li Jing had been careful in its use. The previous encounter with the bandit had occurred late at night, and he had quickly stowed it away, ensuring that no one had witnessed it. Additionally, Li Jing decided to move next door, exiting through his own door when he ventured out. This way, should anyone come seeking him, he would have time to react and escape. Days passed, and as the others had feared, the severity of this year's cold was truly unprecedented. Within just a few days, temperatures plummeted once more, and heavy snow began to fall, blanketing the world in white. Meanwhile, Li Jing was diligently practicing in an unoccupied house left by his neighbor, his body radiating warmth akin to a furnace, filling the entire room with heat. Li Jing's body resonated with a gentle vibration. A faint grayish filth began to exude from countless pores, forming a layer of skin. Concurrently, the aura emanating from Li Jing grew stronger, and the golden light enveloping his skin intensified. Finally, at a certain moment, the golden light transformed into a dark golden hue, rendering Li Jing as if he were forged of gold. As he lay on the bed, Li Jing opened and closed his eyes, a brilliant light emanating from his gaze, illuminating the dim room. The golden body technique had reached the 5th layer. Chapter 20. The widow Lu Ning rising from the bed, Li Jing's aura gradually subsided. With a rip, he casually peeled off the skin he had shed. This was a true shedding of skin. The membrane was still coated with considerable filth expelled from his pores, rendering the discarded skin a pale grayish-white. Li Jing tore away large strips of it. He revealed the radiant skin beneath, as smooth and lustrous as jade, with all previous blemishes such as moles, scars, and indentations now flawlessly restored. Once Li Jing had cleaned away the remnants of his old skin, he felt as though he was radiating a soft, luminous glow. Gazing into the mirror, his features appeared as if enhanced by a beauty filter, rendering him even more extraordinarily handsome. Is the golden body technique truly so transformative in terms of appearance? Li Jing pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. He had not previously heard of such significant alterations. It seemed that the golden body technique he practiced was inclined toward achieving a near-perfect state. However, the version he cultivated was the one circulated within the market. Thus, the issue did not lie with the golden body technique itself. It was likely due to the enhancement provided by the spiritual treasure. The golden page, Li Jing's thoughts turned inward as he contemplated this revelation. Clearly, with the support of the golden page, the effects of his cultivation of the golden body technique surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. While this difference was not immediately apparent in the early stages, Li Jing now distinctly felt that the results of his training were markedly superior to those of others. In fact, the golden body technique is a widely circulated body refining method, relatively common among body cultivators. Although body cultivators are few, Li Jing had encountered some during his previous life in the market, allowing for comparison. This was certainly cause for celebration. Li Jing then retrieved the golden page. Name: Li Jing Technique. Golden Body Technique, 5th Layer 1100. Heavy Eye Technique, 2nd Layer 2100. Evergreen Technique, 3rd Layer. Level: Mid-Stage Qi Refining, Body Cultivator. At this moment, the golden page clearly displayed that the golden body technique had indeed reached the 5th layer. As his cultivation level rose, so too did his overall rank, now placing him in the mid-stage of Qi Refining. As for the Heavy Eye Technique, Li Jing had devoted nearly all of his energy to the golden body technique during this time, making little progress on that front. Next, he resolved to expedite his cultivation of the Heavy Eye Technique to its 3rd layer, thus enhancing his combat capability. Li Jing mused to himself. Only upon reaching the 3rd layer of the Heavy Eye Technique would the true Heavy Eye manifest, significantly amplifying its fearsome power and revealing new, mysterious abilities. Li Jing pondered. A thunderous growl emanated from his stomach, an intense hunger striking him as if he had not consumed sustenance for several days. Fortunately, Li Jing had foreseen this predicament, having prepared a large pot of rice and meat earlier that very morning. With a thud, the wooden lid was lifted, releasing a waft of delicate fragrance from a bowl of spirit rice and spirit meat. Despite the severe cold outside, which would ordinarily cause the dish to freeze solid, the warmth radiating from Li Jing's body, a result of his cultivation, kept the rice and meat pleasantly loose. He eagerly devoured spoonful after spoonful, savoring the flavors as the spirit rice and meat were swiftly crushed and swallowed, transforming into a plethora of nourishment absorbed by his body. After consuming an ample amount from the pot, he felt the gnawing hunger finally subside, as though a long-weakened individual had suddenly regained their strength. Exhaling a sigh of relief after finishing the last spoonful, Li Jing released a breath of murky air, which shot forth like a flying sword, tearing through the atmosphere before dissipating into a cloud of mist. His lungs had truly become extraordinary. With his body now satisfied, he finally opened the door and stepped out into the courtyard. It was already afternoon, and the sky was still draped in a flurry of snowflakes, blanketing the earth in a coat of silver. Li Jing scanned the vicinity, ensuring no one was around, before swiftly leaping back into his own yard from the neighbor's house. Upon entering his own courtyard, he noticed the streets were already thickly carpeted with snow, dotted with footprints of varying depths. In the distance, a few cultivators were engaged in casual conversation at a pavilion. Due to the recent spate of banditry, many had temporarily abandoned their workshop duties, leading to an abundance of leisure time, and they naturally gravitated towards one another for camaraderie. How has Da Wesley managed such a remarkable complexion? One of them remarked. In just a few days, it seems to have improved even further, a sight to behold. Li Jing quietly positioned himself at the periphery of their circle, eavesdropping on the rumors circulating around the market. When unexpectedly, a female cultivator sidled up to him and sighed. Daoist Lu, you jest? It is merely the result of diligent practice, hardly comparable to your inherent beauty. Li Jing had taken care to bundle himself warmly, wishing to remain inconspicuous, yet he had still caught the attention of this female cultivator. Compared to a few days prior, his skin indeed appeared more flawless, exuding a jade-like luster, almost ethereal in its radiance. The woman addressing him, Lu Ning, was a striking widow and a close confidant of Ning Yunxiu. She had accompanied Li Jing on several outings, thus their acquaintance was not entirely unfamiliar. Cultivating the body is beneficial. Yet I doubt anyone can rival Daoist Li's results, Lu Ning remarked, her voluptuous figure exuding a different charm than Ning Yunxiu. Upon hearing Li Jing's comment, she playfully rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. Li Jing deflected the praise, attributing his appearance to beauty-enhancing elixirs or perhaps a touch of natural advantage. As he listened to the idle chatter, he gleaned several tidbits of information. It seemed that sightings of demonic beasts had increased around the market, with alarming incidents of attacks occurring sporadically. Many loose cultivators had banded together to form informal alliances against the encroaching threat of bandits. Moreover, Li Jing learned of Zhang Ying, who had recently slain several cultivators and was investigating the affairs of Heishui Street. Seemingly undeterred in his pursuits, the mention of a fully realized Qi practitioner pursuing him caused Li Jing's brow to twitch with unease. After spending a considerable amount of time among the group, he excused himself under the pretense of returning home, but instead slipped into the neighboring empty house to resume his practice of the heavy eye technique. As time passed, the experience points of the technique steadily increased, continuing until night fell. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. The sound of fireballs exploding jolted Li Jing from his meditative state, his complexion shifting dramatically. That noise was unmistakably coming from his own house. The thought flashed through his mind. His home was under siege. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jing silently leaped from the courtyard, alighting on the rooftop like a feather, crouching low to observe the direction of his dwelling. Why was there no further commotion? Had he perished within? Surely not. He was a body cultivator. At most he would be gravely injured, and they could interrogate him to discover if he was involved in the incident at Heishui Street. Voices of men and women reached Li Jing's ears. He could see 4 figures surrounding his home, which was ablaze from the fireball's assault. Still not emerging? Surely he hasn't perished in there? One murmured. Didn't they say his body cultivation was formidable? Just recently he even dispatched a bandit. Could it be a false claim? Perhaps, considering the energy expended in cultivation, how remarkable could his body cultivation truly be? It seemed this individual was likely not connected to the death of Zhang Xiao. After several moments of silence within Li Jing's room, the encircling figures began to doubt the validity of the information they had received. Initially, they had been skeptical of the claims surrounding a nearly 60-year-old foundational Qi practitioner suddenly exhibiting extraordinary body cultivation prowess, which was indeed hard to believe. These individuals were underlings of Zhang Ying, tasked with investigating the circumstances surrounding his nephew's demise. Over the past few days, they had executed no fewer than 20 cultivators suspected of involvement, including several body cultivators, primarily from the vicinity of Heishui Street, whose abilities were commendable enough to have posed a threat to Zhang Xiao. Since there was no concrete evidence regarding Zhang Xiao's death, they had resorted to seeking clues among body cultivators, especially since Zhang Xiao's visage had been completely obliterated, an attack only a body cultivator could have executed. They had begun questioning body cultivators who had passed through Heishui Street during that time, adding them to Zhang Ying's hit list. Such ruthless measures might have appeared conspicuous in the past, drawing unwanted attention from foundational cultivators, but with the recent collapse of order in the market, Zhang Ying, a fully realized Qi practitioner, could essentially act with impunity. Just a hint of suspicion and they resort to lethal force? Li Jing thought, now fully aware of their identity. A chill ran through him. It was evident this matter would not simply pass. The enemy had come knocking at his door. Fortunately, he had been vigilant, relocating to an unoccupied neighbor's residence after hearing of Zhang Ying's inquiries. Or he might very well have been caught off guard. The fact that Zhang Ying himself had not appeared was a small mercy, yet 4 mid-level Qi practitioners were still more than he had anticipated for a solitary old rogue nearing 60. As they had just unleashed explosive talismans upon his home, Li Jing could sense their spiritual energy fluctuations. They were indeed mid-level Qi practitioners. Let us investigate inside, one of the men at the door signaled to his companion, and the two began advancing towards Li Jing's room. The interior was engulfed in flames, the blaze illuminating their forms, revealing the faint golden glow of the protective talismans they had activated. Without hesitation, as the duo stepped into his room, Li Jing, concealed on the rooftop nearby, sprang into action. Whoosh! A silver shuttle-shaped artifact streaked through the air, targeting one of the female cultivators. Swish in that instant, wielding a sharp sword. Li Jing surged towards the other male cultivator like a shooting star. With breathtaking speed and overwhelming force, the sword unleashed a piercing sonic boom. Boom! The deafening sound echoed as the white mist trailing from the sword cleaved through the male cultivator, bisecting him in an instant, unleashing a torrential spray of blood. Quick, Li Jing is too swift. The male cultivator barely had time to react before he fell. Without a glance back, Li Jing transformed his form in a flash, resembling a specter, and lunged towards the female cultivator. To his surprise, she was more alert than her male counterpart. As the silver artifact struck her, she activated her protective talisman, enveloping herself in a faint golden light. The artifact collided with the shield, sparking a flurry of fireworks, the talisman flickering but holding firm in ambush. The female cultivator's face paled with terror, her pupils constricting as she instinctively let out a shrill scream. However, before her voice could fully escape, Li Jing was upon her, his sword moving with terrifying velocity and force. Boom. The tip of the sword sliced through the air with remarkable speed, instantaneously breaking the sound barrier and creating wisps of sonic booms that enveloped the scene in a misty white haze. Striking the woman directly, clang, a muffled sound erupted, followed by the shattering of the golden barrier formed by the Vajra talisman on the woman's body, scattering golden motes of light. Under the terrifying assault from the shuttle-shaped artifact and Li Jing, the Vajra talisman ultimately failed to hold. Bang! The woman's body was violently propelled backward, splitting in two mid-air, blood raining down. Poisoned Scorpion Maiden. A cultivator who dashed out from the house witnessed this scene, his eyes widening in horror. Yet, Li Jing's figure did not falter. As he swept past the woman, a faint white glow flickered in his eyes, and he activated the heavy eye technique, launching himself toward the cultivator emerging from the house. Minutes later, Li Jing, wielding a blood-soaked sword, leapt from the courtyard and swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 22. Bounty. A great fire consumed Li Jing's home in a single night, leaving nothing but a heap of charcoal and ash in the courtyard. Did Daoist Li manage to escape? How could such a sudden calamity befall him at the hands of these people? Upon hearing the commotion last night, by the time others arrived, several corpses lay strewn about the courtyard. It was initially thought to be a robbery by rogue cultivators, only to realize it was the work of Zhang Ying's men. Daoist Li must have slain those individuals and then departed calmly. Otherwise, why would the assailants be in such a furious rage? At this moment, along the street bordering Li Jing's courtyard, a multitude of loose cultivators were engaged in fervent discussion, still reeling from the shocking events of the previous night. The explosion had awakened many, and as the scattered cultivators emerged one by one to investigate, they discovered Li Jing's home engulfed in flames. The fire illuminated the courtyard as bright as day, revealing 3 or 4 dismembered corpses scattered about, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Yet none could find any trace of Li Jing. It was only after the fire was extinguished and no body was discovered among the ashes that they came to believe Li Jing had indeed fled the courtyard. His whereabouts unknown, as dawn broke, the now infamous Zhang Ying arrived with his entourage, and the scattered cultivators realized that the attackers from the night before were indeed Zhang Ying's men. Rumor had it that Zhang Ying was investigating the murder of his nephew and had already killed numerous cultivators. Could Daoist Li have been swept up in this matter as well? Once Zhang Ying and his men departed with the bodies, the scattered cultivators began to piece things together. Upon hearing this, the street was soon abuzz with chatter. Daoist Li is truly formidable. I recognized one of the assailants from last night. That woman is known as Poisoned Scorpion Maiden, a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. And she met her demise here. Ning Zhongjiang's eyes flickered with complex emotions as he spoke softly. Those who could act alongside Poisoned Scorpion Maiden were likely also mid-stage qi refinement cultivators. If so, Li Jing's strength is terrifying, far exceeding Ning Zhongjiang's expectations. Even if he is not, at the very least, it indicates that Li Jing is capable of slaying mid-stage qi refinement beings. What could his cultivation level possibly be? Beside him, Ning Yunxiu remained silent, pursing her lips. In truth, she knew the most, but they had agreed to keep things confidential, even from her own elder brother. As the crowd continued to discuss the events, Li Jing was in a secluded room, eyes closed in meditation, practicing the heavy eye technique. Warm currents flowed into his eyes from the golden pages, and even with his eyes shut, it seemed a faint glow emanated from them. During this time, many scattered cultivators had perished at the hands of rogue cultivators, leaving behind numerous vacant houses, and Li Jing was aware of several unoccupied places. After the previous night's killings, he had sought refuge here to cultivate. It was only a few streets away from his former residence, and Zhang Ying's group would be unlikely to search this area, as their numbers were limited, and they could not possibly comb through every dwelling. Moments later, Li Jing concluded his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Heavy eye technique, level 2, 3100, almost there. Once I reach 10 in the third layer of the heavy eye technique, I will be ready to act, Li Jing mused to himself as he noted the experience points of the technique. He had already tested the effectiveness of the second layer against mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, and its intimidating effect could last for several breaths, which was a crucial factor in his ability to easily dispatch the other two cultivators. Several breaths were more than sufficient to determine the victor. However, against Zhang Ying, who had perfected his qi refinement, the current level of the heavy eye technique would not be enough to intimidate him for several breaths, as the perfected stage was significantly stronger than the mid-stage. But one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Once the heavy eye technique reaches the third layer, its power will greatly increase, and it should be able to affect Zhang Ying. That will be the moment for Li Jing to strike. The enmity between Zhang Ying and Li Jing has escalated to a point of no return, even if Zhang Ying is uncertain whether Li Jing is the one who killed his nephew. The act of slaying his 4 subordinates alone ensures that this matter cannot simply end. Nevertheless, the few cultivators who attempted to ambush Li Jing had yielded him a considerable bounty, a total of 70 spirit stones, over 80 first-level talismans, and 3 subpar artifacts. This windfall restored Li Jing's previous losses in one fell swoop. These truly are good people. Li Jing couldn't help but stroke his storage bag, clicking his tongue in admiration. Previously, he had been without a single spirit stone, and now he had transformed into one of the wealthier scattered cultivators, which sparked a desire within him to make a grand purchase in the market's central district. However, after considering the ample supply of spirit rice he had stored, he decided to take his time. After meticulously categorizing his spoils, Li Jing proceeded to start a fire to cook, utilizing the charcoal without fear of drawing attention from nearby individuals. Since he was not cultivating the golden body technique, the heavy eye technique did not deplete his physical nourishment significantly, so he was not particularly hungry. After leisurely finishing his meal, Li Jing resumed his cultivation. Thus, several days passed in this manner. During this time, Li Jing remained secluded, yet his exceptionally keen hearing allowed him to catch snippets of conversation among nearby scattered cultivators, keeping him informed of the happenings. Zhang Ying had issued a bounty, 200 spirit stones for anyone who could capture Li Jing, and even a reward of over 50 spirit stones for providing accurate information, which stirred considerable excitement among the scattered cultivators in the market. This was indeed a significant sum. In Li Jing's previous life, he had spent most of his days without accumulating more than 30 spirit stones, which he quickly exhausted on the golden body technique and various spirit rice and meat. Other scattered cultivators, even if better off than Li Jing's former self, did not fare much better, as cultivation requires resources. Those with higher incomes purchased replenishing pills, while those with lower incomes made do with spirit rice and meat. If one did not invest in cultivation, they would fall behind, as scattered cultivators inherently possess lower aptitudes, and their techniques are often commonplace, lacking spiritual energy for training. It is entirely normal for one's cultivation to stagnate for years without progress. Thus, most cultivators had little savings. 200 spirit stones would undoubtedly entice even those in the late stages of qi refinement. However, the primary aim of Zhang Ying was likely to uncover my whereabouts. 50 spirit stones would also be an attractive offer for ordinary scattered cultivators. Li Jing thought to himself that in his previous life, it would have taken him 10 months to earn that amount, and that was without spending on spirit rice or other necessities. Creak. As evening approached, Li Jing, deep in his cultivation, was startled awake by the sound of the courtyard door creaking open. He opened his eyes, quietly landed, and concealed himself to the side. Someone has entered the courtyard. Chapter 23. Heavy Eye Li Jing positioned himself near a window, ready to react swiftly should the need arise. Lu Daoist. This is the house previously left behind by Zhang Daoist and his companions. A voice declared as footsteps echoed through the courtyard. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed friends. A gentle, melodious voice reached Li Jing's ears, stirring something within him. This voice seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Daoist, please take your time. How to handle matters is entirely up to your discretion. We shall not intrude further, several scattered cultivators said politely. Li Jing then heard the footsteps of several individuals receding, followed by a light, approaching tread, tap. In the next moment, the door swung open. The woman who entered turned pale at once, as a large hand suddenly covered her mouth, while a gleaming blade pressed against her delicate neck. A rogue cultivator. In that instant, the woman regretted her choices deeply. How could she have anticipated that a rogue cultivator would be lying in wait here? Don't move, don't make a sound. Or else. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind her. The woman tensed as the assailant closed in even further, and she could feel the faint warmth of his breath against her neck. At that moment, she realized that the scattered cultivators who had brought her here were now too far away to help, and despair washed over her. Don't be alarmed. I merely feared you might inadvertently alert them. The male voice, laced with amusement, whispered in her ear, gradually calming her racing heart. At that moment, she became aware that the voice seemed vaguely familiar. Turning her head slightly, she saw the blade easing off her neck and the hand that had covered her mouth releasing its grip. Seeing this, she hastily recoiled a few steps, gazing at the man before her, and blurted out, "What are you doing here? What do you think?" Li Jing sheathed his sword, smiling warmly at the woman before him. Standing before Li Jing was none other than Ning Yunxiu's close friend, a strikingly beautiful widow with a most alluring figure. What a remarkable coincidence! Lu gazed at Li Jing and instantly comprehended the reason for his presence here. Having offended Zhang Ying, a fully realized practitioner, it was only natural for Li Jing to seek refuge. However, it was quite unexpected that he would hide here and be stumbled upon by her. Such serendipity. Knowing it was me, yet still managing to frighten me. Lu then recalled how Li Jing had not only covered his mouth earlier, but had also been uncomfortably close, the warmth radiating from him palpable against her back, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she shot him a fierce glare. Given their familiarity, Lu felt less anxious than before. It was then that Li Jing learned this courtyard belonged to a relative of Lu, who had recently encountered misfortune, leaving the property in her hands, prompting her visit today. Li Jing was surprised to discover that the rogue cultivator he had heard about was somehow connected to Lu. Nevertheless, the houses in the outer regions held little value, especially during this chaotic period when many lay abandoned. The house next door to Li Jing remained unattended. Yet, if the location were favorable, the house of good quality, and surrounded by amicable neighbors, moving there could be appealing. However, after surveying the area, Lu realized it resembled her own courtyard closely, and knowing more familiar faces resided nearby, she deemed it unnecessary to relocate. "Will you meet with Brother Ning and Yunxiu when they arrive?" Lu inquired of Li Jing. Although the vicinity was relatively safe, she was not alone. Brother Ning and Ning Yunxiu accompanied her, having visited a nearby household and would return shortly. Clearly, Lu was aware of the good rapport between Li Jing and Ning Yunxiu, hence her questioned no need. Li Jing shook his head. "What are your plans for the future?" Lu's eyes fixated on Li Jing. Her voice tinged with a hint of regret. It was evident that she was quite taken with Li Jing's current appearance. Throughout their conversation, she had stolen glances at his face multiple times. In truth, it wasn't just Lu. Other female cultivators also found themselves similarly captivated. Li Jing's previous incarnation was already quite handsome, akin to a dashing middle-aged gentleman. After his cultivation, his looks had only intensified, particularly after breaking through to the 5th level of the golden body technique and entering the mid-stage of qi cultivation, making him appear as if he were merely in his late 20s. As Li Jing himself would put it, only characters from films like the famed Jiao Xing Erlang or a youthful Baigu could rival his current allure. Fellow cultivator Lu need not worry. "I have my own plans," Li Jing replied with a smile, concealing his true intentions. Feeling Li Jing's gaze upon her, Lu's heart fluttered, and she dared not meet his eyes, pretending to adjust her flowing hair. With a fully realized practitioner keeping watch, it seems Brother Li will find it challenging to establish himself in the marketplace, Lu reflected, her thoughts drifting. The two exchanged a few more words, and before long, the voices of Ning Yunxiu and Ning Zhongjiang echoed from outside. Lu bid farewell to Li Jing, after which he heard their departing footsteps. With Lu choosing not to visit, Li Jing felt free to stay as long as he wished. However, as night fell, Li Jing stealthily slipped out of the house, swiftly returning to his own desolate courtyard next door. Caution was paramount. Even though only Lu was aware of his presence, Li Jing opted to remain vigilant. After all, with the Lingbao golden page in his possession, unless unforeseen circumstances arose, eternal life would not be a mere fantasy, and he could not afford to falter amidst minor upheavals, especially since he had narrowly escaped the ambush of 4 practitioners previously by exercising prudence. Days passed, and after 3 or 4 days, as dawn broke, Li Jing, seated cross-legged on his bed, was suddenly struck by an intense heat in his eyes, accompanied by an indescribable pain that compelled him to open them. Buzz! In an instant, 2 blazing beams of white light erupted from Li Jing's eyes, piercing through the ground as Zhang away with a sizzle, leaving behind 2 charred, smoking thumb-sized holes, as the intense white light faded. Li Jing's eyes revealed a new layer of white light encircling his pupils, creating a mesmerizing effect of concentric rings. Is this the double pupil technique? Li Jing murmured, retrieving a mirror to observe the transformation in his gaze. The double pupil could manifest or disappear at his will, and it seemed to resemble thermal vision. Observing the 2 charred holes in the ground, Li Jing felt a surge of elation in that moment. He was reminded of mythic tales of divine eyes that could shoot beams of light to slay foes, akin to the heat vision of superheroes depicted in films. Now, it is time to eliminate the threat. Li Jing sprang from his bed. Chapter 24. Heat vision melting the brain on Qingstone Street. In an abandoned courtyard, Li Jing sat quietly within the dwelling, his gaze fixed on a pot simmering with meat. Releasing a faint steam that warmed the surroundings. Outside, snowflakes drifted gently as the temperature plummeted further. However, Li Jing, having made notable progress in body refinement, remained unaffected by the cold that it had been 3 or 4 days since his breakthrough to the 3rd layer of the double pupil technique. During which he had been strategizing regarding Zhang Ying today, he finally felt prepared. Soon, the spirit meat in the pot was thoroughly cooked, the rich aroma tantalizing his senses, prompting him to indulge heartily. After a quarter of an hour, the pot's contents had all vanished into Li Jing's stomach, leaving him pleasantly warm. Once he finished his meal, Li Jing cleaned the pot and rose slowly, stepping out of the desolate courtyard and meandering along Qingstone Street. The snowfall intensified and few pedestrians were visible. Even rogue cultivators had become scarce, deterred by the biting cold. Practitioners at the qi cultivation stage possessed physical resilience that was only marginally superior to that of ordinary people. Although their true qi could provide some protection against the chill, it could not be sustained indefinitely. Consequently, winter preparations were akin to those of common folk. As a result, the security in the outer regions of the marketplace had improved significantly in recent days. After walking for about 15 minutes, Li Jing spotted a tavern in the distance, where several rogue cultivators were gathered, drinking and chatting animatedly. Naturally, the outer regions also had marketplaces, albeit they primarily offered mundane items. The tavern served common wines, while spirit brews could only be procured in the central area. For lower-tier rogue cultivators, however, common wine sufficed for their leisure. Li Jing, dressed like an ordinary qi practitioner in warm clothing and a fur hat, his face mostly concealed, sat down at a corner table, ordering a bottle of wine and several plates of snacks, savoring them leisurely. After about half an hour, he finally noticed a group of practitioners approaching from the street corner. The leader, a tall, slender man in his 50s or 60s with graying hair, despite his age, possessed piercing eyes that instilled a sense of dread. This was none other than Zhang Ying, one of the formidable practitioners in the outer region. In recent days, aside from testing the capabilities of his double pupil, Li Jing had been on the lookout for Zhang Ying, as he was aware that Zhang passed through Qingstone Street every 2 to 3 days. Thus, he had been waiting here daily, and now his patience had finally borne fruit. "Has there been any news about Li Jing?" Zhang Ying inquired, a frown marring his brow as he was surrounded by several subordinates. "No news yet," a practitioner stepped forward to reply. Hearing this, Zhang Ying's frown deepened, a shadow crossing his face. The loss of 4 mid-stage qi practitioners at Li Jing's hands had left him in a precarious position. It was worth noting that the rival who had previously stolen his foundation-building pills had been keeping a close watch on him. Following the demise of his capable subordinates, several of his enterprises had been sabotaged by this adversary. Zhang Ying seethed with rage at this thought, yet both parties were of comparable strength, leaving him unable to retaliate. "The one who killed Yuer is likely this Li Jing. Should I capture him, I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." With this thought, Zhang Ying's hatred only intensified. Just then, Zhang Ying and his companions reached the edge of the tavern, and suddenly, a dish on a nearby table clattered. Drawing their attention in that instant, Zhang Ying's gaze fell upon a pair of eyes radiating blinding white light. A chill ran down his spine as he felt as though he were staring into the abyss of a primeval beast. His mind blanking out in terror, Buzz, two searing white rays erupted from Li Jing's eyes, striking Zhang Ying's own with terrifying heat, instantly melting them and penetrating his pupils, boiling his brain as steam erupted from his orifices. All of this transpired in mere moments, and as shock and confusion enveloped the onlookers, Li Jing's white light dimmed sharply, and he swiftly leaped, vanishing into a nearby alley. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity that Li Jing had rehearsed countless times in his mind. How is this possible? Is that Zhang Ying? My heavens! A fully realized practitioner has been slain just like that? No way! Boom! As a dozen wandering cultivators in the tavern witnessed this scene, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. They involuntarily sprang to their feet, gazing in astonishment at the fallen corpse. Half an hour later, Li Jing's figure had already appeared in an alley situated about a mile from Qingstone Street. Though his heart surged with excitement, his face remained composed and unperturbed. Was it truly so effortless for a consummate qi refining expert to be slain? After completing this task, Li Jing couldn't help but feel a tinge of unreality. In the memories of his predecessor, a qi refining expert at Full Circle was regarded as a formidable figure, capable of commanding the winds and rains in the outer districts. Yet now, he had been effortlessly dispatched by Li Jing. However, Li Jing had long since prepared for various contingencies, and thus accomplishing the task was a matter of course. After all, the cultivation technique required the eyes of a third-tier demon beast in the Golden Core stage, coupled with the enhancement provided by the Spirit Treasure Golden Page, and executed through a surprise attack against an adversary one realm higher. This hardly seemed extraordinary. If the power of the heavy gaze technique were too weak, it would be illogical. With this thought, Li Jing's heart found solace. He had already tested the potency of the heavy gaze technique over the past few days, within a distance of 3 zhang. It could unleash terrifying power, effortlessly melting stone and brick. Let alone the human body, even the scales of demon beasts were no match. However, while the power was great, its duration was exceedingly short. Within mere breaths, it had nearly exhausted Li Jing's internal energy. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly slain all of Zhang Ying's subordinates as well. The energy consumed by the heavy gaze technique was derived from the body refinement art, a unique form of energy that resided within the flesh and blood of a human body, distinctly different from true qi. Once overexerted, Li Jing would find himself in a state of complete exhaustion. Although he possessed a trump card, the fundamental need remained to elevate his own cultivation level. Li Jing murmured to himself. Once the energy from the body refinement art gradually recovered, he hastily returned to a vacant house left behind by a neighbor and began to rest. Remarkably, it took merely a day for the news of Zhang Ying's demise to send shockwaves throughout the entire outer district. In the wake of this news, countless wandering cultivators were left astounded and shaken. My goodness, this is terrifying. Could it be that a Foundation establishment master intervened? They heard that Zhang Ying had barely registered the threat before his head was scorched by 2 beams of divine light. He had provoked a truly formidable individual. The gaze of divine light had directly obliterated Zhang Ying, and the assailant had vanished without a trace. What a display of prowess! Heavens, could the one who struck be a disciple of a major sect? Possessing some kind of divine body? The rumors surrounding Zhang Ying's death spread like wildfire. Since Li Jing wished to remain out of public scrutiny and avoid drawing attention from other powerful figures after killing Zhang Ying, he took measures to conceal his appearance, leaving no one to suspect that he was the one responsible. Consequently, the identity of the mysterious powerhouse became a topic of fervent speculation and gossip. Meanwhile, Li Jing's prior offense against Zhang Ying seemed trivial in comparison. After a few days had passed, while Zhang Ying's corpse was yet to cool, his former rivals launched an attack, promptly dismantling the remnants of Zhang Ying's forces. Numerous cultivators suffered casualties, inducing quite a storm of chaos. Upon hearing this news, Li Jing finally felt at ease and boldly appeared at the entrance of his courtyard. Daoistly has returned. The wandering cultivators around, upon spotting Li Jing, greeted him with a mixture of reverence and awe. Although they were unaware that Li Jing was the mysterious figure who had slain Zhang Ying, they knew he had dispatched 4 formidable cultivators in the mid-qi refining stage. Indeed, as time passed, the identities of those cultivators who had perished in Li Jing's courtyard had long since circulated. They were all minor experts in the mid-qi refining stage. Yet that night, they had all met their end at Li Jing's hands. It was no wonder the neighbors were left in shock. In their eyes, Li Jing had become exceedingly formidable. Previously, Ning Zhongjiang had enjoyed a modest reputation due to his mid-qi refining strength, yet Li Jing had effortlessly eliminated 4 such individuals, leaving onlookers agape. It was speculated that Li Jing's body refinement had likely reached the mid-stage. Otherwise, how could he possibly achieve such remarkable feats? Many couldn't help but conjecture. The scene from that night had been witnessed by numerous onlookers, and it appeared that the slain cultivators had all succumbed to close combat, their corpses bearing gruesome wounds. Who could have anticipated that Li Jing, having practiced qi refining for nearly a lifetime, would attain success in body refinement in his later years? Who could he possibly complain to about this? Some murmured in disbelief. Li Jing glanced at his home, now reduced to ruins and charcoal, and boldly moved into the vacant courtyard of the neighboring house. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the outer district. Should the original owner's relatives come seeking inheritance later, it would matter little whether he had purchased it or returned it to them. Moreover, as Li Jing understood, the previous owner of this house bore a striking resemblance to his predecessor, both being destitute and solitary wanderers, likely with no one to claim it after such a long time. Li Jing tidied up his new residence. Although he had resided there for some time, he had only maintained his own room to avoid raising suspicion. Your luck is quite fortuitous. It just so happens that Zhang Ying offended a powerful figure who dealt with him. Otherwise, returning here would have been a challenge, Lu Ning remarked, standing at the door of Li Jing's new abode, her face adorned with a teasing smile. This is truly a case of the fortunate being favored by heaven. Li Jing looked at Lu Ning, noticing her standing at the entrance, arms crossed, accentuating the graceful curves of her figure, prompting him to take a moment to appreciate her beauty before responding to her comment. Virtue Lu Ning, sensing Li Jing's gaze lingered upon her, felt a slight flush creep to her ears, muttering under her breath before stepping into the yard to assist him in tidying up. Shortly thereafter, Ning Yunxiu arrived with her young niece in tow. Daoistly, this place has been vacant for quite some time. Many items have become old and decayed. I have procured some new furnishings, she said. After some time, Lady Yu arrived with a group, bringing along a considerable amount of new furniture. Upon seeing Li Jing, she beamed and remarked, I have brought some new items for you. During this period, Lady Yu had noticed that Li Jing showed no interest in her and had refrained from approaching him. However, given that Li Jing had saved her life, she felt compelled to express her gratitude upon learning of his relocation. These items were of little value, and Li Jing graciously accepted them. Very well, I shall not impose further. Lady Yu's gaze flitted between Lu Ning and Ning Yunxiu, revealing a knowing smile. She did not linger, exchanging a few words with Li Jing before taking her leave. Ning Yunxiu and Lu Ning soon followed suit and departed. Name: Li Jing Cultivation Techniques, Body Refinement Art, 5th Layer 13100. Heavy Gaze Technique, 3rd Layer 11100. Evergreen Technique, 3rd Layer, Level. Mid-Qi Refining, Body Refinement. Li Jing returned indoors and sat down, perusing the information on the golden page. After breaking through to the 3rd layer of the heavy gaze technique a couple of days prior, he had devoted himself to experimenting with its cultivation, subsequently focusing on the body refinement art. However, as the level of the body refinement art steadily increased, the pace of his cultivation had notably slowed. He resolved to temporarily set aside the other techniques and concentrate fully on advancing the body refinement art, striving to attain the late qi refining stage as soon as possible. Li Jing tucked the spirit treasure golden page away and mused to himself. With the body refinement art reaching the mid-stage level, ordinary body cultivators would typically begin cultivating some offensive techniques. After all, while qi refining cultivators possessed numerous auxiliary and offensive techniques, body cultivators, despite their singular methods, were not without means. Li Jing's qi refining technique, the evergreen technique, included a minor rain technique, while the body refinement art also encompassed a method known as the forceful titan technique. It was said that certain sects, in need of constructing celestial estates or spiritual mountains, would summon body cultivators trained in the forceful titan technique to transport spiritual materials, for ordinary individuals could not bear the weight of those spiritual bricks and celestial woods. Truly an essential skill for brick moving in the realm of cultivation. Li Jing couldn't help but click his tongue. After all, the lower tiers were the same everywhere. Having practiced the evergreen technique, Li Jing's predecessor had merely been a farmer cultivating spiritual plants, and no one was truly elevated above the rest. Nonetheless, while the forceful titan technique was a necessity for moving bricks, it significantly enhanced close combat prowess. Besides the forceful titan technique, There were numerous other body cultivation methods that bolstered combat effectiveness. But for Li Jing, expending energy on them at this moment was evidently unwise. With this thought, Li Jing promptly cleared his mind of distractions and earnestly resumed his practice of the body refinement art. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. As time progressed, the heavy snow had nearly ceased, yet the weather grew increasingly frigid, reaching a point where water would freeze upon contact. Accompanying the onset of extreme cold, the horrors of beastly calamities began to manifest. The range of attacks by demon beasts expanded, with daily news of cultivators suffering casualties emerging from various places. Li Jing remained wholly absorbed in his cultivation, hardly stepping outside the street he resided on. A grave situation has arisen. A grave situation has arisen. One day, while Li Jing was engrossed in his practice, he was suddenly jolted awake by shouts from outside. Immediately, he halted his training and stepped outside. What has happened? Upon hearing the cries from outside, a sense of concern welled up within Li Jing. When Li Jing finally opened the courtyard door, he was met with a throng of scattered cultivators, their voices a cacophony of anxious chatter. Last night, on Wui Street, more than a dozen cultivators had perished. A beast disaster was imminent. Ouyang, the strongest cultivator of Wui Street, was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement, yet he had unexpectedly fallen victim to a ferocious beast just the previous night. It was rumored that the beasts had attempted to invade their street. Indeed, the footprints they left behind were evident. Why heavens, what shall we do? Many, like Li Jing, were roused from their reverie by the fervent cries of others. As they listened to the discussions around them, a pallor began to settle upon their faces. The beast disaster from a few years prior had already wrought terrible devastation in the marketplace. And now history seemed poised to repeat itself, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Arriving at the end of the street, Li Jing found many scattered cultivators gathered, and upon inspecting the ground, he discovered several enormous footprints, each the size of a basin, their 4 thick toes deeply imprinted in the snow. From these tracks, one could surmise the beast's size, likely comparable to that of an elephant. However, whether it had been drawn to the scattered cultivators of Wui Street or by some other means, the beast had not ventured into Li Jing Street. The tracks indicated it had retreated back towards Wui Street. Li Jing continued onward, following the footprints until he reached Wui Street, where he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Numerous buildings lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere, and the ground was stained with blood. The scattered cultivators of Wui Street resembled lost souls, their faces ashen, and faint weeping could be heard emerging from the wreckage. The beast disaster was indeed upon them. Witnessing the desolation of Wui Street, Li Jing's expression grew grave as he murmured to himself. This was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the carnage wrought by the beasts. Many streets on the outskirts would likely share a similar fate. The closer one was to the periphery, the more tragic the scene. After observing the ground for a while and analyzing the beast's tracks, Li Jing chose not to linger. He realized there was little he could do for Wui Street. The scattered cultivators were like clay figurines crossing the river, unable to save themselves. Returning to his own street, he found the atmosphere heavy with despair, and without any viable solutions, the gathered cultivators began to disperse gradually. Inside his dwelling, after finishing a pot of rice and meat, Li Jing took a moment to rest before resuming his cultivation. He practiced the golden body technique. Waves of intense heat surged from his body, banishing the chill that permeated the room and transforming it into a haven of warmth. Around him, a faint golden radiance began to swirl, a sign of the extraordinary phenomena that accompanied his deepening mastery of the technique. In the stillness of the night, as Li Jing cultivated, he suddenly heard distant cries. Instantly halting his practice, he donned his clothes and leapt lightly from his yard. Scaling the rooftop, he gazed into the distance. His enhanced vision allowing him to see far into the night, he quickly discerned that the source of the noise was at the end of the street. There, a wolf-like beast, the size of a calf, was voracious, excluding the skin and the venomous earth serpent, as well as the inedible, foul-smelling bones and entrails. The meat that this earth serpent can provide should not be less than 200 pounds. Given the current decline in the prices of beast meat, it would have been worth 200 spirit stones according to the prices before the beast calamity. It is no wonder that even slightly more formidable cultivators would join the ranks of beast hunters. The profits are simply too enticing. Upon calculating, Li Jing couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. However, it is certainly not easy to find an earth serpent during ordinary times, and not all cultivators hunting beasts possess Li Jing's formidable strength. Thus, while the profits are considerable, they do not equate to casually picking up spirit stones. Half an hour later, Li Jing had thoroughly dismembered the earth serpent, discarding the bones and internal organs. The serpent's scales and skin are valuable materials for crafting magical garments, which he decided to keep. Aside from that, he obtained slightly over 200 pounds of beast meat. At this moment, in the courtyard, Li Jing had already set up a large pot, with a roaring fire beneath it, and he promptly tossed the pure white beast meat into the pot to cook. Before long, the aroma of the meat filled the yard, and Li Jing began to feast heartily. The earth serpent's meat was snow-white and tender, differing slightly in flavor from the beast meat he had consumed before, yet it melted in the mouth and was rich in energy. As it settled in his stomach, a warm current spread through him, nourishing his body. After consuming several pounds of earth serpent meat, Li Jing felt utterly refreshed, and he then placed the remaining spirit meat into his storage bag. Coincidentally, just a few days prior, many wandering cultivators had exchanged resources. With the cold weather, Li Jing had traded for several preservation talismans at a bargain, which came in handy now. Normally, the current weather would suffice to freeze the beast meat for preservation. However, Li Jing felt uneasy about leaving the spirit meat unprotected at home. So he opted to use the preservation talismans for added security before placing it in his storage bag. After all, it would be convenient should he need to make a hasty retreat. Li Jing mused to himself. Regarding the market, it was not just Li Jing who felt this way. In fact, many wandering cultivators shared a sense of insecurity, always prepared to flee at a moment's notice. After processing the earth serpent and satisfying his hunger, nightfall had descended. Li Jing, disinterested in the mess in his main chamber, tidied up the guest room and began to meditate. Suddenly, in the dead of night, not long after Li Jing had started to rest, he was startled by a dull thumping sound from outside, shaking the very dust from the walls of his home. Instantly, Li Jing awoke, his aura retracting as he listened intently. A large creature must have passed through this street. Li Jing's heart sank heavily. Even at a distance, the air was thick with a sense of oppression. This indicated that the beast that had appeared was likely immensely powerful. Fortunately, the commotion quickly faded, and as the muffled sounds dissipated, Li Jing's tense spirit began to relax slightly. It was then that he noticed a fine sheen of sweat had formed on his back. Not only Li Jing, but it seemed that all the wandering cultivators in the vicinity shared a feeling of having narrowly escaped disaster. It is said that the more powerful a beast is, the more it enjoys hunting formidable cultivators. Judging by the direction from which the large creature had departed, it was likely headed toward the inner areas and central zone. Li Jing's mind was flooded with various thoughts. Just as the more potent spirit meat nourished cultivators more effectively, so too did a cultivator's body provide immense sustenance for beasts. If the flesh of a foundational cultivator were to be considered, it would surely be as valuable to a beast as a potent elixir. Yet, precisely because of this, ordinary people and low-tier cultivators still had a chance to survive. Otherwise, several years ago, the outer regions would have ceased to exist. After half an hour, the streets remained eerily silent. However, Li Jing understood that all the wandering cultivators were likely awake, just as he was. The earlier experience had been too exhilarating for anyone to sleep soundly. Just then, as Li Jing was lost in thought, a soft knock echoed from outside. Li Jing, the gentle, slightly hoarse voice called out. It was Lu Ning. Listening closely, he discerned that it was only her presence, leaving him puzzled as to why she had come at this hour. Yet, since they were familiar with one another, and as Li Jing was unable to sleep, he stepped out of the guest room and opened the door. At that moment, Lu Ning stood at the threshold, her face flushed with an unusual rosy hue, her autumnal eyes gazing at Li Jing with a hint of allure. I don't care anymore. After all, who knows how many days I have left? I shall do as I please. With that, Lu Ning leapt into Li Jing's embrace, the mingling scents of alcohol and her feminine fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Are you trying to tempt me? And have you been drinking to muster your courage? The next morning, Li Jing rose from his bed, feeling utterly relaxed and at ease, the lingering scent of a woman still clinging to his bedding, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Having traversed this world for several months now, he was no innocent fledgling. It was impossible to claim he felt no stirrings of excitement within. At last, he had experienced a taste of intimacy. Things had moved rather swiftly, and he now felt a tinge of embarrassment. Noticing that he was alone, Li Jing dressed and muttered to himself, "I in this perilous environment." Where cultivators ran rampant and beasts wreaked havoc, Li Jing could somewhat comprehend Lu Ning's mindset, especially given her previous attraction to him. Under such circumstances, the events of the previous night unfolded, of course. Li Jing was also drawn to her, so he had not put on any pretense and had simply gone with the flow. The inner region has collapsed. All sects and clans have retreated to the central area. Just as Li Jing had finished his meal and stepped outside, he was met with this astonishing news. In the wake of the beast calamity, the inner region had been abandoned so swiftly. After all, it housed numerous clan and sect assets, and the losses were unfathomable. It was reported that last night, the inner region was attacked by a beast of strength comparable to that of a foundational cultivator, resulting in heavy casualties among the sect and clan cultivators, forcing them to flee. Could it be the aura from last night? Hiss! It must be! The commotion caused by that large beast had been unmistakable. Only such a terrifying creature could contend with a foundational cultivator. The inner region had already become a wasteland, with rumors circulating that the beast in question was a massive elephant. Whether true or not, its colossal size was assured. This moment, countless wandering cultivators in the outer region were abuzz with shock and chatter about the events of the previous night. The rapid collapse of the inner region was indeed alarming. Li Jing felt a surge of astonishment. While it was predictable that the inner region might suffer from the beast calamity, given its proximity to the outer region, it was still shocking to see it abandoned so rapidly. Even with a beast of suspected foundational cultivator strength, it should not have incited such fear. Li Jing found himself muttering in contemplation. After all, the central area of Qingluo Market also had foundational cultivators stationed there. Unless the sects and clans believed that there were multiple such formidable beasts lurking about, the situation would certainly escalate. The mere thought of such a possibility sent a shiver down Li Jing's spine. The scale and intensity of this beast calamity seemed poised to far exceed any he had previously encountered. Regardless of the changes outside, one's own strength remained paramount. Having heard numerous accounts, Li Jing chose not to linger any longer. He returned to his room and began to cultivate. At present, Li Jing's progress in the 5th layer of the Golden Body Technique, 55-100, had surpassed the halfway mark, bringing him closer to the 6th layer. As he began to cultivate, a faint, ethereal light began to emanate, enveloping him, while powerful vitality radiated waves of intense heat, dispelling the cold air within the room and transforming it into a warm haven. Each posture flowed smoothly, imbued with an indescribable rhythm, as the energy of the Golden Body Technique surged through his limbs and bones, cleansing his skin, flesh, and bones, facilitating their transformation. Whenever Li Jing felt on the verge of exhaustion, the latent energy from the spirit treasure golden page within him would manifest like a refreshing rain, invigorating him and alleviating his fatigue, allowing for steady progress. When Li Jing ceased his cultivation and rose from his bed, the sun was already dipping low in the sky, casting a warm glow as dusk approached. By this time, he was ravenous, efficiently starting a fire to cook meat. As the water boiled, the pristine, translucent earth serpent meat began to emit a rich, savory aroma. After finishing his meal, night had completely fallen. The chilling night wind howled through the streets, and all wandering cultivators had long since retreated to the safety of their homes. The news from that morning had heightened the sense of danger among the cultivators, particularly since even the sect and clan cultivators had suffered significant losses, leaving the lower-tier cultivators with little sense of security. A series of knocks echoed from outside Li Jing's courtyard. With a gentle creak, he opened the courtyard door to reveal a fair-skinned, beautiful woman. It was none other than Lu Ning. Upon seeing Li Jing, a faint blush colored her cheeks, yet her gaze remained assertively fixed on him. "What, are we to spar again?" Li Jing asked, a smile playing on his lips. Who was afraid of whom? Despite her flushed ears, Lu Ning maintained her bravado. With that, she gracefully stepped into Li Jing's courtyard. One could not help but admire her audacity. A bold widow indeed, far surpassing the inexperienced young girls. As she swayed gracefully, her figure exuding elegance and her bosom noticeably full, Li Jing promptly closed the door and stepped forward swiftly. Amidst the woman's soft gasps, He lifted her into his arms and made his way toward the room. After more than an hour, the woman lay languidly upon the bed, deep in slumber. Li Jing let out a sigh of relief, feeling his muscles relax. After resting for a while, he spread a mat on the floor and began his cultivation. On one hand, the warmth generated from his practice was sufficient to ward off the chill in the room. On the other, it allowed him to keep an eye on Lu Ning, ensuring that no earth snakes would intrude, especially since he had indulged himself. Late into the night, as darkness enveloped the outside world, Li Jing completed his cultivation and nestled into bed. Originally in a state of drowsiness, Lu Ning sensed the warmth of Li Jing's body, akin to a furnace, and instinctively drew closer. Li Jing smiled, adjusted the covers, and they spent the night in silence. The following morning, Li Jing awoke to find the woman had vanished once again. In the days that followed, a tacit understanding developed between Li Jing and Lu Ning, and they could be considered nocturnal strategic partners. Time flew by, and in the span of 7 or 8 days, the outer regions witnessed a continuous loss of life at the hands of the ferocious beasts. Conversely, numerous beasts were slain by wandering cultivators, with the intensity of their clashes rising to a fever pitch. That morning, a sensational piece of news reverberated throughout the market, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Chapter 29. The Fall of the Market. Last night, a foundational cultivator met their demise. This news spread like wildfire, leaving countless individuals aghast and unable to fathom the reality. How could this be? Upon hearing the news, Li Jing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, an overwhelming sense of shock engulfing him. This was a foundational cultivator, a figure of considerable power within the market, rumored to be no more than 3 in number. The fact that one had fallen was nothing short of earth-shattering. Who could argue otherwise? It was an almost unfathomable revelation. Nearby, a wandering cultivator echoed Li Jing's sentiment, expressing deep agreement. The realm of foundational cultivation was, for many wandering cultivators, the ultimate aspiration, a realm that signified a complete departure from the mundane. The foundational cultivator could live for up to 200 years, and with expertise in health preservation, perhaps even longer. Such longevity rivaled that of the most stable earthly dynasties. It was akin to having entered the realm of immortality, brushing against the essence of the divine in the eyes of lower-tier cultivators. Such figures were worlds apart, akin to the chasm between a sovereign and a peasant. Yet, the shocking fact remained that such an individual had perished last night. The news of a suspected foundational beast wreaking havoc, repeatedly assaulting the central region and claiming lives, had incited the wrath of the foundational cultivator, who pursued it only to encounter 2 foundational beasts. Soon, details surrounding the demise of this foundational cultivator began to circulate. Goodness, what terrible luck! Did that mean there were 3 foundational beasts eyeing us? This was utterly terrifying. One wondered if the formidable beast from last night had appeared. If it had not, there might be even more foundational beasts lurking about. Was the Qingluo market doomed? This crisis was far worse than the beast calamity from several years prior, as even the central region had begun to suffer from beastly incursions, with the death of a foundational cultivator being particularly horrifying. Upon hearing the account of the foundational cultivator's fall, numerous wandering cultivators erupted into frenzied discussions and analyses. Many were left reeling from the implications, their minds racing at the thought of several foundational beasts surrounding the market. Leaving them weak in the knees, danger loomed, a palpable threat. Li Jing's mind raced, realizing the magnitude of the impending beast calamity. It was no wonder that many had turned pale at the mere mention of it. When a beast calamity struck, casualties were inevitable. In comparison, the threat of rogue cultivators seemed trivial. After all, wandering cultivators had refrained from disturbing even the inner regions, yet now even the central areas were facing invasion. It was clear that the days ahead would be increasingly arduous for all in the market. After absorbing the discussions of his fellow cultivators and finding no new information, Li Jing returned to his courtyard. Gold Body Technique, Level 5, 71-100. Li Jing glanced at the experience points for the Gold Body Technique on the Spirit Treasure Gold page and, with a thought, absorbed the page into his body. With Li Jing's efforts, the experience points for the Gold Body Technique steadily increased. Another day of cultivation passed, and dusk approached. Li Jing ceased his practice and began devouring cooked beast meat in the courtyard when suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Had beasts arrived before nightfall? Li Jing leaped onto his rooftop and squinted at the distant scene. Feeling a twinge of astonishment, it was important to note that the street Li Jing inhabited was not the outermost area. If beasts were present here, it meant a significant influx of beasts from outside. How audacious these vile creatures had become. A wandering cultivator, visibly distressed, growled. Previously, beasts had only emerged at night, but now they seemed to be changing their patterns, daring to invade Qingluo Market before sunset. Did this imply that daylight incursions would become the norm? The mere thought sent shivers down many spines. In the distance, a bear-like beast, besieged by numerous wandering cultivators. Eventually howled in retreat, it fled several streets before being slain, though 2 cultivators were caught off guard and met their demise beneath its paws. Soon after sunset, reports began to pour in, confirming that scattered beasts were indeed roaming the outer streets, hunting cultivators and causing numerous casualties. It seemed that, before long, hiding during the day would become necessary. Liu Ning lay in Li Jing's embrace, her expression grave as she spoke. Why not move in here as well? It would be good to have each other's company. The faint fragrance emanating from her body wafted into Li Jing's senses, and he relished the moment, speaking softly. After all, this courtyard had 3 or 4 rooms. Aside from the master bedroom damaged by the earth snake and Li Jing's own room, there were 2 spare guest rooms. During the day, they could cultivate without disturbing one another, providing mutual support. Li Jing was not one to be ungrateful. He held a sense of camaraderie. Keep your hands to yourself. I doubt I need to check the situation. Liu Ning suddenly blushed, playfully swatting Li Jing's hand away. Li Jing understood her concerns regarding others' opinions. They exchanged a few more words, but soon, Liu Ning's speech became fragmented. After more than an hour, Liu Ning fell into a deep slumber, and Li Jing rose from the bed. One could not deny the remarkable effects of the gold body technique, particularly when cultivated with the energy of the spirit treasure gold page. It rendered Li Jing nearly invulnerable. A mere widow was no match for him. Moreover, Li Jing felt invigorated rather than fatigued, his mind clear and his motivation for practicing the gold body technique unyielding. He couldn't help but reflect on the tales of esteemed female cultivators nurturing handsome male practitioners in body refinement techniques. Finding them to be quite credible, Li Jing silently praised the efficacy of his training. Even if others' body refinement techniques did not match his own, they still held a significant advantage over ordinary Qi practitioners. However, these thoughts were quickly brushed aside as he resumed his practice of the gold body technique. In the following days, the situation within the market indeed deteriorated, as many had predicted. Beasts no longer confined themselves to the night. They brazenly roamed during the day, leading to an increase in conflict. Countless lower-tier cultivators were forced to stealthily evade danger, and this situation continued to escalate, threatening even the central regions. Despite her initial reservations, Liu Ning ultimately decided to move into Li Jing's courtyard. Chapter 30. Gold Body Technique Level 6. With a hiss, 2 beams of blinding white light, imbued with terrifying heat, descended upon the head of a pig-like beast. Instantly, the creature's sturdy skull began to glow red and hot. Before it could utter a single cry of distress, the explosion followed. The intense white light penetrated its skull, boiling its brain matter. With a whoosh, the radiant white light pierced through its head and struck the ground, melting the accumulated snow and leaving behind 2 steaming black holes. The pig-like beast, its skull shattered and brain boiling, could not possibly survive. Its massive body, over 10 feet long, crashed onto the snow-covered alley, sending snowflakes flying, extinguished in an instant. The duration of the heat vision had slightly increased, but the consumption remained substantial. Li Jing stealthily descended from the rooftop, surveying the fallen beast before him and quietly calculating. His mastery of the gold body technique steadily advanced, and the duration of his heat vision had increased somewhat, enhancing his hidden prowess. Over the past days, as beasts roamed freely by day, cultivators struggled to survive, and the scale and intensity of their clashes reached unprecedented heights. While this was undoubtedly disastrous for ordinary wandering cultivators, it simultaneously presented opportunities for the more powerful ones. For instance, at this moment, Li Jing is able to seize the opportunity to ambush some weaker demonic beasts. This particular beast likely weighs close to 2,000 pounds, indeed, quite impressive. After assessing his own condition, Li Jing cast a glance at the fallen beast before him, and his heart swelled with joy. He then approached, seizing the massive creature with both hands. In an instant, he lifted it effortlessly, its imposing form towering nearly 2 meters in height and over a meter in length. The storage bag of low-grade magical artifacts would be insufficient to contain such a beast, leaving him with no choice but to transport it. Ever since Li Jing's mastery of the golden body technique had ascended to the 5th level, his strength had surged, enabling him to lift over 5,000 pounds with ease, making the weight of this beast seem trivial. However, such a sight would appear quite incongruous to any observer, for Li Jing's physique seemed rather frail in comparison to the colossal creature, evoking the image of an ant hoisting a large sugar cube. After firmly securing the beast above his head, Li Jing sprinted for a distance of 100 or 200 meters before knocking on the courtyard gate. In the astonished gaze of Lu Ning, he unceremoniously tossed the beast's body into the yard so swift. Lu Ning was taken aback not only by Li Jing's remarkable strength, but also by how quickly he had dispatched the creature. The beast had merely passed through the alley before being targeted by Li Jing, and within moments, without much commotion, it had been slain. "Let us begin the dissection," Li Jing remarked, gazing at the beast's carcass. Given the frigid weather, there was no concern that the scent of blood would attract other demonic beasts, and preservation would be relatively effortless. Liu Ning soon regained her composure and, filled with excitement, hurried to assist Li Jing in processing the beast. Her beautiful eyes frequently darted towards him, sparkling with admiration. This man truly possessed remarkable abilities. After a bustling hour and a half, the beast was meticulously dissected, and excluding the inedible parts, the net weight exceeded 1,500 pounds. Coupled with the meat obtained from the serpent he had slain previously, Li Jing would not have to worry about going hungry after his training for quite some time. "Li Lang, allow me to assist," Lu Ning chimed, her charming smile brightening as she took the pot from Li Jing, beginning to prepare the fresh demonic meat. Over the past few days, Lu Ning had become quite compliant, transitioning from addressing him as Daoist Li Talang Jun and good brother. Watching her handle the food, Li Jing couldn't help but smile. He proceeded to organize the prepared demonic meat, placing half into a storage bag, safeguarded by preservation talismans, and storing the other half in a large vat. In this extreme cold, it served as a natural icehouse, as for the discarded skin, difficult to clean entrails, excrement, and bones. Li Jing wrapped them up and carried them outside to dispose of in a secluded area. Though it was daytime, it was rare to encounter other cultivators. Occasionally, he might catch a glimpse of someone moving in the distance, but they never lingered. During the day, demonic beasts roamed freely, and cultivators no longer congregated as they once did. The world was draped in a silver shroud, with sporadic snowflakes dancing in the air amidst the remnants of buildings, both intact and dilapidated, exuding an aura of desolation and tranquility. Only the occasional roar of a beast would shatter the silence. "I wonder how the central area of the market is faring," Li Jing pondered, observing the ruinous state of the outskirts. In recent days, demonic beasts had been rampaging through the outer districts, causing scattered cultivators to retreat and hide, thus hampering the flow of information and making it difficult to ascertain the situation in other areas. However, Li Jing surmised that the circumstances were unlikely to be optimistic, especially with several demonic beasts comparable to foundational cultivators lurking around the skilled practitioners in the central area. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance, causing Li Jing to halt in his tracks. He then witnessed the roof of a nearby building erupt violently, followed by the emergence of a serpent-like beast whose head lunged forth, its jaws clenching a half-devoured form of a scattered cultivator who was wailing in despair. In the next instant, the serpent's mouth, lined with teeth sharp as daggers, began to rend the unfortunate soul, showering the air with blood before swallowing him whole. Concurrently, from within the nearby buildings, angry shouts arose, followed by a barrage of talismans and spells. Yet, the serpent swiftly retreated indoors, likely burrowing back into the earth, leaving behind an eerie silence. Witnessing this scene, Li Jing's heart skipped a beat. However, such occurrences had become alarmingly commonplace, a stark reminder of how fragile human life was compared to that of insects. Yet, with his current cultivation level, he could do little for others. Safeguarding himself and Lu Ning was already a stroke of fortune. He promptly returned to his courtyard, where the 10-odd pounds of demonic meat had been cooked to perfection. Li Jing and Lu Ning sat down to eat. Liu Ning's appetite was akin to that of an ordinary scattered cultivator. 2 bowls of meat filled her to the brim, while Li Jing consumed 2 to 3 pounds of the spirit meat. Feeling a warm comfort envelop him, a sensation of utmost satisfaction. Now, if he were to indulge freely, he could devour 3 pounds in a single meal. Consuming 3 meals a day would amount to 9 pounds of spirit meat, and on occasion, 4 meals would require 12 pounds. Such consumption had once been daunting. But now, with an abundance of demonic meat, it was no longer a concern. Remarkably, this substantial intake of spirit meat had yielded significant results. Even after finishing his training, he no longer felt the gnawing hunger he had previously endured, clearly indicating sufficient nourishment. After a brief respite, Li Jing began to cultivate within his quarters. Several hours later, as dusk fell, Li Jing felt a surge of warmth radiating from his body. He lifted the remaining warmed broth and began to eat. Thus, day after day passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had gone by within the room. Steam wafted through the air as Li Jing's skin, muscles, and bones trembled slightly, enveloped in a shimmering aura that suddenly became clearer and more radiant. He had successfully reached the 6th level of the Golden Body Technique. Chapter 31. The Divine Form with a Soft Exhalation. Li Jing opened his eyes, their brilliance shining forth. He slowly expelled a breath of turbid air, which immediately tore through the atmosphere, exuding a sharp aura that stretched nearly 7 feet. The force of his breath struck the ground, creating a small crater as it impacted the solid earth. With his breakthrough to the 6th level of the Golden Body Technique, Li Jing's internal organs had undergone a substantial transformation, and the air he expelled was markedly more potent. At long last, he had achieved a breakthrough. A hint of joy graced Li Jing's countenance. In truth, his cultivation speed had become astonishing. Within just a few months of practicing the Golden Body Technique, he had ascended to the 6th level. Nevertheless, given the perilous circumstances surrounding Qingluo Market, Li Jing felt an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. Name: Li Jing Technique. Golden Body Technique, 6th level 1100. Dual Pupil Technique, 3rd level 2100. Evergreen Technique, 3rd level. Rank: Mid-stage Qi Refinement, Physical Cultivation. With a flick of his right hand, the Spirit Treasure Golden page materialized, the updated information reflecting his advancement to the 6th level of the Golden Body Technique. As for the Dual Pupil Technique, Li Jing had devoted all his recent energies to the Golden Body Technique, resulting in a slower accumulation of experience, leaving him far from the 4th level. With a thought, the Spirit Treasure Golden page vanished from his grasp. Li Jing then rose from his bed and exited the courtyard. Liu Ning was likely in a nearby guest room, cultivating, and Li Jing paid it no mind as he hurried to the kitchen, where he found the simmering meat awaiting him. With the recent abundance of demonic spirit meat, he found himself no longer feeling hungry after training. However, as he had just broken through a level, the nutrients within him were rapidly digested, and an intense hunger surged forth as he devoured the spirit meat in large mouthfuls. Warmth flooded his body, and the sensation of hunger dissipated, leaving Li Jing feeling utterly relaxed and content. The sheer joy of indulging in demonic spirit meat was exhilarating. Li Jing couldn't help but murmur to himself. In the past few days, he had slain 3 demonic beasts that had invaded the nearby streets, each possessing strength comparable to the mid and early stages of Qi refinement, accumulating nearly 4,000 pounds of spirit meat. Alongside the boar-like beast he had previously slain, Li Jing's stockpile of spirit meat had surpassed 5,000 pounds. As for the spirit rice and spirit meat he had purchased from the market, they had long been consumed. Fortunately, he still had a substantial supply of ordinary rice, which was inexpensive and devoid of spiritual energy. Li Jing had bought plenty earlier, allowing him to occasionally supplement it with demonic spirit meat. Regrettably, the market order had collapsed, making it impossible to procure more spirit rice. He had heard that the central area had recently been quite tumultuous. He wondered whether the demonic beasts had gained the upper hand, or if the sects and families had managed to maintain control. As time passed, many cultivators in the market began to act covertly, sharing resources and exchanging information. Despite the abundance of demonic beasts, if one could avoid their paths or evade them in time, the danger remained manageable. For instance, Ning Zhongjiang frequently ventured out, allowing Ning Yunxiu to acquire considerable information. And she occasionally visited Lu Ning, thus keeping Li Jing informed of certain developments. After satisfying his hunger, Li Jing emerged from the kitchen, just as the guest room door opened, revealing Ning Yunxiu and Lu Ning stepping out. It appeared that Ning Yunxiu had come to visit once again. Taoistly, Ning Yunxiu greeted warmly upon spotting him. Taoist Ning, Li Jing responded in kind. Ning Yunxiu was tall and graceful, exuding a captivating charm with every movement, while Lu Ning, who stood beside her, was equally enchanting, her skin smooth as jade and her figure curvaceous. Together, they presented a delightful sight, bringing great pleasure to Li Jing's eyes. After a brief conversation among the three, they scanned their surroundings for any signs of lurking beasts. It was only then that Ning Yunxiu hastily departed, making her way back to her abode. "Isn't Yunxiu lovely?" Lu Ning remarked, observing Li Jing as he watched Ning Yunxiu leave, playfully pinching his hand and smiling enigmatically. "Indeed, my friend Ning is exceptionally beautiful, but my dear Ninger surpasses her," Li Jing replied with flattering words, particularly the affectionate term Ninger, which caused a faint blush to grace Lu Ning's cheeks, making her lips curl with sweetness. Lu Ning's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she smiled, clearly enchanted by Li Jing's compliments. After exchanging a few more words, she finally made her way to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Li Jing felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps it was due to his prior acquaintance with Ning Yunxiu, followed by the evolving relationship with Lu Ning, that he sensed an odd atmosphere among the three. Even in the interactions between Lu Ning and Ning Yunxiu, Li Jing felt a subtle shift in their dynamic. Perhaps it was merely his subjective perception. With that thought, Li Jing shook his head and glanced at the sky, noting that it was still early afternoon. After a brief respite, he returned indoors to contemplate the changes brought about by his recent breakthrough. With the golden body technique now at its 6th level, Li Jing felt his strength surge, reaching over 6,000 pounds. As he practiced the technique, the dark golden aura enveloping him grew more intense, transforming the once indistinct radiance into a brilliant display that adorned him like a divine halo. Li Jing mused that it would be quite challenging for an ordinary cultivator to breach his defenses now. The enhancement of the golden body technique, fortified by the spirit treasure golden page, amplified its efficacy far beyond the original version. Lacking formidable artifacts, average cultivators would find it difficult to match his prowess, placing him among the elite of the loose cultivators within the qi refining realm. However, he remained cautious, for not long ago, a foundational cultivator had fallen in the market. Reflecting on this, the initial bravado he felt began to wane. Presently, Li Jing knew he could not compare to a foundational cultivator. Yet even they could not remain unscathed amidst the beast calamities, let alone him, a mere mid-stage qi refiner. After calming his thoughts and resting for a while, he began to cultivate the 6th level of the golden body technique. Suddenly, as he sat cross-legged on his bed in a meditative posture, radiant strands of light emerged around him. With each breath, his energy flowed like ethereal clouds, shimmering and shifting. As night fell, Li Jing concluded his practice, slowly opening his eyes and rising from his bed. Having devoted much of the day to his training, he noted a slight increase in the experience points of the golden body technique. "It appears I can commence my training in the Titan Overlord technique," Li Jing mused, observing the painstakingly slow rise of his experience points. It seemed that to ascend to the 7th level of the golden body technique, he would require at least 2 more months. In the meantime, he resolved to enhance his combat abilities by studying various martial techniques, with the Titan Overlord technique as his primary choice, as it complemented the golden body technique. With that thought, Li Jing retrieved the manual for the golden body technique from his storage bag and began to peruse its contents. Chapter 32. The Body is Cast, Infinite Divine Strength, the Titan Overlord Technique. An ancillary method of the golden body technique may appear to be merely a means for loose cultivators to assist noble families or sects in transporting immortal bricks and spirit wood. Yet it is, in truth, a method of combat. Within the manual, it was recorded that achieving mastery in this technique would enable one to embody the legendary strength of a titan, with a body as solid as cast gold, possessing the power to shatter mountains and cleave through valleys, unmatched in its ferocity. Such claims seemed somewhat exaggerated. Unless one truly became a titan, such power would be improbable. This was not Li Jing's first encounter with the Titan Overlord technique, and he couldn't help but internally scoff that in mythology, titans were utilized by great beings or celestial courts, effortlessly capable of reshaping landscapes. However, the technique he currently possessed was merely a supplementary method for the qi refining realm, and it was clear it could not reach such terrifying heights. Nevertheless, its impressive claims hinted at some merit, particularly in enhancing the inherent strength of the golden body technique. After contemplating this, Li Jing began to practice the Titan Overlord technique. As he settled into a cross-legged position on his bed, the energy cultivated from the golden body technique radiated around him in delicate strands of light, flowing like a gossamer veil. He then focused on drawing energy from his skin, flesh, and bones to explore the hidden acupoints in his body corresponding to the Titan Overlord technique. Boom! A surge of magnificent energy converged within him, rushing into a hidden acupoint in his heart. Li Jing felt a tremor throughout his body as this acupoint burst open, allowing a torrent of golden energy to flood in, which was ravenously absorbed, nourishing him from within. In that moment, he sensed his heart strengthening, its rhythm more vigorous, supplying blood with renewed vitality, while the acupoints underwent a transformative evolution. No wonder this was an auxiliary method of the golden body technique. It truly complemented it splendidly. Realizing the changes within his heart, Li Jing couldn't help but marvel. This was not only a combat technique, but also a means to enhance his own prowess, harmonizing perfectly with the golden body technique. To master the Titan Overlord technique, one must cultivate the 9 hidden acupoints, nurturing them with energy to connect them into a unified whole, thereby unlocking the technique's formidable capabilities. As he pondered, feeling the energy absorption at the heart acupoint wane, Li Jing understood it was time to accumulate energy and begin targeting the second hidden acupoint located in his lungs. Time passed slowly. The darkness of the world gradually receded, giving way to the faint light of dawn. At that moment, Li Jing, resting on his bed, suddenly heard a thunderous roar echoing from several streets away. Just in time, it was the perfect opportunity to test the might of the Titan Overlord technique. Upon hearing of another beast's emergence, Li Jing's excitement surged as he leaped from his courtyard, crashing through the cobblestones of the street below with a resounding thud. The sound of shattering bricks echoed as he dashed forward. Resembling a fearsome beast in full charge, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, pursuing a beast nearing the late stage of qi refinement. Before long, Li Jing had appeared several streets away, where a colossal beast resembling a bull, with its body cloaked in darkness and its fur shimmering like metallic needles, wreaked havoc. Its fangs were sharp as blades, and its towering horns pierced the sky. With each charge, numerous buildings crumbled, and the anguished cries of cultivators echoed around, indicating that several wandering practitioners had already fallen victim to its vicious teeth and lethal horns. Surrounding it, talismans erupted in a flurry of attacks. With explosions ringing out, however, most strikes fell short. Though some inflicted damage, it was limited due to the beast's fur, which acted like armor, absorbing much of the force. Despite its cultivation level seemingly nearing the late stages of qi refinement, it stood unmatched in the outer district, as the physical prowess of such beasts was generally formidable, while most wandering cultivators were impoverished and unable to afford quality magical artifacts. In confrontations, beasts of the same realm could easily overpower wandering practitioners, especially since those nearing the late stages of qi refinement were few, allowing this beast to inflict considerable harm despite being besieged. Just as the crowd displayed signs of terror, struggling for survival against the beast's ferocious onslaught, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the eardrums of those nearby. Rivaling the earlier beast's growl, then, they beheld a golden figure, resembling a streak of light, crashing into the beast that was crushing a wandering practitioner. The bull-like creature, realizing the presence of this golden figure, glared with its blood-red eyes, radiating malice, and roared as it lunged forward to collide with the figure's sharp horns and sturdy skull. The resounding impact reverberated throughout, and the enormous beast emitted a heart-wrenching wail, as if it had struck a wall made of celestial bricks and spiritual steel, its body flying backward. It's impossible. Such power? In that moment, all the wandering practitioners present widened their eyes, gasping in disbelief. The bull-like beast was sent sprawling, its heavy form crashing to the ground, sending snow and gravel flying in all directions. At that moment, it became evident that the beast, known for its brute strength, now bore an oddly twisted neck. Its sharp horns shattered, and the once fierce glow in its eyes began to fade rapidly. Its vitality was swiftly waning, and although its body continued to struggle in defiance, it was futile. Witnessing this scene, the numerous wandering practitioners were left utterly astounded. How could it be possible to slay this bull-like beast with sheer physical might? A physical cultivator? Could their strength be so terrifying? My heavens, a bull-like beast nearing the late stages of qi refinement was actually killed by a single punch. When did such a figure emerge in the outer district? As the crowd realized that the beast had indeed been slain, they could no longer suppress their astonishment. This seems to be a practitioner of the mighty warrior technique. Observing Li Jing's golden physique, tall stature, and muscles coiling like dragons, imbued with a hint of divine majesty, one elder wandering cultivator, well versed in the ways of the world, muttered to himself. Yet, such power must indicate the technique was perfected, right? Several practitioners nearby overheard the elder's words, their hearts trembling. Who is this individual? To have mastered the mighty warrior technique to such an extent. If they knew that the person before them had merely grasped the basics, they would surely be left speechless. Surrounding Li Jing, shimmering rays of light emanated from the operation of his golden physique, as he paid no heed to the astonished wandering practitioners nearby and stepped toward the bull-like beast, with its skull shattered and neck broken. Li Jing assessed the damage he had inflicted upon the beast, feeling no surprise. Although the beast's cultivation was near the late stages of qi refinement, it had yet to break through, still belonging to the mid-level of qi refinement. Li Jing's own cultivation was also at the mid-level, and with the augmentation of the mighty warrior technique, it was entirely reasonable for him to have slain the beast with a single punch. Of course, this was merely Li Jing's own understanding. The other wandering practitioners, witnessing a human effortlessly overpower the beast with brute force, even within the same realm, was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, the aura of cultivation Li Jing had revealed suggested he was at the lower tier of mid-level qi refinement, a significant gap from the approaching late-stage beast. The edible portions of the slain bull-like beast were estimated to exceed 1,500 jin. Hearing the voices of wandering practitioners nearby, Li Jing learned the name of the beast and contemplated its worth. He then lifted the massive beast and began making his way back along the path he had come. With his growing familiarity with the mighty warrior technique, Li Jing managed to traverse without shattering the cobblestones, increasing his speed to the point where he transformed into a golden blur, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Li Jing neared his courtyard. His form gradually returned to its original state, his height diminishing, muscles smoothing into a flawless silhouette, skin regaining its radiant glow, and the surrounding light dissipating. This was a conscious decision by Li Jing to cease the mighty warrior state, as he sensed that the energy from his golden physique was rapidly depleting. Based on the remaining energy within him, he estimated that the mighty warrior technique could sustain its effects for approximately 15 minutes. After returning the bull-like beast to the courtyard, Li Jing calculated the passage of time. The mighty warrior technique, possessing such formidable augmentation, could not be used indefinitely, as it required the sustaining energy from his golden physique. However, in comparison to the eye of the heavy pupil technique, this consumption was relatively enduring. Li Jing mused to himself. It is worth noting that he was only at the 6th layer of the golden physique technique. Should he continue to advance in his cultivation, the endurance of the mighty warrior technique would surely increase. As for the eye of the heavy pupil technique's excessive consumption, it would be a long road to use it freely. The beast he had just hunted. While Li Jing was processing the beast in the courtyard, Lu Ning, who had been sleeping in another room due to his late-night cultivation, stepped out, surprised to find Li Jing already busy at dawn. However, having grown accustomed to assisting Li Jing with the numerous beasts he had slain, Lu Ning quickly tidied herself, appearing more presentable, and joined him in processing the beast's body. Half an hour later, the bull-like beast was entirely dissected, and the freshly stewed meat was thoroughly cooked. Li Jing and Lu Ning began to eat. As the spirit meat of the beast entered his stomach, Li Jing immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping him. As the spirit meat from a beast nearing the late stages of qi refinement clearly contained abundant spiritual energy. Consequently, Lu Ning, having only consumed a bowl, found herself unable to eat more, while Li Jing, being a physical cultivator with extraordinary digestion, devoured several jin in one sitting, feeling utterly invigorated. Such spirit meat, if sold in the market, would undoubtedly fetch a higher price than the spirit meat he had previously purchased. Even now, a low-grade spirit stone per jin would be difficult to acquire. After a satisfying meal, Li Jing saw a curvaceous beauty swaying before him. Reflecting on the late-night cultivation, he felt compelled to make amends. Without hesitation, he swept Lu Ning into his arms and carried her into the room. With the sun fully risen, and in broad daylight, he thought it unwise to be reckless, especially since Yun Xiu might come to visit. With Lu Ning nestled against him, Li Jing paid little mind to her protests as he promptly shut the door, sealing off her voice within in the following days. Aside from his regular practice of the golden physique technique, Li Jing focused his efforts on the mighty warrior technique, making remarkable strides in his cultivation progress. The news of a physical cultivator slaying a bull-like beast nearing the late stages of qi refinement had spread throughout the nearby streets. Moreover, having left several traces of crushed cobblestones in the area where he had struck, those observant enough could easily deduce that it was Li Jing who had acted that day. This revelation instilled a sense of reverence among the nearby wandering practitioners toward Li Jing, deterring many from provoking him, especially considering he had previously slain 4 of Zhang Ying's mid-level qi refinement subordinates, earning a fearsome reputation. This was also the reason why Li Jing had not considered hiding his identity. It was perfectly natural for a physical cultivator to practice the mighty warrior technique. Living in the market, especially now, one could not simply show weakness. Occasionally flaunting one's strength was not a bad thing. Li Jing had no intention of moving away. There was no truly safe place in the market now. Residing here allowed him to remain familiar with the terrain, which could be beneficial in combat. As Li Jing established himself on this street, several wandering practitioners had witnessed him slaying other beasts, resulting in a heightened sense of security in the area. Many wandering practitioners sought to relocate nearby. Drawn to the strength of Li Jing, the market was surrounded by wild lands, teeming with countless lurking beasts. With the impending beast tide, the looming threat made everyone eager to align themselves with the strong. Li Jing chose to remain indifferent to the situation, believing that having more people around could be beneficial. After all, should any mishaps occur, they could provide him with an early warning. Even in the worst-case scenario, there were times when he didn't need to flee too swiftly. As long as he could outpace the wandering cultivators outside, he would have a chance at survival. Nevertheless, it was the formidable beasts that favored the cultivators residing in the heart of the market, where the spiritual energy was more abundant, and the practitioners were generally stronger than the wandering ones, rendering their flesh far more delectable. As for the weaker beasts, Li Jing was capable of handling them himself. Observing the numerous wandering cultivators eager to rely on Li Jing, a symbol of prowess and prestige within the market, Lu Ning gazed at him with brightened almond eyes, clearly feeling a sense of pride. That evening, she rewarded him lavishly, resulting in him sleeping in the next day, unable to rise from his slumber. If you can't manage, don't overexert yourself. You'll only end up ruining the field. Dressed, Li Jing glanced at the still soundly sleeping Lu Ning, unable to help but chuckle as he stepped out the door. Boom, boom. At that moment, a terrifying series of explosive sounds reverberated, causing Li Jing to feel the earth tremble slightly, with dust cascading from the rafters. What could this be? Li Jing leaped onto the rooftop, his face a mask of shock as he gazed into the distance. Chapter 34. The Strongman's Tattered Garments. My heavens! What has transpired? That direction appeared to be the central area. Not only Li Jing, but countless wandering cultivators in the outer regions also stood atop their perches, their faces etched with fear as they stared at the unfolding scene. In the far-off land, accompanied by the earth-shattering explosions, countless flames shot skyward, with thick smoke enveloping the area, creating a truly horrifying spectacle. What kind of formation or powerful spiritual artifact could have caused such chaos? Various thoughts raced through Li Jing's mind. The magnitude of the disturbance suggested that the foundational cultivators in the central area had been pushed to the brink of life and death, resorting to desperate counterattacks. Even at such a distance, one could faintly sense the tumult. The power of the explosions was indeed formidable. Roar, growl, rage. Simultaneously, the beasts and strange avians roaming the market were startled, fleeing wildly from the central area, colliding with numerous cultivators, resulting in a chaotic melee. In an instant, the market was thrown into disarray. However, perhaps due to Li Jing's previous slaying of several beasts, the remaining creatures seemed more vigilant, as none dared charge into the street where he stood amidst the ensuing chaos. After several breaths, the distant explosions ceased, leaving only a sky ablaze with firelight, interspersed with the sounds of beasts and wandering cultivators clashing, creating a scene of utter devastation. This turmoil persisted for the better part of the day before finally subsiding, leaving large sections of the market in ruins, with the fires in the central and inner areas gradually extinguishing. In the aftermath of this conflict, countless cultivators within the market suffered injuries and fatalities, their wails and cries echoing from all directions. Qingluo market had been devastated. Witnessing the destruction, Lu Ning's upon seeing Li Jing's arrival, Lu Ning, who was lazily basking in the sun in the courtyard, immediately stood up to bring out the meticulously stewed beast spirit meat and fetched bowls and chopsticks. It is said that trading in the central area has resumed somewhat, and everyone is gathering to go take a look. Should we join them? Lu Ning inquired while savoring the fragrant beast spirit meat. Has trading started so soon? Li Jing expressed his surprise. Just a few days ago, he had heard that the beast spirits had been pushed to the outskirts. And yet today there was news that market transactions had somewhat resumed. Such speed was truly remarkable. It is gradually recovering, but I've heard that the central area is in ruins, with most places reduced to desolation. Lu Ning explained. Since the market trading has begun to revive, Li Jing naturally wished to see it for himself. Over the past month, he had hunted numerous beast spirits, accumulating nearly 10,000 genes of beast spirit meat, plus the over 6,000 genes he had before, giving him a total of over 16,000 genes. Even though the price of beast spirit meat had dropped somewhat due to the increase in beast spirits, this batch still contained over 1,000 genes of late-stage Qi refinement beast meat and several thousand genes of mid-stage Qi refinement beast meat. Its value exceeded over 16,000 spirit stones. However, Li Jing would not sell the precious late-stage Qi refinement beast spirit meat, as it was for his own use. He might sell some of the other beast spirit meat to exchange for necessities. After an hour, Lu Ning finished tidying up, and only then did Li Jing emerge carrying 2 storage bags. These 2 storage bags were obtained from several cultivators who had fallen prey to beast spirits. They contained numerous items that Li Jing had cleared out for storing beast spirit meat. As the weather gradually warmed, he could not leave the meat outside for long. Over 10,000 genes of beast spirit meat, preserved with freshness talismans, filled both storage bags, with over 1,000 genes still in Li Jing's original bag, just managing to fit. The beast calamity was a disaster for ordinary loose cultivators, but for Li Jing, it was akin to a treasure trove delivered to his doorstep. In truth, if he were a loose cultivator like his original self, merely surviving the beast calamity would have been a remarkable feat. He would hardly dare to wish for more. Li Jing placed the storage bags close to his chest, contemplating. Had it not been for his possession of the spiritual treasure, the golden page, and his relatively slow improvement in strength, he would have been left groping in the dark, prioritizing survival amidst this protracted beast calamity. Soon, Li Jing and Lu Ning set out, arriving once more beneath a large tree in the street. By this time, several loose cultivators had already gathered, and upon seeing Li Jing, they all respectfully greeted him. Whether in the past or during the recent beast calamity, the prowess Li Jing displayed inspired both awe and admiration among all the loose cultivators. The presence of a companion like Li Jing undoubtedly eased their minds considerably. One cultivator smiled with relief, prompting a similarly relaxed atmosphere among the others, who nodded in agreement. Although the beast calamity had only just begun to recede, it should not be forgotten that rogue cultivators had not been entirely eradicated. Indeed, it was impossible for them to be completely wiped out. As long as there were interests at stake, many cultivators could easily turn into rogue bandits. With a powerhouse like Li Jing in their midst, the sense of security among the group was significantly heightened. Before long, Ning Yunxiu also appeared, accompanied not only by herself but also by Ning Zhongjiang and his daughter, Ning Qian. Let us go see what the trading situation is like, Ning Zhongjiang suggested with a smile. Li Jing immediately understood. Recently, Ning Zhongjiang had frequently ventured out to collaborate on hunts, undoubtedly bringing back some spoils. And he likely had a fair amount of beast spirit meat to sell that, of course, even at most, it would only be 1,000 or 2,000 genes, perhaps even less, considering he had partnered with several others, leading to a reduced share. Moreover, the quality of the beast spirit meat in his possession could not compare to Li Jing's. Hunting stronger beast spirits came at a higher price, with casualties often exceeding half or even complete annihilation. During this time, Ning Zhongjiang had occasionally appeared with a rosy glow, evidently having targeted the easier prey, with a few or a dozen of them joining forces to hunt mid-stage Qi refinement beast spirits, thus significantly lowering the risks while still achieving substantial gains. During the beast calamity, it could almost be said that beast spirits roamed everywhere, making it unnecessary to take reckless risks. Glancing at the time, the group of nearly 10 set off. This was Li Jing's first journey to the central area since the outbreak of the beast calamity, and the scenes along the way were truly shocking. With countless buildings in ruins and large swathes of streets stained dark with blood, Passing through the inner area, the devastation did not diminish. In fact, the buildings were even more dilapidated than in the outskirts. It was not until they reached the central area that everyone was left speechless. What had once been a multitude of elaborately decorated buildings now lay in heaps of rubble, the splendor reduced to scars. With only a solitary street remaining in relatively good condition, this evoked in Li Jing a sense of being in a refugee camp or a post-apocalyptic world. Clearly, the battles between foundation-building cultivators had inflicted tremendous damage on the central area, compounded by the influx of high-level beast spirits over the past month. That even one street remained intact was sheer luck. Nevertheless, no matter how ravaged it would eventually regain its former splendor. For it remained the center. Upon stepping into the central area, Li Jing felt a surge of spiritual energy permeate the air, murmuring to himself. For cultivators, spiritual energy is the foundation of all. As long as the spiritual veins beneath the central area still existed, everything could be restored. The group approached the only surviving street, which was now bustling with activity, crowded with people, likely fueled by the enthusiasm of many cultivators eager to shop in the wake of the beast calamity. Soon, they dispersed, and Li Jing began to leisurely stroll with Lu Ning. After wandering for nearly half an hour, Li Jing had grasped the current prices. The price of beast spirit meat had indeed declined. But as a source of spiritual energy that accumulates power over time, as long as it is properly preserved, it remained one of the hard currencies among cultivators. Thus the decrease was not as severe as one might think. Conversely, the prices of magical tools had dropped significantly. It was unclear whether it was due to the high number of deceased cultivators, resulting in a flood of abandoned magical tools entering the market. The price of spiritual rice remained stable, not as exorbitant as Li Jing had imagined. Perhaps this was related to the arrival of flying vessels in a month and a half. Liu Ning remarked to Li Jing. This realization left Li Jing somewhat stunned. No wonder, for every time a flying vessel arrived, it brought a substantial amount of spiritual rice, hence the current stability in its price. However, it was likely also due to the fact that, following the beast calamity, a significant surplus of beast spirit meat remained, coupled with a slight price drop, making it a viable option for many cultivators. It's worth noting that the spiritual energy and nutrition provided by spiritual meat far surpassed that of spiritual rice. Furthermore, the prices of talismans and elixirs had risen considerably, though this did not significantly affect Li Jing. Subsequently, Li Jing exchanged over 6,000 genes of beast spirit meat for an unprecedented amount of over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Experiencing an extraordinary windfall, he then embarked on a buying spree, acquiring over 1,000 genes of spiritual rice, as well as 2 sets of magical robes that could adjust in size, solving the awkwardness associated with the transformation of his formidable strength. Previously, aside from the magical sword and a silver shuttle-shaped magical tool, Li Jing had accumulated no fewer than 10 items from slaying enemies and fallen cultivators. However, with the prices of magical tools now declining, apart from giving the shuttle-shaped tool to Lu Ning, he had no immediate plans to part with the rest, seizing the opportunity to invest over 3,000 spirit stones in acquiring a top-grade jade sword. Low-grade magical tools had a minimum price of 100, but better ones ranged between 200 to 300 spirit stones, while mid-grade magical tools were several times more expensive, often exceeding 1,000. As for top-grade magical tools, they were exceedingly costly, with the cheaper ones priced at 2,000 to 3,000, and the more expensive ones at 4,000 to 5,000 being quite common. The jade sword, resplendent and sharp with a cold gleam, was regarded as an excellent specimen among top-grade magical tools. Had it not been for the current price drop, it might have cost upwards of 4,000 spirit stones to acquire. Ordinary magical tools could no longer meet my demands. To keep pace with my offensive capabilities, I required no less than mid-grade tools. Why not take the plunge and acquire a top-grade magical tool? Li Jing thought, his heart brimming with joy as he gazed at the jade sword before him. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The sword in his hand was translucent, glimmering like water, and with a gentle slice. Even the hardest spiritual steel felt as soft as tofu. With this magical tool in hand, he would not need to replace his equipment within the foundation-building realm, Li Jing mused to himself. In fact, even among the foundation-building cultivators, some could not afford spiritual tools, relying only on top-grade magical tools. Spiritual tools are rare and expensive. There are likely only a few in the entire market. After stowing the jade sword in his storage bag, Li Jing also purchased 2 sets of magical robes for both men and women in different styles, which were quite useful for their inherent cleansing effect and adaptability to body types. These would serve as complements to the 2 sets of magical clothing he had just acquired. However, for Lu Ning, the protective capabilities of these robes were particularly beneficial, inscribed with the diamond talisman that could be activated with a thought. Far more convenient than ordinary talismans. Next, Li Jing acquired several talismans for preservation. There was no need to buy other talismans, as he already possessed a considerable number. He seized the opportunity to sell off a significant portion of his talismans. Taking advantage of the current price surge, he then purchased various miscellaneous supplies, having already spent a substantial portion of the spirit stones he had obtained from selling beast spirit meat. Nevertheless, Li Jing still had no less than 10,000 genes of beast spirit meat remaining, most of which consisted of mid-stage Qi refinement beast meat, a valuable asset indeed. However, Li Jing had no intention of selling for the time being. With the enhancement of his golden body technique, his appetite could now accommodate more spiritual flesh, making it a necessity for him. It was time to return. Li Jing glanced at the sky and remarked, "Indeed, it is time to head back." At this moment, Lu Ning's fair face was still flushed with excitement, and after checking the time, she reluctantly replied, "It seems we must go." Clearly, today's extravagant shopping had left her somewhat overly exhilarated, and she had yet to calm down. Occasionally tugging at the new robe she wore, her smile unwavering, as Li Jing and Lu Ning made their way to the designated meeting point on the street. Several female cultivators soon directed their gazes towards Lu Ning's robe. Ning Yunxiu eagerly pulled Lu Ning aside for a whispered conversation, her eyes brimming with envy as she admired the robe, a rare find in the outskirts. Li Jing also observed Ning Zhongjiang, whose expression was similarly marked by untamed joy, indicating that he too had reaped significant rewards this time. Among those fortunate enough to profit from the recent beast disaster, it was primarily Li Jing and him. The other scattered cultivators had only managed to acquire meager scraps, with many experiencing a decline in their fortunes. Once everyone had gathered, the group began their journey back, with nearly 10 individuals in tow. No robbers dared to provoke them, and they returned to their residence without incident. Buzz! Inside the house, as Li Jing sat cross-legged, his eyes suddenly opened, emitting a blinding white light. Following that, with a hum, 2 beams of white light shot forth from his eyes, striking the ground nearby. Hiss! It was as if the blazing sun had melted the snow. The 2 intense beams of light directly melted the bricks beneath them, penetrating deep into the ground. When the brilliant light was retracted by Li Jing, only 2 charred black holes remained on the ground, exuding scorching heat and wisps of blue smoke. At this moment, Li Jing's pupils were adorned with bright circular rings, one encasing the other, creating a wondrous appearance resembling layered pupils. The heavy pupil technique, level 41100, had only been a day since venturing into the central region, and now Li Jing's mastery of the technique had finally reached the 4th level. After conducting a series of tests, he discovered that his heavy pupil's attack range had expanded from 3 zhang to 8, and its power had significantly increased. If previously he required time to pierce through the scales of Qi refinement stage beasts, he had now reached the point where mere contact would result in melting. Furthermore, according to the records of the heavy pupil technique, upon attaining the 4th level, Li Jing could see through certain formations, discerning illusions, thus providing him with an advantage over formation masters. This ability proved to be quite useful, at least allowing him to escape unfavorable situations, unlike those foundational beasts that had been ensnared in formations, leading to their immediate demise. Li Jing couldn't help but recall the treatment of beasts during the recent disaster. The ability to see through formations indeed held substantial value. In the future, one could never know if their opponents hailed from sects or noble families. Moreover, as Li Jing's heavy pupil technique advanced, its future enhancements promised even greater capabilities, potentially allowing him to expose formations across the realm. However, if the heavy pupil was pushed to its limits, it reverted to the previous duration of 3 breaths, as the increased power also demanded more energy from the golden body technique. As the foundational art, the elevation of its realm was crucial for maximizing the prowess of other combat techniques. Li Jing couldn't help but ponder this matter. Knock, knock. After Li Jing had completed his testing of the heavy pupil technique, a sudden knocking sound resonated from the courtyard gate. Who could it be? Li Jing wondered, sheathing the jade sword he had prepared for nurturing. Lu Ning had gone to find Ning Yunxiu, But now that she was back, she would not knock, but simply open the door. Chapter 37. Spiritual Wine Creek. As Li Jing pulled open the courtyard door, a charming young girl came into view. Clad in a flowing emerald green dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her delicate features radiated beauty, and she held a platter of pastries, her smile enchanting. "It's you, little girl," Li Jing chuckled, stepping aside to let her in. "Isn't your Aunt Lu at your home? Why are you bringing something back?" A fragrant breeze wafted in as the young girl gracefully entered the courtyard. Upon placing the pastries on the stone table, Li Jing couldn't help but inquire, "Why are you bringing these?" Since Lu Ning had moved in with Li Jing, Ning Yunxiu had visited several times, and Ning Qian had followed suit. With the beast disaster gradually subsiding, Ning Yunxiu and Lu Ning had been visiting each other more frequently, leading to Ning Qian's regular appearances as well. Consequently, Li Jing had grown quite familiar with her. In contrast, Ning Zhongjiang, who often ventured out, seemed far less acquainted with Li Jing. "Aunt Lu and my aunt just went out to find Sister Qin," Ning Qian replied, effortlessly taking her seat before continuing her conversation with Li Jing. Sister Qin was another female cultivator who had frequently teamed up with Li Jing, Ning Yunxiu, Lu Ning, and others during the times when robbers were rampant. They occasionally gathered, and Li Jing recalled that several female cultivators nearby had been seeking opportunities to return to the central region for work. Working in the central region was not only prestigious, but also offered substantial benefits for spiritual cultivation, drawing scattered cultivators like moths to a flame. Among them were a few who had previously worked in the central area, but with large portions now reduced to ruins, their former employers likely met grim fates at the hands of beasts. Fortunately, Ning Yunxiu's establishment had miraculously survived, and she had recently learned that she would be able to return to her post in due time. "Are you not going?" Li Jing inquired, observing the girl leisurely enjoying her pastries. "It's not my business," Ning Qian laughed, her lovely almond eyes curving into crescents. Trained by Ning Zhongjiang to become a talisman master, she spent her days at home practicing talisman drawing. Initially, Li Jing was surprised to learn about this. Knowing the costs involved in training a talisman master, however, considering Ning Zhongjiang's profession as a beast hunter, the blood and hides of beasts could serve as talisman crafting materials, making it a manageable expense. As they grew closer, Li Jing found himself seeing her more often. "I see you not only wish to avoid going but also desire this," Li Jing remarked, sitting across from her and producing a bottle of sweet spiritual fruit wine from his storage bag. Placing it before her, instantly, Ning Qian's foot-tapping ceased, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This sweet fruit wine had been purchased by Li Jing yesterday, and after sharing a bottle and a half with Ning Yunxiu and the others, the remaining half had been left for her, clearly on her mind. Li Jing retrieved cups, and Ning Qian eagerly poured the fragrant wine, filling the courtyard with its sweet aroma. The wine was delightful, not overly potent, which explained the young girl's fondness for it. Subsequently, Li Jing produced some cooked spiritual flesh preserved with talismans, and they began to indulge in both food and casual conversation. "Uncle Li, they say you're nearing 60 years old. Is that true?" Ning Qian, having enjoyed a bit of wine, felt a rosy hue creep onto her cheeks as she scrutinized Li Jing's youthful visage, characterized by a radiant glow that made him appear no older than 20. She hesitantly inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Rather than nearing, I have already reached 60. Upon hearing her words, Li Jing suddenly recalled that the original birth date had recently passed, marking his current age at 60. "In my previous life, I would be on the verge of retirement," he internally lamented. 60 years old. "Really?" Ning Qian's reaction was even more pronounced than Li Jing's, almost gasping in surprise, before she finally stuck out her tongue and scrutinized Li Jing once more. This left Li Jing feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze. "Does that mean I should call you Grandfather Li?" she teased, her voice taking on a whimsical tone. Upon hearing Ning Qian's words, Li Jing's expression darkened. "However, looking at your face, I truly can't bring myself to say it," she added, alleviating some of Li Jing's discomfort. Yet, unbeknownst to him, after several minutes of keen observation, a faint blush had appeared on Ning Qian's ears. The original body's handsome features, enhanced by the cultivation of the golden body technique, had indeed become increasingly attractive to women, and of course, this was without considering age. If age were taken into account, Ning Qian would undoubtedly fear that harboring such thoughts would lead to Ning Zhongjiang casting her out and severing ties. "How is it possible that you're 60? The disparity is simply too vast. And with Uncle Li's looks, if you were among other young cultivators, How splendid that would be, Ning Qian mused internally. Had Li Jing been able to hear her thoughts, he would likely have felt compelled to send her away immediately. Chapter 38. The floating ship and flying vessel. As the two continued their conversation, the remaining half-bottle of fruit wine was soon consumed, leaving Ning Qian's lovely face flushed with a rosy hue. Although the liquor brewed from spiritual fruits was not particularly strong, upon witnessing her appearance, Li Jing, under her indignant gaze, promptly sent her back to her own home to rest. In the ensuing days, as news of the restoration of trading in the central area of the market spread throughout the outer districts, the streets of the central area became increasingly vibrant and bustling. Simultaneously, the remaining cultivators from various sects and families began hiring workers to clear the rubble, preparing for the reconstruction of the central area. This surge in demand for labor revitalized the previously stagnant market, resulting in a flurry of activity everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. In a desolate mountain outside the market, Li Jing wielded his jade-green sword, which split the air with a swift motion, striking forward. Moments later, the space that the sword had just traversed erupted with a series of piercing sonic booms. Clouds of sound burst forth, trailing behind the swings of Li Jing's sword, forming twisted and arcane trajectories across the barren mountains, causing the surrounding trees to tremble with rustling leaves. With Li Jing's current strength, his sword could effortlessly break the sound barrier, showcasing terrifying speed and power. Had he been using a lower-quality sword previously, it would have surely faltered under such relentless speed and force. With a clear ringing sound, the sword emitted a crisp resonance as Li Jing gradually ceased his movements, his right hand holding the jade sword at a slant towards the ground, his spirits lifted. Grasping the jade sword, Li Jing's offensive capabilities surged significantly. Even without employing his heavy eye technique or the might of the Hercules, with this sword in hand, he would be an unstoppable force against any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. Li Jing exhaled a breath of stale air and murmured to himself, pondering how much confidence he would have against a foundation establishment cultivator if he were to additionally utilize the heavy eye technique and the might of the Hercules. This thought flashed through his mind for a moment. It was rumored that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, a cultivator not only undergoes a physical transformation, but also imbues their spells with a unique resonance, drastically enhancing their power and lethality, far surpassing that of a chi refinement stage cultivator. Moreover, cultivators who reach foundation establishment, regardless of their financial status, would undoubtedly possess defensive artifacts and protective garments. This implied that if one could not instantly breach the defenses of a foundation establishment cultivator to vanquish them, they would be met with terrifying counterattacks. Li Jing contemplated this in his heart. Furthermore, this was predicated on the element of surprise. In a direct confrontation, he feared the disparity would be significant. Such thoughts flitted through Li Jing's mind, but he quickly brushed them aside. It was prudent to maintain a low profile. Time was on his side. Li Jing silently reminded himself that given sufficient time, reaching the foundation establishment stage would be an achievable goal. When that time comes, overpowering opponents of the same realm, or even those of a higher level, would surely be a delightful prospect. Name: Li Jing Cultivation Techniques. Golden Body Technique, Level 6, 69-100. Heavy Eye Technique, Level 4, 6-100. Might of the Hercules, Major Achievement, 18-100. Sword Path Elucidation, Minor Achievement, 2100. Evergreen Technique, Level 3, Level, Mid-Chi Refinement, Body Cultivation. After stowing the jade sword back into his storage pouch, Li Jing glanced at his right hand, and information regarding himself materialized before him. This was a recent discovery. He realized that he need not summon the entire page of the spiritual treasure. Merely a portion of the golden page could manifest in his palm, allowing him to view his details. This method was significantly more discreet than summoning the whole page, drawing less attention. At that moment, he noticed a new entry in the column of cultivation techniques, the progress of sword path elucidation. This was a swordsmanship manual. Previously, Li Jing had only relied on the sword's sharpness without understanding sword techniques. Now, with a superior sword in hand, he had naturally purchased a manual to practice. With his current level of body cultivation, he had casually practiced sword moves, reaching the minor achievement stage. The jade sword, being a superior artifact, could indeed be wielded with mastery, its power far exceeding that of the previous shoddy weapon, though it also demanded significant energy, meaning even a single strike would pose limited threat. For Li Jing, As a close combat weapon, its utility far outweighed that of mere manipulation from afar. After reviewing the changes in his progress, Li Jing's thoughts shifted, and the information in his palm vanished. He then surveyed his surroundings. This area lay beyond the outer district, and the beast disaster had dissipated more swiftly than he had anticipated. The nearby demonic beasts had become quite scarce. It seemed that future hunts would necessitate venturing deeper into the ancient forested mountains. Li Jing had originally thought that encountering demonic beasts would augment his spiritual meat reserves, but he had underestimated the situation. The beast disaster had indeed receded, and it appeared that the order of the market would soon return to its former state. He made his way along the path back to the outer district. Li Jing noticed the most peripheral area inhabited by mortals. During the beast disaster, the demonic beasts had primarily preyed upon the bodies of cultivators, only resorting to consuming mortals when they could not find their usual quarry. Consequently, the area where mortals resided did not appear severely damaged. Although there were buildings that had crumbled, it paled in comparison to the devastation witnessed in the cultivators' inner and central districts. Despite their lowly status, the lack of raids and the minimal impact of the beast disaster perhaps explained why the mortal area had managed to endure until now. Li Jing mused to himself. Had it been otherwise, the area might have long since been abandoned. Throughout the outer district, Li Jing began to see numerous loose cultivators venturing out in groups, indicating that the outer district was gradually regaining its vitality. Before long, he returned to the courtyard he called home. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Ning, Ning Yunxiu, and Ning Qian engaged in conversation. "Welcome back. Have you caught any demonic beasts, Uncle Li?" the three greeted him. After Li Jing took a seat, they began discussing the situation outside. "No wonder Father hasn't returned for several days. He mentioned that the demonic beasts have fled. The range has expanded, making them difficult to catch." Just like before, Ning Qian remarked after hearing Li Jing's account. "Indeed," Li Jing responded, though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind. While the demonic beasts were becoming fewer, he believed they should still be findable. The ones they aimed to hunt were still in the early stages of qi refinement, or just stepping into the mid-stage. It shouldn't take long to locate them. Upon reflection, it made sense that they might be planning to hunt more extensively before returning. In the days that followed, more than 10 passed. Finally, one day, a massive flying vessel slowly approached from the southern horizon, casting vast shadows that obscured the sun, resembling a colossal cloud hovering above the market. After more than half a year, the market's flying vessel had finally arrived. "Look, the flying vessel is here. Everyone, hurry and take a look. It truly feels like a lifetime since we've seen it." The enormous flying vessel hovered above the central area, its sheer size making it visible even from the outer districts. Instantly, the streets of the outer district erupted into an uproar, with people exclaiming in excitement. The Qing Luo market was nestled amidst ancient mountain forests, surrounded by demonic beasts, with transportation of goods reliant solely on flying vessels, which only arrived once every 6 months. Thus, each arrival became the most talked about event in the market, stirring considerable excitement among the populace. This is what a cultivation world should look like. This marked the first time Li Jing had witnessed a flying vessel since his arrival. Standing in his courtyard, he marveled at the sight of the massive ship suspended in the air. The vessel stretched at least 100 feet long, rivaling the scale of an aircraft carrier from his previous life, adorned with tiered buildings and intricate eaves, surrounded by wisps of white mist. Upon seeing it, Li Jing felt as if he had stepped into a realm of cultivation, reminiscent of traversing the azure sea at dawn and dusk. However, he wondered how many loose cultivators would be brought in this time. From the memories of his former self, he recalled that every arrival of the flying vessel brought numerous loose cultivators to expand the market. Yet, many cultivators would also choose to leave, heading to other cultivation markets, sects, or families, while some loose cultivators simply returned to the mundane world. Since the flying vessel had only just arrived, it was likely that the Qing Luo sect was already aware of the beast disaster's situation and had sent a considerable number of loose cultivators to replenish the market. In fact, the previous incarnation of Li Jing had also been brought here by a flying vessel from another location. In the days that followed, the market buzzed with excitement. As the flying vessel landed, a plethora of various goods flooded into the market, and indeed numerous loose cultivators disembarked from the vessel, ready to participate in the reconstruction efforts. Concurrently, many cultivators began purchasing tickets to leave Li Jing's courtyard. Ning Qian, wearing dainty white embroidered shoes and a charming white dress, her cheeks puffed with snacks, turned to Li Jing and said, "Today, Ning Yunxiu officially begins her work in the central area, while Lu Ning is resting indoors. After practicing talismans, I'm just here to chat with you. Also, Luo Daoyu from South Street has lost an arm and seems to have lost his spirit. He may be leaving as well." Despite often staying at home, Ning Qian was quite well informed due to Ning Yunxiu's influence. Leaving might be a good thing. Returning to the mundane world could allow one to live a wealthy life. Li Jing replied, engrossed in a manual without lifting his head. For ordinary loose cultivators, leaving the market was no easy feat. Even the cheapest ticket started at 50 spirit stones, a sum that would take quite some time to accumulate. Unless one truly abandons their cultivation and refrains from purchasing spiritual rice, talismans, and similar items, ordinary loose cultivators would find it nearly impossible to gather such resources. More often than not, these cultivators wish to leave but are reluctant and unwilling to part with their current path. Who among the cultivators does not harbor aspirations of longevity, traversing the azure void and ascending to immortality? This evolution of the body is a pursuit far beyond the mere riches and honors of the mundane world. For a mortal to step into the realm of cultivation, it is somewhat akin to the fervent desire of individuals from the 80s and 90s in Li Jing's previous life, who dreamt of flocking to the beautiful country, even if it meant selling their homes and relinquishing respectable jobs to wash dishes or provide foot massages. Yet, once one truly finds themselves within the world of cultivation, even in dire straits, they would not wish to return to the mundane, unless their circumstances became utterly untenable. Li Shu, what secret manual are you perusing? You hardly pay me any mind, Ning Qian remarked, noticing Li Jing's somewhat perfunctory engagement in conversation. Their bond had deepened recently, with her addressing him as Li Shu instead of Uncle Li. Moreover, since Li Jing had not taken care to conceal the manual from her, she felt it was likely not of great significance. This is a technique known as the transformation of the 100 birds. It is quite fascinating. Upon cultivation, one can transform into various bird-like creatures, gaining the ability to soar through the skies, Li Jing said, shaking the ancient tome in his hand with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Qian's eyes brightened with curiosity about this technique. When Li Jing directly handed her the manual for the transformation of the 100 birds, her heart skipped a beat in astonishment at such a precious tome being offered so freely to Li Shu. "Is this appropriate?" she stammered, feeling a bit bashful as her delicate hands fidgeted with her sleeves. At that moment, she could not help but wonder if Li Shu had a fondness for her, willing to share even the most treasured of techniques. It is known that in the realm of cultivation, unless one possesses a widely available technique, precious and unique arts are seldom shared with anyone who is not a close kin or a direct disciple. The transformation of the 100 birds, which enables one to morph into swift avian forms, was indeed a rarity, even among foundation-building cultivators. As the young woman was lost in her thoughts and growing increasingly restless, Li Jing pressed the manual into her hands. Since successfully cultivating the dual pupil technique, he had begun to consciously seek and acquire manuals suitable for physical cultivation, yielding considerable results. Having spent over 100 spirit stones, Li Jing obtained several techniques currently being practiced by physical cultivators, as well as some outdated arts akin to the dual pupil technique. However, due to his limited energy for cultivation, he had not pursued any other manuals, merely expanding his horizons and noting them for future reference. The manual for the transformation of the 100 birds was a recent acquisition from the central market, piquing Li Jing's interest. This technique requires the essence blood of an ancient avian creature known as Li for cultivation. Upon success, one can transform into a bird-like entity, achieving unparalleled speed, able to soar into the azure void. It is essential to note that Li Jing currently possesses the dual pupil technique for long-range attacks, the jade sword for close combat, and the golden body technique for defense, leaving him in need of an escape method. The transformation of the 100 birds conveniently fills that gap. While others may struggle to acquire the essence blood of the ancient avian, it poses no issue for Li Jing, who possesses the spiritual treasure of the golden pages. However, it seems the version of the transformation of the 100 birds he acquired is incomplete, allowing only the transformation into a single avian creature, rather than 100. This moment, as Ning Qian perused the contents of the manual, she quickly grasped the prerequisites and realized why Li Jing had so generously shared it with her. It was an outdated technique. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she reflected on her earlier fanciful thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Qian, are you there? Something's gone awry. A series of urgent knocks and calls from outside interrupted their conversation. The voice belonged to Qin Jia. Ning Qian recognized it instantly. Li Jing promptly went to open the door, and as the gate swung wide, a young female cultivator of ordinary appearance stood before them. This was indeed Qin Jia, who had frequently teamed up with Li Jing and Ning Yunxiu to venture into the central area, maintaining a decent rapport with Ning Yunxiu. I knocked on your door, but found no one home. Evidently, you were here, Su Qin remarked, her demeanor noticeably relaxed upon seeing Ning Qian. Your father has killed someone. I heard a whole hunting team has lost all but one member. The news just broke, and I rushed to inform you. Your aunt should be returning shortly, so gather your things quickly, Su Qin continued, glancing around before lowering her voice. What? Ning Qian's brows knitted in concern. This was indeed grave news. How had a confrontation occurred? And her father had taken so many lives. She needed to find a place to hide, lest the friends and family of the deceased came seeking retribution. Such events were not uncommon among cultivators. For instance, when Li Jing had slain Zhang Ying's men, he had been confronted directly, but fortunately, he had managed to escape in time. As Ning Qian prepared to return home to gather her belongings. Su Qin glanced at Li Jing, aware of their close relationship, and added, I heard it was members of the hunting team who discovered your father hiding while cultivating with the dragon pearl, which led to this incident. Li Jing's brow furrowed at Su Qin's words. The news of the dragon pearl had been dormant for months, and now it resurfaced in the hands of Ning Zhongjiang. The dragon pearl? Ning Qian nearly gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could this be? She murmured, feeling a wave of shock wash over her. Rumors had circulated that the dragon pearl had fallen into the hands of a loose cultivator, inciting chaos and bloodshed in the outer regions. Yet, who could have imagined it was in the possession of Ning Zhongjiang? Suddenly, Li Jing recalled the events of that period when Ning Zhongjiang had claimed to be injured from hunting, maintaining a low profile while recuperating at home. However, his injuries may not have been entirely fabricated. They could be linked to the dragon pearl. Until the beast calamity, he had acted normally, but once the threat dissipated, his behavior had grown increasingly suspicious, spending days away under the pretense of hunting demonic beasts, returning home only infrequently. Li Jing had found it odd that he returned so infrequently, especially when there were still demonic beasts in the vicinity. Yet he had not probed further, unaware that Ning Zhongjiang had been hiding away to cultivate with the dragon pearl. It seemed the dragon pearl possessed particular qualities that made it difficult to conceal within the market, prompting him to refrain from bringing it back to the outer area for cultivation. Li Jing mused. While he was hiding away to cultivate, he was unexpectedly discovered, and the subsequent events were all too predictable. If it were not the hunting team attempting to seize the dragon pearl, it was likely Ning Zhongjiang seeking to eliminate witnesses. Regardless of the motive, the news of Ning Zhongjiang's possession of the dragon pearl had leaked, placing him in grave danger, with Ning Qian and Ning Yunxiu likely to be implicated as well. Realizing the severity of the situation, Ning Qian hurriedly began to gather her belongings. Not long after, Ning Yunxiu rushed back in a flurry. Is there a place to go? Li Jing asked in a hushed tone. My elder brother left a location for us, suggesting we should go there in case of trouble. It seems he anticipated this, Ning Yunxiu replied, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and panic, clearly unaware of Ning Zhongjiang's acquisition of the dragon pearl. That's good, Li Jing nodded, reassured that Ning Zhongjiang had prepared a contingency. At this stage, the focus of attention would be on the dragon pearl in Ning Zhongjiang's possession, and for now, it was unlikely anyone would expend effort searching for them, as the dragon pearl was not in their hands. What they needed to avoid were the families of those slain by Ning Zhongjiang's hand. They must prepare diligently to avoid being caught off guard and facing a brutal fate. Be cautious. Originally inside, Lu Ning was called out by Li Jing, and upon learning the unfolding events, she too was momentarily taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she realized Ning Yunxiu was leaving to seek refuge, and she took her hands, offering a word of caution. At this juncture, there was little she could do to assist. After all, the matter of the dragon pearl was monumental, bound to attract the attention of foundation-building cultivators. The upcoming market was destined to be rife with turmoil. Before long, the two women disguised themselves and hastily departed from the street. In less than half a day, the news had spread throughout the market, causing a considerable uproar. It turned out the earlier rumors were indeed true. The dragon pearl was truly in the hands of a loose cultivator in the outer area. Charge forth. eliminate Ning Zhongjiang and seize the Dragon Pearl. The foundation of our path to enlightenment is within reach. Those who obstruct us shall perish. Act swiftly. We may still reach Ning Zhongjiang before anyone else. In an instant, all cultivators began to frenzy. Those with slightly higher cultivation levels or some influence quickly mobilizing. Yet what is even more terrifying is that at this moment, as the ship of towers and flying vessels arrives, there are already more than 3 powerful cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage aboard. In addition to 2 injured Foundation establishment cultivators originally stationed in the market, bringing the total to 5 formidable practitioners of the Qingluo sect. Once this news spreads, it is no wonder that the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators are stirred into action. In an instant, several figures are seen soaring through the sky, darting towards the vast ancient forest outside. As night falls, Li Jing sits cross-legged on his bed, the manual for the 100 Birds transformation spread before him. Regarding the matter of the Jiaolong Pearl, he had previously chosen not to involve himself, and he has no intention of doing so. At this moment, Li Jing is focused on cultivating the secret art of 100 Birds transformation, a technique that requires the essence blood of the ancient demonic birdly to be absorbed into the 9 orifices of the spine, allowing the essence blood to outline the divine essence of the demonic bird. Once mastered, one can sprout wings, soaring to heights of 10 zhong, gliding for several miles. Upon reaching minor success, one can ascend to over 100 zhong, fleeing dozens of miles away. At full mastery, one could be enveloped by the spectral image of the demonic bird. Soaring thousands of zhong into the sky, traversing hundreds of miles, if perfected, one could transform into a colossal spectral demonic bird, soaring at altitudes of 10,000 meters, effortlessly covering thousands of miles in an instant. From the introduction, it is evident that this technique bears similarities to the reversed eye technique and may potentially be applicable at the Golden Core stage. However, utilizing such a secret art would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of energy. But if one could expend all their energy in an instant to escape, that would suffice. Li Jing muses to himself that he should prepare more restorative pills to maximize the utility of this method. With a deep breath, Li Jing closes his eyes and begins to cycle his internal energy to initiate the 100 Birds transformation technique. Chapter 41. Entanglement Zizizizi. As Li Jing circulates the 100 Birds transformation technique within him, he suddenly feels as though his spine is ablaze, with streams of energy swirling inside him like rusted gears, difficult to turn, and an overwhelming pain begins to manifest. This pain intensifies, akin to knives stirring within him, or as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. Even with Li Jing's remarkable endurance, he cannot help but tremble, cold sweat pouring from him. This is the fate that befalls those who, lacking the ancient demonic bird's essence blood, recklessly attempt to cultivate the 100 Birds transformation. At this juncture, if he does not cease his practice, he risks severe injury to his spine, potentially leading to a state of half-disability. Fortunately, with the Spirit Treasure Golden Page in his possession, he has the confidence to forcefully continue his cultivation. As expected, at this moment, a faint golden energy begins to emanate from the Spirit Treasure Golden Page concealed within Li Jing's body, quickly spreading throughout him, ultimately settling into the 9 orifices of his spine. This warm energy flows into the orifices, causing the multitude of agonies he felt to vanish. Thus, at that time, Ning Zhongjiang established a safe house here? In Li Jing's mind, thoughts swirled like a tempest. Although he had uncovered the hiding place of the 2, he had no intention of disturbing them just yet. After pausing for a moment, he continued onward with Lu Ning, walking another 100 meters before gently embracing her and leaping lightly into a courtyard. Let us tidy up a bit and rest for the night. We shall address other matters tomorrow, Li Jing said cautiously as he opened each room to inspect, finding no other traces, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief before turning to Lu Ning. All right. Lu Ning gazed at Li Jing with bright eyes, nodding obediently before getting busy. Li Jing, too, was not idle. With items prepared in his storage bag, he quickly organized one of the rooms. After a brief wash, he returned to the bed. Gazing at the delicate, flawless skin before him, he momentarily lost control. And after a night of folly, the 2 finally embraced and fell into slumber. The next day, Lu Ning remained in a deep sleep, while Li Jing awoke early, simmering some spiritual meat for breakfast. He then moved to another room, tidied it up, laid down a mat, and began to cultivate the Golden Body Technique. Golden Body Technique, level 699-100, to date. Li Jing had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Golden Body Technique. Originally intending to break into the 7th level the previous night, he had been interrupted and had to relocate, delaying it until now. Within the room, as Li Jing practiced, a deep, resonant sound akin to a roaring river filled the air. The sound of blood surging through his veins under the full operation of the golden body technique. Simultaneously, waves of heat poured from Li Jing's body, saturating the space and raising the room's temperature by several degrees. With strands of radiant light flickering around him, suddenly, a soft popping sound echoed from within Li Jing, as though a valve had been opened. The wisps of light surrounding him thickened instantaneously, intertwining like clouds and mist. With a deep breath, Li Jing sat cross-legged on the bed, exhaling a cloud of turbid air, which sliced through the atmosphere like a flying sword, reaching several feet away and severing the corner of a table with a sharp crack before dissipating a few inches further. Upon reaching the 7th level of the golden body technique, the most apparent change was a significant enhancement in Li Jing's lung capacity. Following this, an intense wave of hunger surged within him. Li Jing promptly rose and hurried to the kitchen, devouring the spiritual meat in large bites in no time. A sizable pot of spiritual meat had vanished into his stomach, and under Li Jing's formidable digestive ability, it swiftly transformed into nourishment, alleviating his hunger. After cleansing the sweat from his body, Li Jing examined his transformation. The breakthrough in the golden body technique appeared subtle at first glance. However, in reality, both his skin and muscles, as well as his bones, had undergone considerable metamorphosis. He wondered whether his current defensive capabilities could withstand the sharpness of a mid-grade magical artifact. As he pinched his skin, he noticed its increasing smoothness, emitting a faint, luminous sheen, seemingly as fragile as an ordinary person's skin. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discover its remarkable resilience, impervious to damage. Li Jing even contemplated testing it with his jade sword, but reconsidered. Knowing his current defenses could not withstand a superior-grade artifact, thus discarding the idea of self-inflicted pain, and no need to rush. It is merely a matter of time, he mused, having practiced the golden body technique for merely a few months. Even if the 7th level could not withstand mid-grade artifacts, the 8th level would surely be a different story. Even against superior-grade artifacts, if Li Jing could elevate his golden body technique several more levels, it might not be impossible to withstand them. As the sun climbed high, Lu Ning finally roused from her slumber, spotting Li Jing with a teasing expression, seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. Beckoning her to approach, she felt her cheeks flush slightly. "You rogue," Lu Ning huffed, feeling her body still weak, hesitant to draw nearer. "Ha ha ha," observing Lu Ning's flushed cheeks as she hurried to wash up, ignoring him completely. Li Jing couldn't help but laugh. After a while, he greeted Lu Ning before retreating back indoors to continue his training. Li Jing's daily schedule was replete. Aside from the unwavering practice of the golden body technique, which required fixed hours, other secret techniques awaited their turn for him to accumulate experience. After practicing the golden body technique, Li Jing began training in the 100 Beast transformation. In the short term, this technique would significantly enhance his speed, and he was eager to grasp it as soon as possible. As he sat cross-legged in meditation, the potent energy of the golden body technique coursed through the acupoints along his spine, allowing him to visualize the essence of ancient demon birds. As time passed, the contours of the demon birds he envisioned within his acupoints became increasingly vibrant and distinct, culminating in the emergence of a massive, ferocious bird, its wings shimmering with radiant light, spreading wide enough to obscure the sky. With a thunderous cry, the demon bird resonated, causing the acupoints to tremble, and the essence took form. For several days that followed, Li Jing immersed himself in the cultivation of the golden body technique and the 100 Beasts transformation, indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. Buzz, swish, at last, on one fateful day, a brilliant light erupted from Li Jing's back as a pair of magnificent wings unfurled, stirring a tempest that sent objects within the room crashing against the walls. The wings radiated a soft golden glow, each feather clearly defined, seemingly sprouting from Li Jing's body. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his clothing remained unscathed. An extraordinary phenomenon. The wings, vast and powerful, could not fully extend within the confines of the room, and the walls that brushed against them bore deep, jagged scars as if sliced by sharp blades. With a thought, Li Jing instinctively drew his wings closer, gently flapping them to disperse the dust and debris from the damaged wall. These wings, composed purely of energy yet appearing tangibly real, were a testament to the ancient secret art. As he touched the slightly retracting wings, he felt the cold hardness of metallic feathers, an incredibly authentic sensation. Yet, despite their realism, Li Jing understood he had not truly grown a pair of wings. Such a phenomenon was indeed wondrous. With another thought, Li Jing activated the 100 Beasts transformation, sensing the acupoints along his back, where the ancient demon birds chirped softly, mimicking the motion of folding their wings. Instantly, the radiant wings behind him dissipated into a shower of light. The 100 Beast transformation required mastery of 3 acupoints to enter the initial stage, 6 for minor success, and 9 for major success. Achieving perfect unity of the 9 acupoints would allow him to transform into the ancient demon Birdly. Though he had merely entered the initial stage, it was already remarkable, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the perfection of this transformation. Without pause, Li Jing rose from the bed and ventured outside. In the days since he had focused on the golden body technique, he had dedicated most of his energy to the cultivation of the 100 Beasts transformation. Now that he had finally entered the initial stage, he was keen to test his abilities outdoors. Additionally, it was time to gather information about Ning Zhongjiang's situation. Regarding the Jialong Pearl and Ning Zhongjiang, Li Jing recognized that he could not intervene. Several foundational cultivators were keeping watch, so he merely sought to learn of any developments, especially as it concerned Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian. During the previous nights, aside from his training, Li Jing had approached the courtyard where Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian resided, overhearing their conversations, which revealed that the two women remained composed and had not ventured outside. In fact, this was the wisest course of action. Regardless of whether Ning Zhongjiang had escaped or been captured, their appearance would not bode well. They could only wait and observe until the storm had passed. After informing Lu Ning, Li Jing stepped out. He found a bustling tavern on the outskirts, seated himself, ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine, and pricked up his ears to listen to the conversations around him. Such a mixed crowd was a wellspring of information, an ideal venue for gathering the latest news. It seemed the flying boat had encountered delays, having lingered in the market for many days. Who doesn't know that those foundational cultivators guarding the flying boat are still relentless in their search for Ning Zhongjiang? Naturally, this has delayed the journey. Hey, no one's a fool. Upon realizing the news was about to leak, he dashed into the depths of the wild forest. It must have been days since he fled, probably several hundred miles away now. Finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I heard that Ning Zhongjiang was originally a hunter of demon beasts, possessing exceptional survival skills in the wild. The Jialong Pearl must be his fortunate encounter. Jealousy and admiration filled the tavern as patrons voiced their thoughts. After sitting for about half an hour, Li Jing, utilizing his keen hearing, gathered much of the information he sought. Ning Zhongjiang had indeed escaped, initially retreating deep into the demon beast forest. For Ning Zhongjiang, this is undoubtedly the best choice. As long as he can escape, it would signify a substantial opportunity to leverage the Jialong Pearl to ascend to a higher realm. At the very least, he should have no trouble reaching the foundation establishment stage, if not the golden core stage. Consequently, many who wish to take lethal action against Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian would need to reconsider their intentions. They should be wary of the repercussions should Ning Zhongjiang return and seek retribution, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for their families. If he is captured, it would not implicate Ning Yunxiu and the others any further. Their only concern would be the friends and family of the hunting team members he previously killed, significantly alleviating their pressure and allowing them to hide without much worry. However, should he falter and leave traces of his presence nearby, it would spell disaster for Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian, as there would undoubtedly be individuals who would resort to threatening their lives to coerce Ning Zhongjiang into surrendering the Jialong Pearl, placing him in an inextricable dilemma. Subsequently, Li Jing heard that there were indeed individuals seeking news of Ning Yunxiu, and he even mentioned a few factions that had clashed days prior in their pursuit of her. Yet, these discussions were quickly brushed aside, as it was evident that the attention on Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian was rather minimal. Aside from that, there were mentions of several high-level foundation establishment practitioners, peculiar anecdotes from the flying ships, and some rumors regarding the Qingluo sect. After acquiring the information he sought, Li Jing did not linger, paid for his drinks, and departed from the tavern, heading towards the more remote ancient forests beyond the outskirts. Before long, Li Jing found himself standing amidst the ancient woods, an area beyond the market. After observing his surroundings and finding them devoid of any onlookers, he focused his thoughts in an instant. A pair of light golden wings, radiating a soft glow, unfurled from his back, whipping up a tempestuous wind around him. With a powerful flap of those wings, Li Jing soared into the sky, his garments fluttering in the wind as he ascended nearly 10 zhang into the air, where the fierce winds greeted him. Excellent! Li Jing could hardly restrain himself from unleashing a triumphant roar but decided against it, deeming it too conspicuous. Yet, he couldn't suppress a thrill of exhilaration. With this maneuver, he had undoubtedly distanced himself from ordinary qi refinement practitioners. With a mighty flap of wings spanning several zhang, Li Jing shot forth, gliding towards the distant, dense expanse of forest, his robes billowing and hair flowing in the breeze. An embodiment of freedom. After flying for several miles, he began to sense a waning energy in his wings, the signs of fatigue becoming apparent. This was the limit of his flight in the 100 birds transformation at this stage. Aware of this, Li Jing remained unfazed, flapping his wings once more as he descended towards a gentle slope within the ancient woods. Just before touching down, his wings dissipated entirely, transforming into shimmering motes of light that vanished. Restoring his human form, he gently landed upon the ground, taking a moment to gauge his energy expenditure. The consumption from the 100 birds transformation at this level was not excessive, roughly a fifth of his gene body technique's energy. However, with the activation of his gene body technique, he would regain his energy in a matter of breaths, a rapid recovery facilitated by the enhancements from the spiritual treasure, the golden page. Otherwise, the original technique would not be as remarkable. Once his energy was replenished, just as Li Jing was about to attempt another short flight with the 100 birds transformation, he heard a rustling from the nearby thicket. Suddenly, a blood-soaked figure staggered through the underbrush. Appearing before him, Chapter 44. The Soul Master Sect. The ancient forest was tranquil and serene, with only the sound of the mountain breeze rustling through the lush canopy. At that moment, Li Jing stood clad in a pristine white robe, the corners of his garment fluttering gently in the wind, his jade crown securing his hair, exuding an air of elegance. Opposite him, a man emerged from the dense foliage, covered in blood, his tattered clothing rendering him quite a sight. The blood on his body was fresh, evidently from a recent kill, and he even clutched a severed head, its expression frozen in terror. What a misfortune! Upon seeing the gruesome trophy in the man's grasp, Li Jing's brow furrowed slightly, a silent lament echoing in his mind. The situation had escalated to such a degree. There must be a deep-seated vendetta between the parties involved. This was not a common sight in the outskirts of the market. Though not entirely rare either, Li Jing did not recognize either party and thus had no intention of intervening. However, the man who had just emerged from the thicket was clearly startled by Li Jing's unexpected presence. His body going rigid with fear, his pupils constricting sharply, roar. Before Li Jing could react, a fierce spectral beast, resembling a tiger, leapt from behind the man, emitting a deafening roar as it lunged at Li Jing. The beast's form was distinctly visible, its black and white fur coarse, and its fangs as sharp as daggers, a rancid wind trailing behind it. Beast spirit, Soul Master Sect. Upon witnessing the tiger-like spirit charging at him, Li Jing's eyes twitched involuntarily, and his mind stirred. In an instant, two radiant wings of golden light unfolded from his back, stirring a tempest as they collided with the beast spirit. Boom! The clash of energies erupted with a terrifying explosion. The air vibrating violently, and a fierce gust of wind radiated outward, causing the leaves of the surrounding trees to rustle wildly. Indeed, the wings of the 100 birds transformation could serve both for flight and combat. Regrettably, being merely at the entry level, they were evidently no match for the soul beasts cultivated by the Soul Master Sect's signature techniques. As the explosion resounded, Li Jing's wings shattered instantly, scattering into a cascade of luminous motes that gradually faded away. With the dazzling wings now reduced to nothing, the beast spirit surged forward, poised to collide with Li Jing. Suddenly, Li Jing's form expanded dramatically, transforming into a towering figure of golden muscle, radiating an aura of power. His technique, the Titan's might, had reached a level of mastery, manifesting as if a golden titan had been reborn, standing a full zhang tall, his physique akin to that of a small giant, muscles coiling like dragons. Exuding an imposing presence, the once mighty tiger spirit, now dwarfed before Li Jing, found its stature insufficient, its height barely reaching Li Jing's chest. Li Jing effortlessly pressed down upon the beast's fearsome head with one hand. Thud, thud, thud. Li Jing's fist hammered mercilessly upon the tiger's head, the resounding thuds shaking the very ground beneath them. Though merely a spirit, it emitted a piercing wail, its form beginning to destabilize and dissipate. Gulp. Is this the pinnacle of the Titan's might? The male practitioner nearby, witnessing his beast spirit being subjugated, saw the spirit banner in his hand crack and splinter, an imminent collapse. He was instantly overwhelmed with terror. Where did this monster come from, capable of mastering the Titan's might to such an extent? Without a second thought, the man decided against reclaiming his spirit, applying a wind glyph to hasten his escape. Yet, as he turned, hissing sounds erupted behind him. 2 blinding rays of white light pierced through his body, continuing unabated as they obliterated several ancient trees in front of him, vanishing from his sight. What is this? This was the last thought in the man's mind before he succumbed to darkness, losing all sensation. Buzz! At this moment, Li Jing stood like a small giant, the beast spirit before him having completely vanished. His eyes gradually dimming the radiant white light, he pondered, why would a soul master sect practitioner, at the later stages of qi refinement, even approaching perfection, appear here? The soul master sect, located to the north of the Qingluo market, was renowned for its mastery over beast spirits, with every member wielding spirit banners. If Li Jing recalled correctly, they were sworn enemies of the Qingluo sect. Thus their presence in the Qingluo market should be highly unusual. Yet, here stood a formidable practitioner from the Soul Master sect, making the situation all the more perplexing. As he contemplated, Li Jing reverted from the Titan's might, returning to his normal size, the glow in his eyes subsiding. His extraordinary manifestation fading from view, he examined himself. Fortunately, having procured a set of ritual garments and robes beforehand, he had avoided any embarrassing wardrobe malfunctions during his transformation. Quickly, Li Jing approached the fallen soul master practitioner, rummaging through his belongings until he discovered a storage pouch containing several hundred spirit stones. Casting a glance at the severed head on the ground, he contemplated briefly before retracing the man's steps. After traversing a few hundred meters, he indeed stumbled upon a dozen corpses, all garbed in the attire of Qingluo sect disciples. Li Jing gave them a cursory glance before retreating, preferring to distance himself from any potential trouble. Given the attire, he surmised the situation. It was likely that the recent Qingluo sect disciples had dispatched some cultivators to search for Ning Zhongjiang, only to encounter the soul master practitioner, leading to a violent confrontation. Ultimately, one had been decapitated and taken away. Rumor had it that the soul master sect could seal spirits within severed heads, ready for the spirits to devour at will, and it seemed this was indeed no mere tale. Li Jing mused inwardly, for the soul master practitioner would not carry a head unless it belonged to the strongest among the Qingluo sect disciples. Speaking of which, the practitioners of the Yuhuan sect do possess an air of malevolence. And it is not solely the Qingluo sect that maligns its rivals within the marketplace. Before long, Li Jing had completely distanced himself from the scene of battle and slaughter. After experimenting with the 100 birds transformation a few more times, he became well acquainted with all the intricacies, and only then did he leisurely make his way back to the periphery. Upon returning to the courtyard, the sky had already darkened. After sharing dinner with Lu Ning, as night fell, Li Jing playfully engaged Lu Ning until she begged for mercy, at which point he finally ceased his antics. Seeing Lu Ning drift into a deep slumber and the night grow late, Li Jing quietly slipped out of the door. Chapter 45. The tranquil marketplace. The place where Li Jing resided was, in fact, merely 100 meters away from where Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian lived. With his senses fully attuned, Li Jing discerned no unusual circumstances in his surroundings. Within a few breaths, he had arrived at the courtyard where the 2 women were at tea that moment. Li Jing sensed that although they were sleeping separately, both were tossing and turning in their rooms, unable to find rest. This was entirely understandable, given the gravity of their current situation, which left them anxious and too fearful to venture outside, lest they expose their whereabouts. Tap! Li Jing gently flicked a small stone, which struck the door, producing a soft sound. At that instant, he could feel both women's breaths halt abruptly, followed by the rapid beating of their hearts. Clearly, the noise had startled them, causing an immediate surge of tension in their bodies and minds. Soon after, Li Jing heard light footsteps moving from the bedside to the window, gently piercing the window paper to peer outside. In the darkness, Ning Yunxiu caught sight of a figure standing in the courtyard, and her heart tightened, her complexion paling slightly. Had they truly been discovered? Ning Yunxiu thought to herself. At this point, any lingering hope was dispelled. Someone awaited them in the courtyard, evidently well-prepared. As Ning Yunxiu contemplated ways to distract the enemy and provide Ning Qian with an opportunity to escape, the figure in the courtyard suddenly lit a torch and waved cheerfully in her direction. Li Jing. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ning Yunxiu's previously tense expression momentarily faltered, but the weight on her heart swiftly lifted. Li Jing had ignited the torch to ensure Ning Yunxiu could identify him. Otherwise, making any noise could disturb the surrounding loose cultivators, which would truly be disastrous. Uncle Li. Instead of Ning Yunxiu, it was Ning Qian who rushed to open the door first, her excitement propelling her into Li Jing's embrace. Enveloping him completely. What is going on? How did you know we were here? At this moment, Ning Yunxiu also stepped out, surveying her surroundings. Upon confirming that only Li Jing was present, she inquired with a hint of confusion. It is quite a coincidence. Li Jing promptly recounted the events that transpired after their departure, as well as the recent news regarding Ning Zhongjiang, to alleviate their anxiety. That's how it is? Ive caused you trouble? Ning Yunxiu felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. The fact that her father had not been captured was indeed monumental news. After Ning Qian released herself from Li Jing's embrace, her cheeks flushed, knowing her father was safe, and she couldn't help but express her joy. Had it not been for their anxious spirits, tossing and turning for days without rest, Li Jing would not have sought them out. For although the turmoil had subsided, the matter was far from resolved. Now, upon hearing news of Ning Zhongjiang, the weight that had burdened the two women was finally lifted. The trio exchanged further pleasantries, and seeing that Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian's spirits had improved significantly, Li Jing took his leave. 2 days passed. The situation concerning Ning Zhongjiang had not yet faded, when suddenly, a shocking piece of news swept through the entire marketplace. One of the previously injured defenders of the market, who had ventured deep into the realm of demonic beasts in search of Ning Zhongjiang, had perished. Li Jing overheard this tidbit while passing a tea house. Good heavens, another prominent figure has fallen. In just a few short months, 2 foundational cultivators had met their demise in the Qingluo marketplace, an occurrence that had never happened before. How could a foundational cultivator fall so easily? Previously, they had faced several demonic beasts of equal rank and managed to survive. Was it possible that the demonic beasts in the ancient forest had regrouped? This situation was indeed peculiar. Demonic beasts each had their territories and would typically only converge during invasions. For a time, discussions surrounding the death of this foundational cultivator became the most fervent topic within the marketplace. Meanwhile, another foundational cultivator, who had been guarding the marketplace and was still recovering from injuries, was so frightened that he had retreated to the city's central area for recuperation. Additionally, 3 more foundational cultivators who had arrived via flying vessels returned from the site of the fallen cultivator without any significant findings. Moreover, the flying vessels had been stationed there for some time. And regarding Ning Zhongjiang, there was still no trace. Perhaps he had truly retreated into the depths of the ancient forest, making his discovery nearly impossible. 3 days later, with still no leads, the flying vessels finally ascended amidst a cacophony, resembling a vast cloud that obscured the sun and ultimately vanished from sight. This was finally a conclusion. In the courtyard, Lu Ning leaned against Li Jing as they sat together on a lounge chair. Gazing at the flying vessels in the sky that were gradually becoming mere specks, Lu Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "The departure of the marketplace vessels signifies that those above the foundational level have completely abandoned the pursuit of Ning Zhongjiang. Soon, our lives will return to normalcy." "Indeed," Li Jing replied, yet he harbored a lingering unease, suspecting that peace in the marketplace would not return so swiftly. The recent demise of yet another foundational cultivator, coupled with his earlier encounter with practitioners of the Yuhuan sect, suggested there may be a connection. However, he dared not draw any definitive conclusions. "Be gentle, oh dear." "Not so." As their conversation continued, Lu Ning's voice gradually diminished, her tone becoming increasingly slurred. Although Li Jing sensed the undercurrents of turmoil within the marketplace, he understood that life must proceed as usual. Shortly thereafter, he carried the now languid Lu Ning into the room. Time flew by, and a month had passed. During this period, The marketplace seemed to align with Lu Ning's observations, as many matters appeared to have settled down. The fervor surrounding Ning Zhongjiang and the Dragon Pearl gradually dissipated. While reconstruction efforts flourished throughout the marketplace, conversations shifted to other topics, such as the exceptional talent of a loose cultivator's son who had joined the Qingluo sect, the opening of new shops, and the availability of quality goods at reasonable prices. While occasional rogue cultivators caused disturbances, the populace had grown accustomed to such occurrences, finding no reason for alarm. Within the confines of the courtyard, Li Jing perused the Lingbao golden pages, reviewing the progress of various martial arts techniques. Chapter 46. The night transforms in the courtyard. Li Jing sat cross-legged, the Lingbao golden pages manifesting in his hands. Name: Li Jing Techniques. Golden Body Technique, Level 7, 31-100. Dual Pupil Technique, Level 4, 76-100. Titan Overlord Technique, Major Completion, 65-100. 100 Birds Transformation, Entry Level, 65-100. Sword Art Elucidation, Perfection. Evergreen Technique, Level 3, Rank, Mid-Stage Qi Refinement. Body Cultivator. During this time, the experience values of these techniques had all progressed. Notably, the Sword Art Elucidation, a manual on sword techniques, had reached perfection even though Li Jing had not invested much effort into it. However, despite its intricacy, swordsmanship still required proximity and the advantages of magical artifacts. Thus, Li Jing could only regard it as a supplemental practice, without expending excessive energy in the realm of the mundane. He now could be considered a master swordsman. Li Jing couldn't help but smirk. If this were his previous life, possessing such swordsmanship would undoubtedly make him a nationally recognized figure, effortlessly attracting wealth and admiration. As for the other techniques, their progress was steadily advancing, with the Titan Overlord technique being the fastest, as it was merely a supplementary technique paired with the Golden Body technique. Yet, its power had been enhanced significantly through the Lingbao Golden Page's unique energy. Nevertheless, the overall simplicity of the technique suggested that the time required to achieve perfection would not be extensive. In comparison, the 100 Birds transformation was considerably more profound and time-consuming. Mastering it would require considerable effort. But it was not far off. After reviewing the information on the Lingbao Golden Pages, Li Jing focused his thoughts, causing the pages to sink into his flesh and disappear from view. Rising from his bed, he opened the door and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly, and Lu Ning was still practicing in the adjacent room. After satisfying his hunger in the kitchen, he reclined comfortably in a chair in the courtyard to rest. Could it be that his earlier suspicions were unfounded? The marketplace indeed seemed to be at peace during this time, Li Jing pondered as he basked in the sunlight. Throughout this period, he had ventured out occasionally and had not heard any further news regarding the practitioners of the Yuhuan sect. The ones he had encountered before seemed to have faded like a fleeting dream. After he had dispatched one, none had reappeared. Creak. As Li Jing's mind wandered amidst a myriad of chaotic thoughts, the door behind him swung open, revealing Lu Ning, who had just concluded her training and stepped out. It could be said that both Ning Yunxiu and Lu Ning possessed superior aptitude for qi cultivation compared to the original body. Especially now that Li Jing was abundantly wealthy, providing ample supplies of spirit rice and spirit meat. Liu Ning had benefited significantly from this. In fact, Li Jing had purchased a dozen bottles of qi replenishing pills, each containing several spirit stones, for her cultivation. Consequently, Lu Ning's progress had been notably accelerated, and she was not far from reaching the 4th layer of qi cultivation, diligently practicing to keep pace with Li Jing. Although she was somewhat uncertain about the extent of Li Jing's cultivation, she could vaguely sense that, beneath the foundation establishment stage, he was among the elite. Upon seeing Li Jing reclining in a chair, Lu Ning intended to take a seat in another chair when, unexpectedly, Li Jing pulled her towards him. With a delicate gasp, she found herself nestled in his embrace, held closely by him. She knew he was up to mischief. With a soft huff, Lu Ning lazily adjusted her position to get comfortable. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, eventually broaching the topic of the Ning family. I wonder if anyone still has the Ning family in their thoughts? Lu Ning mused. To be fair, neither Li Jing nor Lu Ning was particularly concerned about their location. They had previously mentioned that cultivators at the foundation establishment stage would inevitably take notice. And given the disturbances caused by other cultivators, Li Jing had brought Lu Ning here to secure a quieter environment. However, the circumstances of Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian were distinctly different. If anyone still harbored thoughts of the Ning family, It would likely be out of animosity, posing a considerable danger to them. Perhaps there are a few, but they know Yunxiu is acquainted with me. Any attempts against them would require careful consideration. Li Jing reflected on the recent tidbits of information he had gathered. These were primarily from the day Ning Zhongjiang was discovered cultivating with a dragon pearl, leading to a confrontation that resulted in the hunting party being slain by him. It was likely that only those connected to the deceased were still contemplating the Ning family. However, based on what Li Jing had learned, the most powerful among them had merely entered the mid-stage of qi cultivation. And there were only 3 or 4 of them. They would be the most probable threat to Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian. Yet, unless they had a formidable foundation establishment cultivator backing them, they would likely hesitate to act after learning of Li Jing's close relationship with Ning Yunxiu. The absence of these individuals recently, or their failure to locate Ning Yunxiu, would have only heightened their apprehensions over time. Moreover, Ning Zhongjiang had not died. He had escaped, and who could predict when he might return after achieving success in his cultivation? Those seeking vengeance against the Ning family would not have a favorable outcome. Perhaps in a while, and to avoid any further troubles, it would be best for them not to return to their previous street. Li Jing contemplated. It had been less than a month since the incident with Ning Zhongjiang, and the situation was gradually calming down. In another half-month, the 2 women should no longer need to hide. Additionally, many forces had already visited their previous residence, making this new location a suitable choice for settling down. After conversing for a while, Li Jing carried Lu Ning back indoors. As night fell, under the cover of darkness, Li Jing made his way to the courtyard where Ning Yunxiu resided. Ever since his last visit to meet them, Li Jing had been coming here regularly, becoming quite familiar with the surroundings. Ning Yunxiu was currently engaged in her training indoors. The recent beast disaster had yielded significant benefits for Ning Zhongjiang, who had exchanged resources and generously distributed them to Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian. Thus, not only was Lu Ning striving to reach the 4th layer of qi cultivation, but Ning Yunxiu was equally dedicated to her efforts. Uncle Li. Hearing the commotion, Ning Qian bounded over to Li Jing, knowing her aunt was training in another room, and leaped into his embrace. Instantly, Li Jing was enveloped by the sweet fragrance of the young girl, her soft form instinctively drawing his arms around her. Since that one time Ning Qian had excitedly hugged him, she no longer hesitated to embrace him openly. As she put it, Uncle Li brings a sense of security. It's not like I've never hugged him before. With a childlike innocence, Li Jing held no romantic notions towards her, viewing her merely as a younger sister, especially since she lacked any feminine allure in front of her aunt. He preferred those who were more mature. Here, Li Jing chuckled, gently ruffling her hair as he retrieved a piece of beast skin from his storage pouch. This was from a beast he had encountered a few days prior in the ancient forest area, which he had subdued with ease. Occasionally venturing out to hunt, Li Jing's current strength, coupled with the ability to fly using the 100 birds transformation technique, enabled him to navigate the territories of non-foundation establishment beasts without issue. The haul had been astonishing compared to before, with spirit meat easily exceeding 1,000 pounds, further solidifying his resolve that this was indeed a lucrative endeavor. However, other cultivators did not possess the same ease as Li Jing. With his combat prowess now akin to that of a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator, others face significant risks when hunting beasts, typically requiring teams of several or even dozens to brave the ancient beast forest. Fire wolf skin? The residual spiritual energy fluctuations indicate it must be from a late-stage qi beast. Ning Qian observed the beast's skin in her hands, her excitement palpable as she sensed the lingering spiritual energy. Late-stage qi beast skins had a greater probability of yielding successful talisman crafting, making them a luxurious item for her. After all, for a cultivator of her level, obtaining a skin from an early-stage qi beast was already commendable. Thanks to her father's profession in hunting beasts, thrilled by her gift, Ning Qian chattered animatedly to Li Jing. Once Ning Yunxiu emerged, they continued their conversation, sharing words previously spoken with Lu Ning, which alleviated the concerns of both women. This is good. Living here is quite nice, especially with all of you around, Ning Yunxiu agreed with a nod. Exactly. With Uncle Li here, we have company, Ning Qian chimed in, unfazed, as she usually spent her days at home crafting talismans. So the location mattered little to her. Just as the trio engaged in laughter and conversation, Li Jing suddenly felt a stirring in his instincts, lifting his gaze to the night sky. Instantly, he froze. What was that? Chapter 47. Long-planned schemes. Not only Li Jing, but Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian also instinctively turned their heads skyward. their eyes widening in astonishment. What was that? Both women felt the same confusion that Li Jing experienced. In the stillness of the night, an enormous shadow drifted silently above, slowly moving across the sky. It lurked beneath the clouds, which obscured the moonlight, allowing it to approach the marketplace without drawing much attention. Had it not been for Li Jing's acute sixth sense, they might have remained oblivious. At this moment, the colossal shadow hovered directly above them, seemingly descending closer to the ground, imparting an unsettling feeling akin to being overshadowed by dark clouds. Is it a flying vessel? Ning Yunxiu speculated uncertainly. Given its massive size and speed, it did not resemble a creature, and it was undoubtedly a flying vessel. Yet why had it arrived at such a late hour? Ning Qian, the young girl, gazed upward, equally perplexed. The flying vessels they had observed entering the marketplace were always met with cheers during daylight, culminating in a grand landing. This stealthy arrival, seemingly shrouded in the shadows of the clouds to evade attention, was indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, Li Jing remained silent, his gaze fixed on the immense shadow above, the feeling of foreboding intensifying within him. As the two women conversed, the massive shadow had now reached the center area, where faint glimmers of light began to cascade down from it, reminiscent of the luminous symbols and spells worn by cultivators. Boom, boom. The next instant, a series of tremendous explosions erupted in the center area, shooting skyward, followed by a deep rumble that resonated like distant thunder. What is happening? The two women stood in stunned silence. Is it an attack? Soon, shock and disbelief washed over Ning Yunxiu's face. The sounds of explosions grew increasingly frequent and intense, reminiscent of the previous beast disaster when Foundation establishment beasts besieged the central area. The outer districts, having been so quiet, began to stir with life and chaos, as the populace was roused by the cacophony. Quick, follow me back, Lu Ning urged, her concern for her safety heightened. Though the chaos had yet to reach their immediate vicinity, Li Jing felt uneasy and promptly led the two women outside. Upon their return, they found Lu Ning already awake, dressed and clutching talismans, prepared to seek out Li Jing. Seeing him return, her previously taut demeanor relaxed. What happened? Are the beasts attacking again? Lu Ning inquired, still unaware of the unfolding situation. As the three conversed, Li Jing leaped onto the rooftop, surveying the conditions in the central area. During this time, the marketplace had regained its order, bolstered by a fresh influx of new cultivators arriving via flying vessels. Both the central and inner areas had seen some restoration. However, it appeared that everything was about to be undone, as flames and explosions began to spread from the central area towards the inner districts, threatening to soon engulf the outer areas. You damned hounds of the soul cultivation sect, do you dare to invade the market of the Qingluo sect? Are you not afraid of war? A furious shout reverberated amidst the explosions, echoing through the skies. Li Jing caught sight of a figure enveloped in radiant magical light, hastily fleeing the central area. Boom, boom. However, no one responded to him at all. In an instant, several beast-like figures, not resembling humans, intercepted him and knocked him down. After a brief moment, amidst the blazing inferno engulfing the inner area, a figure suddenly leapt into the air, charging towards the ancient forest teeming with beasts. Block him! Ha ha ha! Are the disciples of the Qingluo sect merely worthless cowards who can do nothing but flee? Upon witnessing this, several figures immediately pursued, soon vanishing from sight. Indeed, they were members of the Yuhuan sect. Upon hearing the distant shouts, Li Jing's heart sank, realizing that the Yuhuan sect cultivators he had encountered earlier were no mere coincidence. It was likely that they had already discovered through some means the severity of the beast calamity afflicting Qingluo Fengshi, leading to this invasion. Furthermore, the foundation-building cultivator who had arrived with the flying vessel must have left at least one person behind, indicating that there were probably two foundation-building cultivators stationed in Qingluo Fengshi. Unfortunately, they had been caught off guard by a surprise attack. Moreover, given that others had long since plotted this, even if they had been forewarned, it would have been impossible for them to hold their ground. Escaping was the only feasible option. The foundation-building cultivator who fell deep within the ancient forest must have also been a scheme of the Yuhuan sect, Li Jing thought to himself. The Yuhuan sect had indeed been plotting for quite some time. Bang, bang, bang ah, help, kill them. Soon, chaos erupted in the outer area as a small number of cultivators from the Yuhuan sect hunted down the remaining Qingluo sect disciples, while many others seized the opportunity to plunder amidst the turmoil. A group of female cultivators shouted, "Quick, capture them!" Suddenly, someone yelled. They spotted Ning Yunxiu and Lu Ning, who were standing beside Li Jing on the rooftop. Due to the angle, they could only see the three women, and their hearts soared with delight, eager to take advantage of the situation for plunder. Chapter 48. The blaze of fire with a swift flash, a brilliant silver light swept through the air, carving a graceful arc as it struck the encroaching robbers. Instantly, a faint golden glow enveloped them, signifying the presence of a Vajra talisman. When the silver light collided with the protective barrier formed by the Vajra talisman, sparks flew, and the clanging sound echoed, causing the faint golden light surrounding the robbers to flicker precariously, as if on the verge of shattering. This was Lu Ning taking action, wielding the shuttle-shaped artifact gifted to her by Li Jing. Following the strike of the shuttle-shaped artifact, a radiant glow erupted from Ning Yunxiu's hand. Rushing forth in an instant, Li Jing recognized it clearly. It was the golden hairpin that had originally adorned Ning Yunxiu's hair. Given Ning Zhongjiang's recent gains, it was entirely reasonable for her to have prepared a protective artifact, anticipating that others might discover her possession of the Jiaolong Pearl. The moment they struck, the robbers began to retaliate, igniting their talismans and unleashing spells that transformed into streaks of light hurtling towards them. As they unleashed their spells, Ning Yunxiu's golden hairpin had already been relentlessly colliding with one robber after another. They all have artifacts run. In the tumult, the robbers, already shaken by the relentless strikes of the shuttle-shaped artifact, found themselves further beset by Ning Yunxiu's golden hairpin, which shattered their protective golden light like fragile bubbles. Piercing through their bodies, cries of agony rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. Simultaneously, the spells cast by the robbers came crashing down upon the two women, but in that moment, swish, two enormous, resplendent, faint golden wings enveloped the three women present. And the spells collided with the wings, producing a series of explosive sounds. The wings dimmed slightly but held firm against the onslaught. Li Jing thought to himself, "This is, Uncle Li, you've grown wings." Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian were both taken aback, with Ning Qian's eyes wide open, eager to peer closely at this astonishing transformation. Whoosh! In an instant, the wings that enveloped the three women and Li Jing disappeared without a trace. The three women had already activated their Vajra talismans for protection, and Li Jing's wings merely provided an additional layer of defense. Ning Yunxiu, not having the time to ponder further, quickly summoned back her golden hairpin. And Lu Ning did the same in a heartbeat. Their use of artifacts had taken less than 10 breaths of time. However, even though these were subpar artifacts, they were not something they could wield at will. At this moment, the true qi within the two women had already dwindled significantly, exhaustion evident on their faces. "You two should restore your true qi first," Li Jing advised the two women. They nodded in agreement and descended from the rooftop, retreating indoors to recover their true qi. Meanwhile, Li Jing accompanied Ning Qian to clean up the aftermath. The robbers who had sought to take advantage of the chaos lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing, with blood oozing from their hearts and abdomens, gradually staining the street below a deep crimson. Seeing that some were still clinging to life, Li Jing dealt them a few finishing blows, flicking steel beads with his fingers. With Li Jing's current terrifying strength, the casually flicked steel beads were akin to the firepower of a large-caliber sniper rifle from his past life. The remaining robbers, still struggling, found their bodies blown apart, leaving no trace of life. These steel beads were a method Li Jing had devised earlier, using the flicking motion to strike Ning Yunxiu's door, thus providing him with a means of ranged attack that required minimal magical energy while still possessing considerable lethality. Most importantly, it could be released almost instantaneously, making it highly effective against lower-tier cultivators. Li Jing gestured for Ning Qian, who was brimming with excitement and still examining his back, to search the bodies for valuables. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies and the blood-soaked ground, Ning Qian's small face scrunched up in distaste, yet she did not refuse. For cultivators in the outer area, even those who had never engaged in such activities were not unfamiliar with the grim realities of their world. After all, the outer area had never been peaceful, with occasional robberies and killings, and following the recent beast calamity, death was hardly an uncommon sight. Having experienced so much, Ning Qian was not particularly frightened. Moreover, compared to Ning Yunxiu and Lu Ning, her experiences paled in comparison. The two women had learned to be decisive in their actions, demonstrating considerable growth in their resolve. "Wow, there are over a dozen spirit stones. What is this? A thick stack of talismans. Where did they steal these from? Now they've fallen into our hands soon. The previously grim-faced Ning Qian was brimming with excitement, her spirits lifted. Looting corpses can indeed become addictive. Just like in the games of my past life, where defeating monsters yielded equipment, the principle remains the same. After thoroughly looting 3 or 4 robbers, Ning Qian reluctantly ceased her actions. At this point, the streets of the outer area had descended into utter chaos, with cries of slaughter echoing everywhere. Aside from witnessing a few Yuhuan sect cultivators hunting down disciples of the Qingluo sect, most others were masked rogue cultivators, transforming into robbers amidst the turmoil. Some even surged towards the central area, hoping to capitalize on the chaos to raid shops selling spiritual items. The street where Li Jing stood was also in disarray. However, the robbers hesitated to approach upon seeing several corpses lying before Li Jing and Ning Qian, choosing instead to circumvent their vicinity. This mayhem persisted throughout the night, only beginning to subside at dawn. By then, based on the information circulating around, it was clear that the Yuhuan sect had entirely taken control of the management of the Fengshe, reportedly transporting substantial quantities of goods to their flying vessels in the central area. It was evident that this was a blatant act of war and plunder. In the ensuing days, the Yuhuan sect cultivators paid little attention to the outer area, focusing instead on accounting for and transporting resources from the central region. By day, the outer area remained relatively calm, but at night, various criminal activities surged exponentially compared to before, leading to widespread panic and a collective inclination to band together for safety. Li Jing, my friend. We of the Minghua Society are brothers who support one another. I hope you will consider our invitation. A burly, middle-aged cultivator with a square face, exuding an air of grandeur, bowed to Li Jing outside his courtyard. Thank you for the kind offer. If I truly consider joining a society, the Minghua Society would undoubtedly be my first choice. Li Jing reciprocated the bow with courtesy. In recent days, following the actions of Li Jing and the 2 women, they had clearly drawn considerable attention, and Li Jing had already gained a certain reputation among the scattered cultivators. Knowing he was present, several societies had sought to invite him to join. Many of these societies had originally formed to combat the rampant robbers, and they had gradually begun to take shape. Among them, the Minghua Society stood as a prominent force, with its leader, Yan Hui, having reached the late stage of qi refinement and recognized as a formidable figure among the scattered cultivators. Leader, you personally came to extend an invitation, and yet he remains unyielding. Such ingratitude is truly astonishing. One of Yan Hui's subordinates exclaimed in indignation after they had left, in a rush. After all, he possesses some skills, and a bit of arrogance is only natural. Once he witnesses the Yuhuan sect's forthcoming actions, he should find it difficult to maintain his pride, Yan Hui replied, raising a hand to interrupt his subordinate. Days passed, and the chaos in the Fengshe fostered the expansion of societies. As conflicts and tensions between these societies escalated, larger-scale bloodshed began to unfold everywhere. Meanwhile, the Yuhuan sect, which had previously stood by and even exacerbated the chaos in the marketplace, finally began to make its move. Chapter 49. Scraping the Barrel. All cultivators were mandated to pay a head tax, categorized according to their cultivation stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced qi refinement, requiring payment of 3, 6, or 9 spirit stones. Upon the issuance of this decree by the Yuhuan sect, the entire marketplace erupted in uproar among the cultivators. The Qingluo sect had established its presence in the marketplace for such a long time and had never heard of any head tax. The Yuhuan sect was indeed treating them with utter disdain. Having merely occupied the Qingluo marketplace for a few days, the Yuhuan sect had truly begun to consider themselves as overlords. How outrageous! The Yuhuan sect had seized our shops and properties, and now they sought to humiliate us further. Once my Zhang family's ancestors reclaim this territory alongside the Qingluo sect, they shall surely face dire consequences. The Yuhuan sect seems intent on scraping every last bit of profit from the ground, displaying an extreme meanness. I suspect they aim to make a quick fortune and flee. If they truly sought stability, they would not impose such regulations. The news from the Yuhuan sect spurred countless cultivators into fervent discussions, leading to a cacophony of outrage, with many resorting to foul language and invectives. In the central and peripheral areas of the marketplace, aside from the Qingluo sect's properties, there were numerous holdings belonging to other sects and families, all of which the Yuhuan sect did not spare during their raids. Although these familial cultivators and those from other sects, apart from the Qingluo sect, were not entirely exterminated, the mere act of plundering their homes and driving them out of the central and peripheral zones incited profound anger among them. They were not only driven to the outskirts, but were also subjected to the openly collected head tax, akin to the treatment of livestock and slaves, which understandably infuriated them to the point of explosive rage. Such an order was destined to be ignored. However, the Yuhan sect soon revealed its ruthless nature, deploying 3 foundational cultivators to annihilate 2 forces composed of other sects and families, as well as one of the most powerful factions formed by scattered cultivators in the outer region. More than 10 late-stage Qi refinement practitioners perished at the hands of the Yuhan sect. In an instant, countless cultivators in the marketplace were left in despair and silence. Subsequently, the Yuhan sect compelled various gangs in the outer regions to fulfill their spirit stone collection quotas, with Yuhan sect cultivators supervising their efforts. Furthermore, upon completion of their tasks, the gang members were assured they would not need to pay the head tax, and they were even required to contribute 10% of their spirit stone profits. With such a blend of coercion and inducement, the gangs in the outer regions had no choice but to comply, as the pressure was entirely placed upon the cultivators below. Consequently, those who truly lacked funds or were unwilling to part with their resources resorted to hiding in the ancient forests outside. Enduring hardships and facing the dangers posed by wild beasts, Li Daoyu. As long as you join our Minghua society, you won't need to pay any head tax, said a member of the Minghua society, who had previously been beside Yan Hui, addressing Li Jing. Our leader holds you in high regard. Why not consider it? This confidant of Yan Hui, named He Qichong, continued to persuade Li Jing. Seeing that Li Jing was truly unwilling to join the Minghua society, He Qichong's expression gradually soured, and he began to retract his previous air of humility. I hope that Li Daoyu will not make it difficult for us. He Qichong's tone became increasingly distant. Since Li Jing was reluctant to join the Minghua society, He Qichong had no qualms about making an example of him. If he failed to pay the head tax, it would serve as a warning to others. It was known that Li Jing held a certain reputation among the scattered cultivators, and among the practitioners on the nearby streets, he was regarded as one of the highest. Ever since Li Jing's identity was revealed, the nearby cultivators who encountered him showed him great respect. Previously, Ning Zhongjiang, a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, had gained significant renown on the nearby streets, and Li Jing was undoubtedly far superior to him, thus commanding even greater respect. This was also the reason why the Minghua society had repeatedly sought to invite Li Jing to join. However, Li Jing's consistent refusals had evidently offended some of the members. Observing the sudden shift in the demeanor of the cultivators before him, Li Jing maintained a calm expression and placed a full amount of spirit stones on the table. Given Li Jing's current wealth, even with Ning Yunxiu and her 2 companions, the payment of the so-called head tax was hardly a concern. Primarily, Li Jing saw no need to stir up trouble, especially since several foundational cultivators from the Yuhan sect were watching. Should a conflict arise, he would have to retreat into the ancient forests at the first opportunity. Good. He Qichong collected the spirit stones, a smile plastered on his face, albeit insincerely. He then turned and exited the door. Alas, such blatant tyranny, he muttered. The Yuhan sect is but a loyal dog to the Minghua society. Pa, we can only bleed money. What else can we do? How infuriating. When will the Qingluo sect send someone? It has already been several days. When the Minghua society members arrived, Li Jing had kept his door open, allowing the scattered cultivators gathered outside to witness the scene. Once the Minghua society departed, low murmurs of curses and sighs of exasperation rose in waves. There seemed to be something amiss with the Minghua society. A flicker of doubt crept into Li Jing's mind. Although it was commendable to actively recruit talents, he sensed an underlying agenda. After contemplating, once he closed the door, Li Jing informed Lu Ning and Ning Yunxiu, and the 3 quickly exited through the back, tracking down He Qichong, who had not gone far, and approached him along another street. However, with his heightened senses, Li Jing could still overhear the conversation between He Qichong and those beside him, even from several dozen paces away. Chapter 50. Annihilation. This Li Jing is truly unyielding. How shall we report back to the leader? Someone beside He Qichong inquired in a hushed tone. The more he resists, the more it confirms that Li Jing is problematic. It seems he is indeed familiar with that Ning Zhongjiang, and there must be a reason for it. He likely obtained some opportunity besides the dragon pearl, He Qichong asserted confidently. If not, how could a nameless, impoverished old cultivator suddenly become so formidable? It simply doesn't add up. Upon hearing He Qichang's words, the Minghua society member beside him nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. Such lowly, impoverished elderly cultivators were indeed plentiful in the marketplace. Why, then, did Li Jing alone rise so abruptly? Moreover, his relationship with Ning Zhongjiang appeared remarkably close. Otherwise, he would not have sheltered his sister and daughter. The timing of Li Jing's ascendance coincided perfectly with the emergence of the Dragon Pearl. With all these factors, the Minghua society's leader, Yin Hui, clearly believed that Li Jing must have acquired some treasure from Ning Zhongjiang that could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Perhaps Li Jing had even descended into that deep pool dragon lair alongside Ning Zhongjiang, leading them both to encounter their respective fortunes, with Ning Zhongjiang obtaining the Dragon Pearl, while the exact nature of Li Jing's treasure remained unknown. If the leader could obtain the treasure from Li Jing, it would be truly remarkable. Since Li Jing refuses to join our society, he shouldn't blame us for causing him some trouble next, He Qichang whispered to the Minghua society member beside him, who was also one of Yin Hui's confidants. Meanwhile, on another street, Li Jing walked parallel to them, his senses attuned, capturing every word of their low conversation. So that's how it is. Li Jing felt somewhat helpless, realizing that he had not gained any benefits from Ning Zhongjiang, but instead had become embroiled in this mess. In a wonder, he sensed that Yin Hui's intentions were not pure. The roots of the matter lay here. However, even without Ning Zhongjiang, should anyone investigate my background, they would still notice my peculiarities. Li Jing mused to himself. In truth, he was mentally prepared for such occurrences. This was not an uncommon situation. Many cultivators, upon displaying any abnormalities, would inevitably attract suspicion regarding whether they had obtained some opportunity or treasure. Li Jing's previous incarnation had also encountered certain fortunes. Otherwise, the beauty-enhancing pills would not have come into his possession. Facing scrutiny and prying eyes was not fearsome. What truly terrified him was insufficient strength to retaliate, as long as he could eliminate these threats in advance, even if he possessed some extraordinary encounters and opportunities. What of it? Li Jing muttered to himself, his gaze indifferent. In reality, Li Jing did not care much for the Minghua society. He simply feared attracting the attention of the Yuhun sect's formidable cultivators. At this stage, confronting foundational cultivators was evidently not a wise choice. Before long, Li Jing had followed He Qichang and the others to the entrance of the Minghua society's stronghold. Observing that the day was still early, he did not rush into action, opting instead to change his attire and appearance in order to scout the surrounding terrain and gather information at taverns and other establishments. The vicinity was largely under the jurisdiction of the Minghua society, and the collection of head taxes had incited considerable outrage among scattered cultivators, who were well aware of the high-ranking members of the Minghua society and certainly did not hold back in their criticisms. Having gained considerable insight into the Minghua society during this period, Li Jing determined a general range for potential retribution before departing quietly. Soon, night fell. At last, he had completed his tasks, and he anticipated that the coming days would be anything but idle. At a desk in a room, He Qichang stretched his weary back. With the commencement of head tax collection, he had been exceedingly busy, only ending his work after nightfall with a flick. He extinguished the candle in the office and stepped outside. However, in that fleeting moment, a chilling glimmer sliced through the air, and immediately, a deep sword scar, visible to the bone, appeared on his brow. He Qichang's eyes widened in shock, his body failing to react in time before he fell backward with a dull thud, crashing to the ground. The door then creaked open gently, and a shadow swiftly vanished into the distance. Subsequently, Li Jing executed a series of lethal strikes, dispatching over 10 members of the Minghua society. To avoid detection, he refrained from using brute force. At this moment, his swordsmanship proved exceptionally advantageous. Practitioners in the early and mid stages of qi cultivation, as well as two in the late stage, could not escape Li Jing's stealthy assassinations. The golden body technique he practiced not only concealed his presence flawlessly, but also allowed him to masterfully control his muscular and skeletal strength, moving with grace and silence. Within the headquarters of the Minghua society, the members were notably lax, and with Li Jing's formidable prowess, the act of assassination was executed with an ease that bordered on the absurd. Even the late-stage practitioners fell like livestock. To ensure he missed no one, Li Jing interrogated a confidant of Yin Hui, and after eliminating so many foes, he found that less than half an hour had passed. Most of that time was spent locating his targets. Otherwise, it would scarcely have taken a teacup's worth of time, at tea that moment. Yin Hui was in his study, engrossed in a book when he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted slightly as he realized it was too quiet. In the Minghua Society's residence, there was often the comings and goings of subordinates or trusted aides. Although he hadn't paid much attention, there were typically some minor sounds or shadows passing by the windows. However, now there was nothing. Could something have transpired outside? Why has no one come to inform me? Yin Hui merely assumed that some incident had drawn everyone outside and did not suspect an assassination. Lost in thought, he promptly set aside his book and rose to open the door. In an instant, a flash of cold light erupted, and a sharp aura swept past Yin Hui's neck with a clang. Sparks flew as the magical sword seemed to strike against a piece of spiritual steel, producing a jarring metallic clash. It was a protective magical artifact. Almost immediately, Li Jing noticed a jade pendant at Yin Hui's waist glimmer with a transparent light, blocking this lethal strike. This was the first time Li Jing had seen a practitioner equipped with such a protective artifact. These artifacts were notoriously expensive, some even surpassing the cost of high-grade magical tools, and their defensive capabilities were quite impressive. Yet, even this jade pendant was not without its damage, as Li Jing distinctly heard the faint sound of cracking. The protective jade pendant had been compromised. An assassin! In a heartbeat, Yin Hui's body was engulfed in a cold sweat as he gazed forward, meeting the indifferent gaze of his assailant. Instinctively, he reached for his own magical artifact to counterattack. However, in that moment, he inexplicably noticed the assassin's eyes were uniquely strange, featuring a double pupil, one encased within another, separated by a ring of white. Is this a double pupil? The thought flickered through Yin Hui's mind. Yet, the next instant, all he could perceive was an overwhelming white light. His rapidly whirring thoughts came to a halt, and his entire being trembled in fear. The terror induced by the double pupil technique intensified as Li Jing's cultivation level rose. Amplifying its effectiveness as the endless white light faded, two intensely radiant beams surged forth, striking directly into his pupils. With a hiss, the protective jade pendant struggled to defend itself, its transparent aura clashing with the scorching gaze, producing sounds of sizzling boom. At that moment, a sound akin to an explosion resonated, white mist enveloping the area as the jade sword descended once more towards Yin Hui's neck. The protective jade pendant, unable to withstand the force, shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Simultaneously, Li Jing's burning gaze pierced through Yin Hui's skull, continuing downwards to dissolve the earth beneath him, leaving two gaping holes in the stone. As the intense heat dissipated, Li Jing's eyes, imbued with a faint white light, regarded the lifeless body of Yin Hui with indifference as he began to search for valuables. Unfortunately, the bounty for the heads had already been claimed by the supervising members of the Yuhuan sect. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable windfall, Li Jing muttered to himself. Once he had gathered the items, he reflected briefly, realizing that Yin Hui's demise might remind others of Zhang Ying, whom he had previously slain. Thus, he utilized talismans to tidy up the scene before turning to leave. Swiftly, by the next day, news spread, causing a stir in the surrounding areas. Chapter 51. Instant Movement, The Return of Qingluo Sect. Have you heard? The Minghua Society was wiped out last night. Ha ha ha, they got what they deserved. Considering their arrogance yesterday, it's only reasonable that enemies would come knocking. It was a total annihilation. Only the higher-ups were killed. Ive heard that Yin Hui's corpse was incinerated. Which deity did they offend? It's likely aimed at the Minghua Society, but could it be the Yuhuan sect? Who else could it be? Well done. Now the Minghua Society is bound to disband completely. The events concerning the Minghua Society quickly spread across the outer districts like wildfire, igniting fervent discussions among countless practitioners. Many applauded the incident, while the members of various factions who were responsible for collecting bounties felt a chill of fear, halting their activities. Naturally, this incited the fury of the Yuhuan sect, prompting a senior practitioner to launch an investigation. Although the Yuhuan sect is known for controlling souls, it is primarily effective against beasts. The notion of extracting human souls to probe for information is far from the mythical practices of summoning spirits from the underworld. Moreover, even if they could summon souls for inquiries, it would be impossible to locate Li Jing. After all, he had taken extensive precautions during the assassination, even covering his face, wrapping his hair, and wearing gloves. Achieving the utmost concealment would be truly bizarre if he were recognized. Li Jing had also interrogated Yan Hui's confidant and learned of Yan Hui's intentions to plot against him. However, only a select few were privy to this information, including Yan Hui himself. Thus, to outsiders, the conflict between Li Jing and the Minghua society seemed minimal. At most, he had simply declined Yan Hui's invitation to join. It was likely that the Minghua society had accumulated numerous grudges during its rise, and they certainly had no shortage of enemies. It would be a while before the investigation turned to Li Jing. After all, to the outside world, Li Jing's cultivation level was merely that of the mid-stage Qi practitioner, primarily focused on body cultivation. The notion that he could silently eliminate so many experts of the Minghua society was evidently implausible. Regardless of how much one ponders, necessary preparations must still be made. Li Jing surveyed the courtyard before him, contemplating. This very courtyard was where Ning Yunxiu and Ning Qian had previously resided, and Li Jing had returned stealthily with the three women. Furthermore, this location still possessed the secret passage left behind by Ning Zhongjiang. Should danger arise, they could choose to retreat immediately. Of course, Li Jing felt it unlikely that such measures were necessary, yet preparation was prudent. As he anticipated, the Yuhuan sect's senior practitioner found no leads and instead annihilated two rival factions of the Minghua society. Pinning the blame on them. It made sense. As long as the factions collected spirit stones, nothing else mattered. Shifting the blame onto two larger factions while demonstrating power would be the most efficient strategy. Upon hearing of the Yuhuan sect's actions, Li Jing immediately grasped the underlying motives. However, to err on the side of caution, he decided to remain hidden in the courtyard, choosing not to return to his previous residence. Even sorting through the resources in their storage bags, he opted to do so in the ancient beast forest outside. The recent slaying of numerous high-ranking members of the Minghua society, as well as several of Yan Hui's confidants, had yielded Li Jing no less than several thousand spirit stones, not to mention other resources, talismans, and magical artifacts. After paying the bounty for the heads with just a few spirit stones, he had received an astronomical return. In addition to these resources, he had acquired a wealth of cultivation techniques, discovering a particular technique he could practice named instant movement. This technique refines the various acupuncture points in the feet, allowing for movement at lightning speed, akin to a thunderclap, beyond the naked eye's perception. This technique was not an outdated ancient method. Even contemporary body cultivators and Qi practitioners could cultivate it without the need for blood essence from thunder or wind attribute beasts. Though incorporating such blood could significantly enhance its effects, among the many techniques he had acquired, this was the one that intrigued Li Jing the most, perfectly complementing his ground speed capabilities and serving as a counterbalance to the Baijin transformation. As Li Jing perused the manual in his hands, he remarked, "The wings transformed by Baijin transformation, even when fully morphing into ancient demonic birds, excel in speed within the skies but fall short on the ground." Immediately, Li Jing began practicing within the courtyard, executing rapid steps akin to a celestial dance, establishing a rhythm that resonated with profound mystery. As he trained, the energy from his golden body technique gradually permeated his legs, nourishing them through hidden acupuncture points. Li Jing's initially clumsy movements began to smoothen, evolving into a sight that was pleasing to behold. As long as it pertains to physical actions, Li Jing, who practices the golden body technique, can meticulously control various movements and strengths, allowing for a significantly swifter cultivation process compared to the average cultivator. In the subsequent days, Li Jing continued his daily practice in an orderly manner, diligently engaging in the golden body technique, the Hercules Overlord method, the transformation of the 100 birds, and the instantaneous movement technique. His schedule was fully packed and immensely fulfilling. Meanwhile, the outer regions were far from tranquil. In recent days, the uproar surrounding the head tax had escalated, leading to violent resistance from many cultivators, resulting in considerable casualties among various factions. The pressure from the Spirit Convergence sect intensified, compelling these factions to exert even harsher control, which in turn fueled the extremity of the cultivators' rebellion. Behind this turmoil, the involvement of other sects and noble families, who had confiscated resources, could hardly be overlooked. Occasionally, Li Jing would don a disguise and venture out, and upon hearing these tidings, he immediately contemplated this possibility. Otherwise, it would be unlikely for a mere handful of rogue cultivators to rise up against the factions. The frequency of such rebellious acts suggested a deeper plot, likely orchestrated by those sects and noble families who dared to subtly complicate matters for the Spirit Convergence sect. Thus, discontent simmered among the rogue cultivators, who grew increasingly resentful and hostile towards both the factions and the Spirit Convergence sect. However, aside from the head tax issue, Li Jing soon caught wind of another troubling piece of news. A high-ranking cultivator from the Spirit Convergence sect, having emerged from seclusion after several days, demanded a thorough investigation into the Minghua society. This announcement promptly drew the attention of numerous cultivators, and rumors began to circulate that the leader of the Minghua society, Yan Hui, was actually a spy for the Spirit Convergence sect in the Qingluo Square, and had familial ties to this high-ranking cultivator. Consequently, upon learning of this matter, the foundation-building cultivator erupted in fury, insisting on a complete inquiry. It was time to pack up and flee. Upon hearing this news, Li Jing, seated at a table in a tavern, immediately rose and exited through the tavern's doors. If Yan Hui indeed held such connections, Li Jing felt that merely relocating would not suffice. He would have to follow the lead of other rogue cultivators who evaded the head tax and seek refuge in the ancient forests of the Beast territory for a few months. Just as Li Jing stepped outside, a thunderous sound resonated from the heavens, followed by the appearance of a colossal flying vessel that captivated the gaze of all present. It was the flying vessel of the Qingluo sect. They had finally arrived. Excited shouts filled the streets, reverberating in everyone's ears. Chapter 52. Has the square been abandoned? Above the sky, white clouds floated as a massive flying vessel, obscuring the sun, soared forth, cutting through the tempestuous winds with a resounding roar. Praise the heavens, the Qingluo sect was finally taking action against the Spirit Convergence sect. Initially, one might have perceived the Qingluo sect's negligence towards the rampant robbery in the outer regions as a sign of a poor sect. Yet, in contrast to the Spirit Convergence sect, the Qingluo sect suddenly appeared to be exceedingly commendable. Just yesterday, 3 of my spirit stones were confiscated. How fortunate it would have been had they arrived a day earlier. Hurry and drive away the Spirit Convergence sect. They are a true menace. It is no wonder that the Spirit Convergence sect is desperately eager to hasten the plundering of spirit stones. They must have sensed that the Qingluo sect was about to dispatch personnel. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Qingluo sect's floating vessel, countless rogue cultivators in the outer regions erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices soaring into the heavens. That moment, in the central area of the square, the Spirit Convergence sect's flying vessel also ascended rapidly, heading northward. It was a clear indication of a hasty retreat. The Qingluo sect's vessel followed closely behind. The 2 vessels, akin to aircraft carriers, cast enormous shadows upon the ground, resembling 2 clouds obscuring the sun. Soon, the air was filled with a cataclysmic rumble, as dazzling lights erupted from the vessels, blindingly brilliant, momentarily overshadowing even the sun's radiance. The spirit cannons on board began to unleash their fury. Accompanied by the thunderous roars of the cannons, both vessels activated layer upon layer of protective runic circles to fend off incoming spirit explosive projectiles. This was not merely a battle. It was a lavish expenditure of spirit stones. Some rogue cultivators gasped in disbelief, murmuring to themselves, such was the nature of war. Otherwise, no sect would easily deploy cannons and protective formations on their vessels. For the consumption of spirit stones was astronomical. Each spirit explosive projectile consumed thousands of spirit stones at the very least, and the defensive formations required an equally staggering expenditure. In the blink of an eye, both sides exchanged dozens of attacks, the explosions illuminating the ground as if each blast were a miniature sun, rendering the earth a blinding white, causing many to squint in astonishment. At this moment, Li Jing's eyes began to exhibit traces of a dual pupil, with the white circles within his pupils seemingly revolving in concentric motions, mystical and extraordinary. The myriad of dazzling explosions did not impair Li Jing's vision. He clearly observed streams of light emerging from both vessels, engaging in a fierce clash. It was the foundation-building cultivators of the Spirit Convergence sect and the Qingluo sect locked in combat. Li Jing mused to himself, realizing that only foundation-building cultivators could soar through the skies and partake in such high-level battles. Before long, numerous streams of light dimmed and fell from the heavens. As the fierce skirmish raged on, ultimately, the Spirit Convergence sect's vessel made a hasty escape, while the Qingluo sect's vessel refrained from pursuing, suggesting a hard-fought victory, albeit not without its costs. a Pyrrhic triumph. They had won. The Qingluo sect had reclaimed the square. How marvelous! Ha ha ha! The accursed spirit convergence sect has fled. Countless rogue cultivators erupted in joyous cheers. The sect had long ignored the rogue cultivators in the outer regions, and thus they had little regard for the outcome of the conflict. The spirit convergence sect had plundered the meager resources of impoverished rogue cultivators, naturally inciting animosity and a fervent hope for the Qingluo sect's success. Yet, amidst the blinding flashes of light and the significant distance, they were oblivious to the tremendous cost incurred by the Qingluo sect in achieving this victory. Shortly thereafter, the flying vessel returned, gradually hovering above the Qingluo square, and then descended slowly in the central area. The cultivators of the Qingluo sect resumed their presence. Finally, there was no need to flee. Seeing everything settle, Li Jing felt a sense of relief wash over him. The arrival of the Qingluo sect was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been on his way to the ancient forests with the three women in tow. Subsequently, Li Jing purchased a few exquisite spirit foods and leisurely made his way back. With the central area and inner regions occupied by the spirit convergence sect, a marketplace for talismans, magical artifacts, and spiritual items had gradually emerged in the outer regions, making purchases considerably more convenient. However, the sole drawback was that this spontaneously formed trading market lacked the safety that the previously controlled central area by the Qingluo sect had provided. Here, theft, murder, and robbery were commonplace, causing every transaction to be approached with utmost caution. Moreover, sellers needed a certain level of cultivation. Otherwise, their goods could easily be snatched away in the blink of an eye. Li Jing, however, harbored no such concerns. He had even played the part of a naive fool to ambush 2 or 3 waves of robbers, earning himself over 100 spirit stones. Upon returning to his courtyard, he conversed with the 3 women, devouring the spirit-infused food he had purchased, while the 3 women retreated to their rooms to cultivate. Li Jing then began his practice of the instantaneous movement technique. After several days of training, today, after more than 2 hours of practice, he finally grasped the fundamentals of the instantaneous movement technique. Instantaneous movement, beginner 100, swish, swish, swished in the courtyard. Li Jing's figure flickered as he constantly changed positions, his speed astonishingly swift, almost completing the movements in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers breathless. Excellent with this skill. Engaging in close combat would become even more effortless. Upon witnessing the effects of the instantaneous movement technique, Li Jing's face lit up with joy. While he could achieve such speed through sheer brute force with the golden body technique, this was a technique distinctly more effortless. Moreover, the instantaneous movement technique was merely in its nascent stages. Should he perfect it, it would undoubtedly elevate his speed several levels higher. With this thought in mind, even Li Jing could not help but beam with delight. The Qingluo sect's flying vessel might depart in a few days, and tickets were not distributed to ordinary cultivators. Only those from other sects and noble families had the potential to leave. The next day, when Li Jing ventured out once more, news began to circulate on the streets. However, this flying vessel was intended for war, not for trade as per usual, so ordinary rogue cultivators paid little heed to it. Simultaneously, everyone speculated that the Qingluo sect would soon recruit rogue cultivators to aid in the reconstruction of the central and inner regions. Yet, after 2 days of circulating rumors, it became evident that even cultivators from other sects and noble families required connections to board the vessel. Those without connections or resources were informed that they could only await the next cargo vessel. This news promptly caused considerable discontent among many lesser sect cultivators and noble families lacking substantial backgrounds. Their resources had been thoroughly plundered, yet they were unable to leave. The next cargo vessel's arrival remained uncertain, and following previous patterns, it could be more than half a year before one would arrive. However, the Qingluo square was currently desolate and thoroughly searched. Perhaps in due time, a cargo vessel would indeed come. Many cultivators could only speculate in such a manner. The following day, everyone noticed that the flying vessel of the Qingluo sect began to rise slowly into the air, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the sky. Beneath this shadow, the cultivators on the ground appeared as insignificant as ants. The vessel gradually receded from view, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. When some cultivators rushed to the inner and central regions to investigate, they were met with a shocking revelation. The Qingluo sect had not left behind a single cultivator, let alone any supplies. Everyone had assumed that the Qingluo sect would follow their previous pattern, leaving behind a considerable number of individuals to manage the marketplace and safeguard the central area, with foundational cultivators on duty, awaiting the arrival of new cargo vessels. However, the scene was starkly different now. The place was deserted, and the Qingluo sect had not left any instructions or personnel behind. Was the Qingluo sect truly abandoning the marketplace? This news spread through the marketplace like an earthquake, causing a tremendous uproar. Impossible. How could this be? My heavens, has the Qingluo marketplace been forsaken? Many rushed to investigate, confirming that the Qingluo sect had indeed left no one to guard the area. What on earth is happening here? Some speculated that they might belong to a combat unit, thus not governing the marketplace, and that reinforcements would arrive soon. After all, they had just defeated the Yuhuan sect. Why were they not reclaiming the marketplace? As the news spread, countless cultivators were thrown into a frenzy, engaging in fervent discussions and wild speculations. Many could hardly believe the truth and rushed to the central area for confirmation, only to return dumbfounded. Was the Qingluo sect fearful of a counterattack from the Yuhuan sect? Upon hearing this news, Li Jing immediately entertained this thought. While other cultivators may not have grasped the details of the battle that day, Li Jing was acutely aware of the heavy price the Qingluo sect had paid. Moreover, due to the devastation wrought by the beast calamity, the Qingluo marketplace had been thoroughly plundered by the Yuhuan sect, making it exceedingly difficult to restore previous profitability in the short term. With the Yuhuan sect lurking ominously, the safety of the Qingluo cultivators stationed here was also at significant risk. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jing understood why the Qingluo sect had temporarily abandoned the reconstruction of the central area. Additionally, rumors about the Qingluo sect facing troubles had been circulating for months. Recent incursions by the Yuhuan sect, coupled with the Qingluo sect's decision to forsake the marketplace, indicated that they might indeed be in dire straits. Li Jing then recalled the rumors from months prior, when the news of the Jiaolong Pearl had caused quite a stir. Yet no Golden Core ancestors had emerged at that time. Some speculated that the Qingluo sect might be in trouble. Reflecting on past events alongside the recent occurrences, it felt as if the fog surrounding these matters was beginning to clear. However, the departure of the Qingluo sect was, in fact, more advantageous for Li Jing, as it meant the foundational cultivators were no longer a looming threat. Fortunately, he had recently purchased a substantial reserve of spiritual rice, which had proven to be a wise investment. Recently, Li Jing had acquired a considerable amount of spirit stones, and with the trading zone having shifted to the outer area, he decided to purchase another 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice. Although prices had risen slightly, he anticipated that they would not drop significantly in the future. Moreover, acquiring these spirit stones had been relatively easy, thanks to the generosity of the higher-ups from the Jie cultivators and the Minghua society, allowing Li Jing to spend them without hesitation. Yet, with the Qingluo sect temporarily relinquishing the marketplace, it was foreseeable that chaos would soon reign, leading to rampant price increases across all commodities. After pondering for a moment, Li Jing shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, and began his cultivation. This time, he positioned his meditation mat in the center of the room, seated himself cross-legged, and slowly commenced his practice of the 100 Birds transformation. In the 6th acupoint along his spine, a faint golden energy began to trace and outline the primordial avian form of Li, its spiritual essence gradually becoming clearer, as though it were on the verge of coming to life. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the ancient avian within the acupoint suddenly let out a piercing cry, causing the entire acupoint to resonate gently. Soon after, the primordial avian forms within the other 5 acupoints responded in kind, simultaneously releasing their powerful cries, causing the acupoints to tremble and emit resplendent light, the energies intertwining harmoniously. The 6 acupoints of the 100 Birds transformation were completed. With a rush of energy, a pair of magnificent wings, shimmering with golden light, unfurled from Li Jing's back. Each wing measured over 10 feet in length, each feather gleaming with a metallic luster, extending from Li Jing's spine and moving in harmony with his thoughts, as if they were an innate part of him. Fortunately, Li Jing had anticipated the breakthrough of the 100 Birds transformation and had moved the mat to the center of the room to allow for the wings to spread. Despite this, several deep, sharp marks were left on the walls. Upon observing the transformation of his wings, Li Jing noted that their color had deepened from a pale gold to a richer hue, and their texture appeared more refined, with subtle changes that made them seem longer and more formidable. With a thought, Li Jing activated the wings, causing them to flap gently, generating a soft breeze, which then transformed into a cascade of light as they dispersed. Now that the 100 Birds transformation had reached its initial success, he could soar over 100 feet high and cover several dozen miles in a single bound. At this stage, even in the air, he possessed a nascent combat capability. With this realization, Li Jing promptly rose, opened the door, and stepped outside. The three women were likely engaged in their cultivation, leaving the courtyard vacant. He gazed skyward. The sun was beginning to set in the west. And he proceeded on his way in the ancient forest. As Li Jing flapped his golden wings, radiating light, he soared skyward with a rush, the sound of the wind roaring in his ears, since the 100 Birds transformation had progressed from the entry level to initial success. Both his flight altitude and speed had undergone a qualitative leap in the void. Li Jing glided through the sky like a mythical bird, speeding across the heavens, his long, ink-black hair flowing wildly behind him, and his garments fluttering in the wind. Exhilarated, unable to contain himself, Li Jing let out a long howl that echoed across the valley, startling numerous beasts into a panic, while a few scattered cultivators in the forest looked on in confusion, unsure of the source of the sound. Glancing upwards, they saw that Li Jing was already several miles away, making it impossible for them to identify him. They could only harbor feelings of jealousy and speculation, wondering if he had stumbled upon some rare spiritual herb or hunted a magical beast, hence his evident joy. After enjoying this newfound ability for a while and becoming familiar with the changes in the 100 Birds transformation, Li Jing decided to hunt a jade-tooth rabbit before leisurely returning to the outer area. The jade-tooth rabbit was a delicacy, rich in spiritual essence, and he had claimed it for himself. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a pair of Jia cultivators had set their sights on Li Jing's prize. "Stop! Don't do anything reckless. Come back." One Jia cultivator urgently tugged at his companion's clothing, who was now drenched in cold sweat from fear. "This is the same person Old Song and the others targeted at the trading market. Do you not remember what happened?" Upon hearing his companion's words, the second Jia cultivator froze, feeling as though his lips were parched. It was not just Old Song. Even the likes of Crooked Mouth Yang had reportedly fallen victim to the same individual, meeting a gruesome fate where their hearts exploded, their blood spilled entirely. Due to the previous incident with the Yuhuan sect, Li Jing had taken precautions, altering his appearance slightly for this outing, resembling the guise he had worn during his visit to the trading market. The two Jia cultivators were only a dozen paces away from Li Jing, and as they conversed, they suddenly noticed the man holding the jade-tooth rabbit, turning to face them. "This is bad. Did he use some talisman to hear our conversation?" Startled, the two of them exchanged terrified glances and attempted to flee. But in the next instant, boom! It was as if their hearts had been struck by a sniper's bullet, with gaping wounds the size of bowls exploding from their chests. "What is happening?" Both of their faces contorted in disbelief as they gazed at the gaping wounds in their hearts, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth. Until their last moments, they remained unaware of the means by which they had been slain. Chapter 54. The hand of a woman. These two Jia cultivators were rather inept, with the one who wanted to take action failing to use a diamond talisman in the first instance. Li Jing approached the duo, rifling through their belongings and collecting over a dozen spirit stones and more than 20 talismans, shaking his head in mild reproach. Having anticipated that seizing a jade-tooth rabbit, rich in spiritual essence, would attract Jia cultivators, he was not surprised by their appearance. However, it seemed they recognized his current appearance and were reconsidering their approach. Li Jing had grown adept at altering his visage, making slight changes to his features quite simple, yet he had become accustomed to maintaining a consistent disguise for ease. It appeared that if he wished to fish for more treasures in the future, he would need to adopt a different facade. Li Jing mused to himself. He would show no mercy to such Jia cultivators. Once the confrontation began, it was a matter of life and death. Had Li Jing been of lower cultivation, they would not have spared him either. The corpses of cultivators left scattered across the streets each morning served as a grim reminder that one must not show leniency to Jia cultivators. As for the reason their hearts burst open with gaping wounds, it was naturally due to the steel balls that Li Jing had quietly discharged. Several waves of robbers had been dealt with in such a manner by Li Jing during this time. Even if they had employed indestructible talismans, it merely meant they would be struck a few more times. Remarkably, this left me with a modicum of notoriety among the bandits. Li Jing had, of course, overheard the earlier conversation between the two, feeling somewhat amused yet exasperated. However, it was indeed Li Jing. The steel balls unleashed by ordinary body cultivators lacked such formidable power and left no traces of spiritual energy. Appearing rather incredible, as Li Jing continued on his way back, he encountered another group of suspected robbers. Unfortunately, they were at a distance, displaying avarice yet showing no signs of action. It seemed that even the most straightforward bait did not guarantee a catch. Li Jing remained unfazed, and upon nearing his destination, confirmed that no one was following him before quietly returning to the courtyard, his expression restored to its original state. "I'm back." Upon hearing sounds from the courtyard, Ning Yunxiu emerged from the kitchen. She was a graceful figure, with a beautiful countenance, her dark hair adorned with a golden hairpin. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like hands, from which droplets of water were visibly sliding down. It appeared she was preparing dinner. Noticing this, Li Jing lifted the jade-toothed rabbit, raising it towards her, instantly igniting a spark of excitement in Ning Yunxiu's almond-shaped eyes. "This is the jade-toothed rabbit. Tonight, we are indeed fortunate." Ning Yunxiu had grown accustomed to Li Jing's periodic returns with demonic beasts from his hunts. In comparison, her brother Ning Zhongjiang, who previously hunted professionally, could hardly match Li Jing's casual prowess. This disparity between individuals was indeed remarkable. As Li Jing approached with the jade-toothed rabbit, it seemed something in the kitchen had begun to boil over, prompting Ning Yunxiu to hurriedly step inside to check. "Allow me to handle that. The preparation of the jade-toothed rabbit is quite particular, lest we waste such exquisite meat." Ning Yunxiu lifted the pot lid, and as steam billowed forth, she instinctively took a step back. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Li Jing extending the jade-toothed rabbit towards her, and she quickly reached out with her jade-like hand. However, in the next moment, her cheeks tinged with crimson, for her hand felt not the soft fur of the jade-toothed rabbit, but rather the smooth warmth of a hand. Just as she attempted to withdraw her hand, she felt that gentle hand clasp hers. "Feel free to hold on a bit longer. I won't lose a piece of flesh," Li Jing teased, his voice warm in her ear. "What if Lu Ning sees this?" Ning Yunxiu's lovely face was now awash with a rosy hue, and she, unable to meet Li Jing's gaze, quickly glanced towards the door, fearful of being discovered. "Rest assured, she's still in her training." Li Jing's smile widened. This woman, who usually exuded maturity and rationality, possessed a softer side he had not anticipated. Thus, Lu Ning's words rang true. Ning Yunxiu indeed harbored feelings for him. According to Lu Ning, had she not intervened early, perhaps Ning Yunxiu would have already been with Li Jing. After all, a woman's pursuit of a man is often veiled in subtlety. This led Li Jing to recall that during the beast calamity, while the two women seemed harmonious, the atmosphere between them had been somewhat peculiar, perhaps for this very reason. Now that the three of them shared the same residence, Lu Ning believed herself to be somewhat of a love rival, and with Li Jing's deepening cultivation, his physique stronger than a wild bull, Lu Ning had indeed broached the subject of Ning Yunxiu and Li Jing. In the realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon for accomplished cultivators to take multiple wives or concubines. After all, those in the qi refinement stage were considered the lower tier of the cultivation world, and their lives were not significantly different from mundane existence. Should a cultivator of lower rank, like Li Jing's previous incarnation, return to the secular world in his 60s, marrying several wives would be deemed unremarkable, and wealth and nobility would be easily attainable. In the ancient context of the cultivation world, such occurrences were commonplace. Even in the realm where Li Jing once resided, the abolition of concubinage had been less than a century ago. "She's in her training. You can't." Ning Yunxiu's ears had flushed crimson, and after several futile attempts to free her hand, she could only let out a soft huff, allowing Li Jing to hold on. In truth, Lu Ning had previously jested about this matter with Ning Yunxiu, but Ning Yunxiu, being rather bashful, would shy away after a few exchanges. Despite being of a somewhat older age, she remained an untouched maiden, and thus, the boundaries of propriety were inevitably crossed by someone like Lu Ning, who had experienced life more fully. Li Jing had no urgent desire to press the matter further. As they held hands, he engaged in light conversation, soon easing Ning Yunxiu's tension considerably. After spending some time with her, Li Jing finally departed the kitchen. As the sun sank low in the sky, casting a crimson glow, Lu Ning and Ning Qian emerged after finishing their cultivation. "Aunt, are you unwell? Your face seems a bit flushed." Ning Qian inquired with concern. I'm fine. It was just the fire in the stove that was too fierce. Ning Yunxiu busied herself with the dishes, her demeanor somewhat awkward. This. Lu Ning couldn't help but glance at Li Jing, her gaze laden with significance. In the following days, aside from cultivation, Li Jing would often tease Ning Yunxiu, experimenting with Ning Qian's talismans, while consistently spending time with Lu Ning, leading a secluded yet fulfilling life. However, the situation outside the marketplace was gradually descending into chaos. Following the departure of the Yuhan sect and Qingluo sect, various gangs began to clash violently, vying for territory, and no one could impose order. All right, it's time for me to take action. One day, upon hearing a certain piece of news, Li Jing abruptly rose from his seat. A smile gracing his lips. Chapter 55. Spiritual Energy Nodes, Foundation Establishing Great Cultivation Courtyard. With the departure of the Qingluo sect's flying ship, the ensuing days saw a palpable increase in disorder and chaos within the marketplace. The gangs that had assisted the Yuhan sect in collecting head taxes had incited widespread discontent and hatred, leading to frequent ambushes against their members. It became commonplace to see gang cultivators mysteriously lying dead in the streets, instilling fear among the gang members, who could only venture out in groups. Moreover, due to the numerous incidents, the scale of each gang had noticeably increased, leading to conflicts and friction between various factions. The intensity of enmity escalated into bloodshed, with the scale of violence growing increasingly larger, resulting in frequent large-scale battles occurring in various regions. Coupled with the incessant emergence of robbers, the marketplace had truly become a chaotic mess. In the initial 2 or 3 days, everyone still exhibited some restraint, hesitant to tread into the inner and central regions. However, those areas were too alluring. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was incomparable to that of the outer regions, prompting some to tentatively venture into the inner zones. Today, having heard news that several gangs had begun to test the waters in the central region, Li Jing found himself greatly intrigued. What better reason to seek out a place rich in spiritual energy? It was hard to refuse. Originally seated in a tavern, Li Jing had been gathering recent news. He stood tall, contemplating inwardly. Prolonged exposure to an environment abundant in spiritual energy, even for mere mortals, yields considerable benefits, let alone for cultivators. Although body cultivators do not rely on spiritual energy as heavily as those practicing qi methods, such an environment still subtly aids in cultivation. Had it not been for the series of events that transpired, with Li Jing's current wealth, he might have already moved into the central region. With several gangs leading the charge, even if the Qingluo sect were to return after some time, Li Jing himself would not be the first to be targeted. If the Qingluo sect did not return, the Yuhan sect, having already ravaged the marketplace once, would undoubtedly look down upon the now dilapidated marketplace, making it feasible for Li Jing to reside there until the Qingluo sect's return. According to Li Jing's deductions, the Qingluo sect faced significant issues, and for the foreseeable future, they would lack the manpower and resources to rebuild the ruins. Furthermore, should they come seeking recompense, they could only accept the loss and pay rent, which would allow for some negotiation. Of course, certain places would likely require payment in spirit stones, which the Qingluo sect would not lease out, such as specific nodes where spiritual energy converged, which had originally been utilized by the Foundation establishing great cultivators stationed to guard the marketplace. Naturally, these locations were what Li Jing coveted. Let us hope no one has claimed them yet. Li Jing mused to himself, promptly discarding his payment for drinks and hastening towards the central region. Along the way, passing through the inner regions, Li Jing noticed a considerable number of cultivators roaming about. With the marketplace's overseers absent and the area in ruins, everyone's courage began to swell. Before long, Li Jing's figure had already appeared in the central region. Upon entering the central area, the presence of cultivators diminished sharply. Ultimately, there remained a lingering respect for the Qingluo sect, as the central region had been perceived as a lofty realm. The location where the Foundation establishing great cultivators resided was not exactly a secret. However, few had dared to wander into that territory previously. If the general populace held reverence for the Qingluo sect, the Foundation establishing great cultivators were undoubtedly the source of that fear. As for figures like the Golden Elixir Ancestor, they were far too distant from the scattered cultivators, existing almost like legends, and few had considered they might ever encounter such beings in their lifetime. Li Jing moved swiftly, and in no time, he arrived at the area previously occupied by the Foundation establishing great cultivators. This locale was quite expansive, almost akin to a small, autonomous region, adorned with exquisite structures, pavilions, and corridors, along with artificial hills, lotus ponds, and arched bridges. However, after enduring the beast calamity and subsequent invasions by the Yuan sect, most of these structures had been reduced to ruins. Wow, the concentration of spiritual energy here is exceedingly rich, even surpassing that of the entire central region. At long last, Li Jing stepped into a courtyard that appeared to be in relatively good condition. Immediately, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, which surged into his body with each breath, invigorating both his body and mind. This place must have originally belonged to a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. For not only was the concentration of spiritual energy exceptional, but the decor was also elegant and luxurious, managing to retain a commendable state even amidst the chaos of past disturbances. Li Jing lightly tread upon the roof ridge, surveying his surroundings, and couldn't help but think to himself, he had already circled the area, and this residence of the Foundation establishment cultivator encompassed 3 or 4 nodes where spiritual energy was notably abundant. However, those locations had fallen into disrepair, reduced to ruins, and the spiritual energy there was slightly inferior to that of this courtyard. Clearly, within the entire market district, this estate was the most concentrated in spiritual energy. Indeed. As Li Jing walked around the courtyard, he nodded in approval. No wonder the disciples of various sects cultivated at such an astonishing pace. The quality of the facilities here was worlds apart from those of loose cultivators. Had his former self had the chance to reside in such an environment, even with mediocre aptitude, he would have surely progressed to the mid-stage of qi refinement, Li Jing pondered. Even if it were not here. The mere density of spiritual energy in this central area was reason enough for countless loose cultivators to vie for opportunities to enter. If not for the current turmoil, it would have been improbable for Li Jing to find a place to stay, even after achieving the Foundation establishment stage. Next, Li Jing inspected the various buildings within the courtyard. Everything inside was relatively intact, requiring no effort for repairs. His spirit soared, and he spent a couple of hours cultivating there, soon realizing that his efficiency seemed to have increased. This brought him immense satisfaction. With an abundance of spiritual rice and spiritual meat at his disposal, and now immersed in an even richer environment for cultivation. It was akin to a dream for other loose cultivators. Such dense spiritual energy could even allow for the cultivation of spiritual vegetables for sustenance. As Li Jing's thoughts whirled, he contemplated further. In doing so, his Longqing Gong would indeed be able to manifest its true potential. Just as he began to plan his forthcoming life, a sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted outside. It must be here. Indeed. Open up. A series of faint sounds followed. Bang! In the next moment, the heavy door of the courtyard was forcefully thrust open, and a multitude of individuals poured in, upon sensing the surging concentration of spiritual energy in the air. Each of their faces lit up with expressions of greedy delight. Ha, what rich spiritual energy! This place belongs to our golden gang, exclaimed the leading man, a robust figure with sparkling eyes, his joy palpable. However, at that moment, his gaze, which had been surveying the area, suddenly froze, and his smile quickly vanished, for he had spotted a stranger standing not far off, among the dozen or so cultivators. The leading man's expression morphed into one of complexity and intrigue upon noticing Li Jing. "Who might you be, esteemed guest?" he inquired. Stepping forward with a courteous demeanor, Li Jing, came the gentle reply from Li Jing, who then glanced at the courtyard's entrance, relieved that the residence of a Foundation establishment cultivator was constructed robustly enough to withstand such violent entry. Li Jing? Song Heng's eyes narrowed, rapidly sifting through his mind for information about the name. He seems to be the renowned body cultivator, Li Jing. Noticing Song Heng's apparent struggle to recall Li Jing's reputation, a member of the Golden Gang who had previously encountered Li Jing stepped forward and whispered into Song Heng's ear. So it is him. Only moments ago, Song Heng had been pondering which sect or influential family Li Jing belonged to. But upon hearing his subordinate's words, he instantly recalled the details about Li Jing. His heart lightening. Li Jing was a formidable body cultivator, rumored to have single-handedly slain a bull armor beast, renowned for its strength, during a beast calamity, leaving countless bystanders aghast. Earlier, for mid-stage qi refinement cultivators had attempted to assassinate him, only to meet their demise at his hands. Merely a solitary loose cultivator, and a body cultivator at that. He posed little threat. A flurry of thoughts raced through Song Heng's mind, and his initial shock and caution gradually eased into a relaxed demeanor. "May I inquire as to your business at our Golden Gang's residence?" Song Heng said, a smile on his lips, albeit not reaching his eyes, as he spoke. His right hand subtly flicked, causing a talisman to disintegrate into ash, and a faint golden glow enveloped his body. They had activated the diamond talisman, without needing Song Heng's cue. His subordinates behind him also activated their diamond talismans, each body radiating a soft golden light. In the realm of cultivators, the activation of a diamond talisman signified preparation for battle. Of course, the primary concern was that Song Heng had encountered adept body cultivators before and understood their overwhelming might. Without preparation, being caught off guard by a body cultivator could lead to a precarious situation. Thus, they activated the diamond talismans first, while readying other talismans, aiming to dominate the atmosphere and prepare to strike down the solitary loose cultivator at a moment's notice. This was undoubtedly the most spiritually enriched node within the market district. They could not afford to let it slip away. As for the Golden Gang, Li Jing had indeed heard whispers of it. It was one of the most formidable gangs in the outer districts. Led by a master named Xiu, a consummate expert in qi refinement, adept in the powerful Gungjin technique, hence the gang's name. However, the individual currently conversing with him did not resemble the rumored Xiu. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the diamond talisman enveloping Song Heng took effect, he suddenly felt a series of violent collisions, his entire being trembling from the sheer force. The glow of the diamond talisman flickered erratically, on the brink of shattering. "Kill him!" Song Heng bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, having finally grasped the unfolding situation. Yet, before his words could fully escape, he caught sight of a gigantic golden hand, the size of a palm fan, descending upon his face. In an instant, the faint golden glow that had surrounded him was explosively shattered, scattering into countless luminous fragments. A mid-grade diamond talisman. No wonder my steel beads couldn't breach the defense. A deep, magnetic voice resonated before Song Heng. Li Jing's hand moved with the swiftness of lightning. Almost as soon as he saw Song Heng activate the diamond talisman, he had already made his move. Launching a flurry of steel beads. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Song Heng, magnifying his terrifying strength with the might of the body of the Overlord, augmenting it with the energy of the golden body technique, effortlessly obliterating the diamond talisman. This was due to the superior quality of Song Heng's diamond talisman compared to those of ordinary loose cultivators. Otherwise, Li Jing's barrage of steel beads would have long since shattered the talisman. This technique had proven effective time and again against rogue cultivators. Song Heng shrieked, his entire form resembling a rag doll as he was seized, his face a mask of terror as he gazed upon the towering figure of Li Jing. Surrounded by ethereal light. That moment, his jaw nearly shattered. Li Jing's hand, akin to an iron band, sank into his flesh, a trickle of blood seeping forth, as excruciating pain and overwhelming fear caused his entire body to tremble. Song Hall Master, my goodness, what is happening? Gulp. What just transpired? The dozen or so cultivators behind Song Heng were so horrified by the scene before them that their hearts nearly ruptured. They had clearly witnessed Song Hall Master activating the diamond talisman, and soon after, they all followed suit. Yet in the next breath, they saw Song Hall Master quaking, only to be ensnared by the towering figure of Li Jing, who seemed to dwarf him. The spectacle was utterly staggering. A robust man at the late stage of qi refinement, suddenly rendered as helpless as an infant, captured without resistance. Spare my life." Song Heng's voice trembled weakly from his lips. Just moments ago, he had intended to fight back, channeling his true energy to cast a spell. But alas, all his efforts were thwarted by Li Jing. It was too late. Li Jing whispered softly, his towering form almost brushing the rooftops, enveloped in a radiant aura that made him appear as if he had emerged from the annals of ancient myth. His voice deepening in gravitas. From the moment Song Heng declared this place to be the Golden Gang's residence, Li Jing had known that matters would not end amicably. In truth, he had long been prepared for such an eventuality. To peacefully establish himself in this location without dealing with some formidable opponents was nigh impossible. Even if one refrained from provoking others, the allure of this place would entice many, without sufficient strength. It was all too predictable that he would be besieged, his body discarded in a foul gutter boom. After uttering those words, Li Jing's grip tightened with ferocity, and in an instant, Song Heng's head exploded like a watermelon, showering the surroundings with a torrent of red and white. Kill him, Song Hall Master. At this moment, the remaining dozen or so cultivators finally reacted, letting out cries of alarm as they hurled various talismans and spells towards Li Jing, creating a dazzling display of colors that was nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 57. The Methods of Perfected Qi Cultivators. After a few dozen breaths, the courtyard was strewn with the grotesquely lifeless bodies of the Golden Gang's cultivators. Just moments ago, Li Jing had evaded most of the attacks with his instantaneous movement, then charged into the crowd like a fierce tiger among sheep, rampaging through them. The Vajra talismans on these cultivators, under the terrifying force, shattered like eggshells, accompanied by a chorus of agonizing screams. With Li Jing's speed, the Golden Gang's cultivators present had no chance to escape. Some were crushed, others had their bones shattered, and some had their necks broken. Each met their demise in various gruesome manners, sprawled across the ground in disarray. This was still under the condition that Li Jing had not employed his sword or heavy pupils. Otherwise, one could only imagine that within mere breaths, the ground would have been littered with severed limbs and rivers of blood. Bang, bang, bang. After Li Jing had casually looted the bodies, he unceremoniously tossed them a short distance from the entrance. These are the Golden Gang members, he thought. How could they all have perished here? By heavens, that corpse! Its size and attire, doesn't it resemble Song Heng? This courtyard has been seized. Which gang did this? They've truly acted ruthlessly. At this moment, some members of other gangs had also arrived at the vicinity of the courtyard, and they immediately noticed the numerous bodies lying haphazardly not far from the entrance. Upon closer inspection, the cultivators from different gangs were taken aback, murmuring in astonishment. It is well known that the Golden Gang is one of the most powerful factions in the outer district, with its leader's strength being among the top 5 in the current market. After all, he is not only a perfected Qi cultivator but also practices the highly lethal golden elemental techniques. It was indeed shocking that someone dared to slaughter so many of his subordinates in this market, where no foundational cultivators resided. Moreover, Song Heng was a formidable cultivator in the later stages of Qi cultivation. Now he had also been slain here, leaving no room for caution among the onlookers. Such a thunderous display of power caused those present to reconsider their intentions. Initially harboring small schemes, they now chose to circumvent the area and began competing for other nodes of spiritual energy. Following some friction, long-standing grudges between certain factions ignited, with talismans and spells flying wildly, and the sounds of explosions and screams echoing throughout. Truly, a considerable amount of trouble had been averted. Li Jing observed that no one dared to enter the courtyard again, murmuring to himself. Disposing of the bodies near the entrance was, of course, intended to intimidate others. Otherwise, the waves of intruders would be endless. Meanwhile, a commotion was already unfolding in the distance, and Li Jing quietly ascended to the rooftop. Watching the spectacle unfold, these nodes of spiritual energy are the essence of the entire market. Such trivial skirmishes likely wouldn't determine ownership, as it would ultimately require the leaders of the respective gangs to intervene. As time passed, more and more experts from various gangs arrived. Initially, everyone had been cautious, merely sending subordinates to seize opportunities. However, as the intensity of the contention escalated, they could no longer afford to be concerned with other matters. If they didn't secure advantageous positions now, they would undoubtedly fall into someone else's hands later. Who dares to kill my Xiuchu's men? At this moment, Xiuchu, the leader of the Golden Gang, arrived with 2 remaining hall masters who had also reached the later stages of Qi cultivation, along with over 100 gang members. Upon hearing the news, he rushed over and, upon reaching the vicinity of the courtyard, spotted the familiar figure, though Song's head was utterly unrecognizable. His hands clenched, veins bulging, eyes wide with rage. He has arrived. Xiuchu is here. The truth behind who occupied the courtyard and slaughtered the Golden Gang members was about to be revealed. In reality, not many possess such capability. Could it be Luo Ji? Or perhaps Yuan, or Pang Fan? The appearance of the Golden Gang members immediately drew significant attention, and many from surrounding gangs began to converge on the courtyard once more. They were all abuzz with speculation, curious about the power that had taken over the courtyard. They had heard rumors that this courtyard was once the stronghold of the Qing Luo sect, the most powerful foundational cultivators in the market. This meant that the courtyard was, in fact, the place with the densest spiritual energy within the entire market, and not a single gang present could resist coveting it. Those familiar with the perfected Qi cultivators in the current market began to discuss among themselves. However, they soon realized that the individuals they suspected were not present, as they had all come to observe the unfolding situation with their own subordinates. Suddenly, confusion filled the hearts of many. If it was not those individuals, then who could it be? Not only were the onlookers puzzled, but other perfected Qi cultivators were equally bewildered, questioning the situation. How could it possibly not be one of their own? Just then, the courtyard's grand door slowly swung open, revealing a young man of striking appearance with an ethereal presence that commanded attention. Who is this? As Li Jing stepped out, a wave of perplexity washed over the gathered cultivators. A select few who recognized his identity wore expressions of astonishment and uncertainty, unsure of the role he played in this affair. The ones I killed. Li Jing's voice was calm and unwavering. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators erupted into hushed whispers, exchanging glances filled with intrigue. Very well, then prepare to die. Xiuqiu wasted no time on idle words. He had already deduced much of the situation upon hearing Li Jing's statement. A sinister smile spread across his face. As soon as Xiuqiu's words fell, a dark golden streak of light suddenly surged from behind Li Jing, aiming straight for the back of his head. Damn, Xiuqiu is devious. It turned out he had concealed his artifact while feigning anger earlier. A perfected Qi cultivator resorting to an ambush. No wonder they had survived for so long. This was a lesson learned. Henceforth, I too must adopt such a cautious approach in battle. It's over. Li Jing is finished at this sight. The hearts of all present skipped a beat. Even the perfected Qi cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. This sneak attack, even a perfected Qi cultivator caught off guard would fall instantly. Clang. Just then, a jade-green sword of cold brilliance appeared behind Li Jing's head. The dark golden streak collided with the blade, producing a resounding clash, sending sparks flying as it was deflected back. Li Jing had already heightened his senses prior to exiting, the heavy pupils subtly activated, having detected Xiuqiu's underhanded move. There was no way he would be unprepared. However, Xiuqiu was a renowned figure, and his weapon was well known. The golden needle he had attempted to use for his ambush was likely a mid-grade artifact. In truth, such a weapon posed no threat to Li Jing now. But he was unwilling to be needlessly pricked. Upon seeing his ambush fail, Xiuqiu's pupils constricted, yet his movements did not cease. He leaped backward with astonishing speed, leaving behind a residual image, his velocity reaching its zenith. He had activated a mid-grade Swift Wind Talisman, and simultaneously ignited a mid-grade Feather Talisman and a superior-grade Vajra Talisman, instantly enveloping himself in a thick layer of golden light, his speed surging by another 30 to 40%. At around 50 years of age, Xiuqiu had graying temples, a stern visage, and donned a flowing robe as he soared through the air, resembling a great bird surveying the ground below at Li Jing. Who would have thought there was a body cultivation expert of your caliber in the market today? Unfortunately, you shall still die today. Xiuqiu had deduced the reasons behind the deaths of Song Hong and the others. They had been brutally crushed, as if confronted by a monstrous beast. The only possibility for such power was a body cultivator. Given that Song Hong and his companions had perished due to carelessness in close combat, it was evident that the prowess of this body cultivator was extraordinary. Thus, Xiuqiu had long since prepared to create distance, intending to exhaust his body cultivation foe. This was the best way to deal with body cultivators, whose methods were singular and incapable of utilizing talismans or spells. Even if they possessed spirit stones, they could only afford inferior or low-grade ranged artifacts, like bows and arrows, which could never penetrate a superior-grade Vajra talisman. Even mid-grade artifacts would struggle to contend with such high-tier talismans. Moreover, body cultivators could not learn spells. Earning spirit stones was far more difficult for them compared to those who cultivated techniques, leaving them generally impoverished. It was quite rare for them to afford even inferior artifacts, let alone low or mid-grade ones. If not for the gravity of this situation, he would not even have been willing to use a superior-grade talisman, as they were exceedingly precious, yet their efficacy was undeniable. So, that's how it is. Upon witnessing the series of actions executed by Xiuqiu, the onlookers, who were cultivators, suddenly felt a surge of clarity in their hearts. No wonder Xiuqiu retreated abruptly and frantically reinforced himself with talismans. It turned out that the man before him was a body cultivator. Indeed, Li Jing's eyelids twitched slightly, for he had been preparing to execute the same maneuver against the leader of the Jin gang, Song Tangzhu, closing in to strike him down with his great hammer. Unexpectedly, this old schemer was exceedingly cautious, maintaining a distance from the outset, making it impossible for Li Jing to reach him instantly. Moreover, after failing the ambush, he immediately retreated, desperately pouring his resources into self-enhancing talismans. If it were an ordinary body cultivator, they would have been utterly at a loss by this point, merely waiting for others to cast spells from afar to deal with them. Alas, I am no ordinary body cultivator, Li Jing mused inwardly in an instant, before the astonished gazes of the crowd. A pair of magnificent golden wings unfurled from Li Jing's back, radiating with resplendent light. With a thunderous flap, Li Jing, wielding the jade sword, shot skyward like a bolt of lightning, appearing right before the bewildered and terrified Xiuqiu. At that moment, Xiuqiu held a handleless, glimmering flying sword that trembled lightly in his grasp, seemingly poised to pierce through Li Jing's body in an instant. This was another magical artifact belonging to Xiuqiu, a high-grade flying sword. Yet, in that moment, all Xiuqiu saw was an endless expanse of white light flooding into his mind, causing all thoughts to vanish, leaving only an overwhelming dread to proliferate. Li Jing's eyes, now resembling dual pupils, glowed faintly with white light, exuding a terrifying aura. Subsequently, the high-grade jade sword in Li Jing's hand broke through the defenses of a first-tier high-grade diamond talisman with a resounding crash, piercing directly into Xiuqiu's forehead, causing blood to spatter instantly. When Li Jing initially chose this jade sword, it was its sharpness that caught his attention. Even among high-grade artifacts, its ability to breach defenses was exceptional. Now, it proved to be worth every bit, as a first-tier talisman could not withstand its might. If Li Jing were to rely on sheer strength to break a first-tier high-grade diamond talisman, even transformed into a powerful titan, it would surely take some time. With a thunderous crash, Xiuqiu's body plummeted from the sky, leaving all present in shocked. Li Jing then pivoted swiftly, charging towards the remaining two late-stage qi refinement experts of the Jin gang. Half an hour later, the vicinity surrounding the Foundation Establishment Great Cultivation Courtyard was entirely devoid of the myriad members of the various factions. Even the surrounding corpses had been cleared away. After this battle, everyone had completely extinguished any thoughts regarding this courtyard. Over 10,000 spirit stones, a high-grade handleless flying sword, 3 mid-grade artifacts, over 10 low-grade artifacts, several talismans, and a trove of cultivation techniques. Li Jing gazed at the bounty before him, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. This was akin to an instant fortune, even surpassing the value of the 2 months he spent painstakingly hunting demonic beasts during the beast disaster. These factions were indeed overflowing with wealth, and there were several that could rival the Jin gang. In an instant, Li Jing felt a flutter of excitement. These factions were among the strongest in the outer regions, with their leaders being fully realized qi refinement cultivators, capable of commanding respect and influence. Their affluence was hardly surprising. The term fully realized qi refinement actually referred to the 12th layer of qi refinement, awaiting only a foundation establishment pill to have the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, as they had not yet made the transition to foundation establishment, they still fell within the late stage of qi refinement. Albeit having reached the pinnacle of that realm, even between late-stage qi refinement cultivators, their strengths varied significantly. Yet, with Li Jing's current prowess, he was already unmatched beneath the foundation establishment realm, so dealing with them posed little challenge. Never mind, let us observe further, Li Jing murmured to himself. The main issue was that they had panicked too quickly. After eliminating Xiuqiu and sweeping away the Jin gang members, their demeanor towards Li Jing was akin to reverence, as if they were beholding a foundation establishment great cultivator. Since he had achieved his objective of using the Jin gang as a warning to others, Li Jing pondered briefly and chose not to take further action. In the following days, the central area of the market and various inner regions gradually transitioned from desolation to bustling activity due to the influx of numerous scattered cultivators. Buildings were rapidly constructed, and faint signs of revival reminiscent of the market's former glory began to emerge. Meanwhile, within the foundation establishment Great Cultivation Courtyard, Li Jing sat in meditation in the rear courtyard, when suddenly, His entire body shimmered with a brilliant golden light. Dazzling to behold, the Titan Overlord technique was finally nearing perfection. Within the radiant golden light of the Foundation Establishment Great Courtyard, Li Jing's physique surged dramatically, rapidly increasing in height. His muscles swelled instantaneously, resembling colossal serpentine dragons intertwining, rippling fluidly with clearly defined contours. His skin transformed to a golden hue, appearing as if forged of gold, with resplendent radiance emanating from countless pores, coalescing into wisps of ethereal clouds. At this moment, Li Jing's stature had reached an impressive height of over 5 meters, towering above the roofs, surrounded by a halo of light, exuding an aura of solemn majesty. Was this still a Titan? It felt more fitting to refer to him as a giant spirit god. Upon witnessing the culmination of his Titan Overlord technique, Li Jing was astonished to find his body continuing to grow. Gazing at his own imposing form, he felt a thrill of disbelief. During this period, Li Jing had discreetly inquired about the experiences of other body cultivators practicing the Titan Overlord technique and confirmed that their results were nowhere near as extraordinary as his own. Not to mention his current appearance. Even upon reaching perfection, they would still fall short of the might exhibited by Li Jing at the small accomplishment stage of the Titan Overlord technique. If the Titan Overlord technique could achieve such effects, body cultivators would have long since dominated the battlefield. Rather than remaining at a disadvantage in the market, it could only be said that the energy of the Lingbao Golden Page profoundly enhanced the effects of body cultivation techniques. What might be commonplace for other body cultivators became a transformative experience in Li Jing's hands, akin to turning rubble into precious jade. With a resounding thud, Li Jing lightly stomped the ground, instantly creating a large crater as countless fissures spread out like a spider's web. The tremendous tremor resonated through nearby structures, causing dust to cascade down from their surfaces. Li Shu, what are you doing? The first to arrive in the rear courtyard, startled by the tremors, was Ning Qian, who stood frozen in astonishment upon seeing Li Jing, now resembling a giant. Previously, she had known that he could grow to a height of over 3 meters, looking akin to a small giant, but now he had grown even taller, surpassing some buildings. Liu Ning, can you handle this? At this moment, Ning Yunxiu and Lu Ning also approached, gazing at the towering, majestic figure of Li Jing, who seemed like a divine being emerging from ancient times. Ning Yunxiu was momentarily taken aback, and with Lu Ning whispering secrets in her ear recently, she inadvertently uttered this line. What? Lu Ning, still processing the situation, responded with confusion. Yet, in the next moment, her expression froze, her cheeks flushing crimson as she pinched Ning Yunxiu's arm fiercely. You're asking for trouble. Ning Yunxiu. Liu Ning's face was so red it seemed as if it could bleed, her words escaping through gritted teeth. Amidst the playful banter between the two women, Li Jing paid little attention, focusing instead on testing the perfected state of the Titan Overlord technique. Clang! Li Jing drew a mid-grade artifact sword and struck it against his own body, producing a sound of metal clashing, sparks flying. Yet the mid-grade artifact sword could hardly mar his skin. He then took out the jade sword and slashed at his arm, eliciting a series of sizzling sparks. There's a slight sensation of pain. Li Jing observed a barely noticeable white mark appearing on his arm, accompanied by a faint throbbing. However, this was already quite formidable. To fully breach his defenses would require a high-grade artifact, and even if they managed, it would likely only result in minor injuries. Li Jing's heart settled with reassurance. This was still due to the jade sword being exceptionally sharp among high-grade artifacts. If it were a slightly inferior high-grade artifact, the threat to Li Jing would be even less. High-grade artifacts were the most powerful tools available to those at the fully realized qi refinement stage, and they were a rarity, such as Qiu Chu, who was among the strongest within his faction. Previously, Yan Hui, the leader of the Minghua Hui, wielded considerable influence but lacked a high-grade artifact. Even some Foundation Establishment great cultivators, constrained by resources, only possessed high-grade artifacts. The cost of spiritual weapons was exorbitant, often several times more than the highest quality high-grade artifacts. In other words, the Titan Overlord could withstand the attacks of high-grade artifacts, making it so that nothing in the current market could breach Li Jing's defenses. With this realization, Li Jing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, with the Titan Overlord transformation complete, it was time to acquire a suitable weapon. Given Li Jing's towering stature of over 5 meters, The jade sword he held now resembled a mere dagger. The Ming Huahui and the Jin gang had provided him with ample wealth and dozens of artifacts, including a mid-grade artifact, a dark battle spear, which Li Jing promptly retrieved. The battle spear, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue, was intricately carved with entwining dragons. Its touch was frigid, measuring an impressive 2 meters and 78 centimeters in length, sufficient for the average individual. Yet, in the hands of Li Jing, it transformed into a mere short spear, appearing somewhat slender. After all, this weapon was crafted for the physique of an ordinary human, while Li Jing's current stature was undeniably exaggerated. With a resounding roar, the spear was swept through the air by Li Jing, causing the surrounding atmosphere to explode violently, resonating with a thunderous clap, as sonic booms enveloped the vicinity in a misty haze. It was merely a makeshift tool. In the future, one would aspire to wield a spirit-grade weapon to truly elevate one's standing. Li Jing mused inwardly. The spirit weapon already possessed an initial capability to alter its size, which should suffice for Li Jing's needs. However, with his current formidable physique, it was evident that no practitioners in the market could match his prowess unless they were the elite members of the various guilds, or if new Foundation establishment cultivators arrived. Li Jing's eyes shimmered slightly. Just as his enthusiasm surged to continue his tests, he quickly sensed a depletion in the energy of his golden body technique. Although the perfected form of the Titan S might maximize both power and defense, it demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. It seems I must exercise caution, Li Jing reflected. Moments later, he dispelled the transformation of the Titan S might, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. With his current level of the golden body technique, he could only maintain the form for about the duration of half a cup of tea. It appeared prudent to judiciously employ the transformation of the Titan S might in the future, allowing him to adapt effectively to various situations. Li Jing contemplated that utilizing the lesser or greater stages of the Titan S might would still enhance his combat capabilities while consuming less energy. For the next half-day, Li Jing focused on restoring his energy while refining his mastery of the Titan S might. In the afternoon, at the behest of the 3 women, he ventured out to the streets to procure some supplies. As they strolled through the bustling thoroughfare, Li Jing's gaze suddenly sharpened, recognizing a familiar figure. Chapter 60. A reunion with an old friend. The heart of the marketplace was saturated with spiritual energy, drawing numerous wandering cultivators seeking opportunity to settle and cultivate. Much of the central area had been reduced to ruins, save for a single street that remained relatively intact. Following the cessation of the beast calamity, members of the Qingluo sect had commenced clearing and reconstructing new edifices. However, their efforts were soon thwarted by the invasion of the Yuhuan sect. Thus, the central area now bore vast expanses of debris alongside partially constructed buildings, occupied by various guilds and remaining sect cultivators, as well as a significant number of wandering practitioners who had found shelter. Under the auspices of several powerful guilds, a stable trading market gradually emerged, far safer than the previous peripheral areas, thanks to the vigilance of guild members patrolling the vicinity. In this atmosphere, both buyers and sellers felt at ease, prompting an influx of transactions that animated the streets further. The 3 women followed closely behind Li Jing, eagerly acquiring various goods, their laughter and voices melodious amidst the lively environment. As they passed a talisman stall, Li Jing's gaze flickered, and he abruptly halted. Seated at the stall was an elderly cultivator, appearing to be in his 60s. Despite his advanced age, his silver hair was neatly groomed, his complexion rosy, and his posture upright, exuding a commendable vitality. However, a slight flaw marred his presence, a vacant sleeve where his right arm once resided. Esteemed guest, would you care to examine the quality of these talismans? They are quite remarkable. The elderly cultivator, noticing the sudden stop, greeted them with a smile, instinctively reciting the common sales pitch. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened with astonishment, a mixture of joy and uncertainty washing over his features. Is it truly you? Taoistly? Old Lu gazed at the young man before him, whose exceptional demeanor and aura made him hesitant to recognize. Although Li Jing had not drastically changed, his growing prowess had significantly altered his presence. Taoistly. It has been too long. Li Jing responded with a broad smile. Old Lu was one of the first outsiders Li Jing had formed a connection with upon his arrival in this realm, and their acquaintance had developed into a measure of camaraderie. After enduring various trials over the months, Li Jing felt a sense of relief to see old Lu unharmed. Observing old Lu's robust demeanor indicated that his circumstances had improved. Indeed, it is you, Taoist Li. I scarcely recognized you. You have changed remarkably. Upon realizing it was Li Jing, old Lu became animated, inviting him to sit while hastily bringing forth a stool. Li Jing glanced towards the three women, who were engrossed in selecting accessories from a nearby stall, seemingly occupied for the time being, and thus took a seat. Their conversation unfolded, revealing that old Lu's son had joined the Qihu Guild and was thriving there. Securing this current position for his father, Li Jing recognized the Qihu Guild as one of the most formidable factions, benefiting significantly from the central and inner regions, which ensured its members enjoyed favorable treatment. Taoist Li, it seems you have also fared well. The aftermath of the beast calamity must have brought you considerable fortune. Your physical cultivation has progressed impressively. Old Lu's face beamed with pride, yet he did not forget to commend Li Jing. Believing his observations to be truthful, indeed, the circumstances surrounding the beast calamity provided ample opportunities for cultivation. Li Jing acknowledged with a smile. Father. Just as they conversed, a youthful voice interrupted. Bao Ming has arrived. Old Lu turned with a smile, preparing to introduce his son to Li Jing. However, upon seeing Li Jing, his son froze, his face drained of color, trembling in shocked. Senior, you are here? Old Lu's son, drenched in cold sweat, bowed nervously to Li Jing, recalling the day Li Jing had decimated the Golden Guild, leaving an indelible impression on all who witnessed it. Rumors of the event had spread like wildfire, instilling fear and reverence among the guild members, particularly those who had been present. Bao Ming, you recognize Taoist Li? Old Lu inquired, bewildered by his son's reaction. Li Lang. At that moment, the three women approached, having completed their shopping, and upon spotting Li Jing, they made their way over. It seems our reunion must conclude here, Li Jing remarked with a smile to old Lu. Taoist Li, you are indeed fortunate. Old Lu observed the three beautiful women, each graceful and charming, and expressed his admiration. Look at you, Taoist Li, nearing 60 yet still attracting such lovely female cultivators. It's hardly surprising, given your appearance. As he watched Li Jing exchange pleasantries and depart, old Lu mused to himself. If only a young and beautiful female cultivator sought my company, I might find it hard to refuse, even if she were 70 years old. Lost in his thoughts, old Lu's son suddenly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What are you doing? Old Lu hurriedly reached out to steady him. Nothing. I just feel a bit faint, his son replied with a wry smile before whispering something to his father, causing old Lu to tremble in astonishment. Are you serious? Old Lu exclaimed, his expression a mix of shock and bewilderment as he gazed in the direction where Li Jing had just departed. Chapter 61. The eighth layer of the Golden Body Technique. Time flew by, and before long, over a month had passed since Li Jing took residence in the Foundation Establishment Great Cultivation Courtyard. During this time, the establishment of alliances among various guilds to jointly manage the central and inner regions led to a gradual restoration of the marketplace's prosperity. Even in the absence of the Qingluo sect, the lives of wandering practitioners seemed tolerable, with many finding fortuitous circumstances that allowed them to settle in the inner or central regions, something previously unimaginable. Meanwhile, the remaining sect and family cultivators were making do, anxiously awaiting news from the Qingluo sect. The Qingluo Square was originally a remote and desolate place. Those who could be assigned here by the sects or prestigious families were naturally individuals with little promise, either lacking in cultivation or possessing inferior spiritual roots, often belonging to collateral branches of their families, i.e., the vast wilderness and ancient forests spanning thousands of miles. The only means of departure was through the cargo airships of the Qingluo sect. Without them, they could only wait. Meanwhile, the outside market was constantly changing, and the three women residing in the courtyard had also made significant progress during this period. Firstly, Lu Ning was the first to reach the fourth level of qi refinement, followed by Ning Yunxiu. Even Ning Qian felt that her cultivation had improved considerably, with an implicit sense of breaking through the second level of qi refinement. It should be noted that Ning Qian possessed the best spiritual roots among them, having inherited her father's talent. After all, Ning Zhongjiang had reached the mid-stage of qi refinement in his middle age, and he had achieved this with the resources available to ordinary loose cultivators, which was indeed commendable. As for Li Jing's aptitude for qi refinement, there was little to say. The original owner was nearing 60 and still stagnating at the third level, however. As his physical cultivation realm increased, his qi refinement talent might undergo some changes. For instance, Li Jing's recovery speed in qi refinement had significantly improved, though his speed in advancing realms remained quite modest. Buzz. As Li Jing sat cross-legged in the quiet room, his entire body trembled slightly in an instant, and the originally wispy and ethereal radiance suddenly surged forth, spreading out like a vibrant tapestry of light. Li Jing felt a warmth coursing through his blood, muscles, and bones, as if every inch of his body and every cell was rejoicing, fervently devouring energy to enhance itself. After a while, this transformation gradually subsided. Name: Li Jing Cultivation Method. Golden Body Technique, 8th level 1100. Dual Pupil Technique, 4th level 9100. Titan Overlord Technique, perfected. Transformation of 100 birds, minor achievement 2100. Instantaneous Movement Technique, beginner 35100. Sword Path Elucidation, perfected. Evergreen Technique, 3rd level. Mid-stage Qi Refinement, physical cultivation. Li Jing had successfully entered the 8th level of the Golden Body Technique. He was not far from reaching the late stage of Qi refinement. Joy illuminated Li Jing's face. The 8th level marked the final tier of the mid-stage, and upon reaching the 9th level, he would attain the late stage of Qi refinement. Achieving this realm would place even an ordinary physical cultivator among the elite in the market. With a swift motion, Li Jing drew a mid-grade magical sword across his arm. And in that instant, sparks flew. His seemingly fragile skin remained entirely unscathed. Indeed, after reaching the 8th level of the Golden Body Technique, mid-grade magical artifacts could hardly breach his defenses. A smile crept across Li Jing's lips. For this meant that even without activating the Titan Overlord technique, he could stand and allow others to strike him in the market, and very few could pose a threat to him. Next, Li Jing experimented with the other changes brought about by his breakthrough to the 8th level of the Golden Body Technique. His blood, flesh, and bones had all undergone a reinforcement, resulting in substantial improvements in both strength and endurance. Capable of lifting over 8,000 pounds. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled forcefully, tearing through the air with a whistling sound that resonated beyond 10 feet, before the brilliant light dissipated. With this ability alone, he could easily pass as a sword immortal among the mundane. Gazing at the stone table pierced through by his breath, Li Jing could not help but admire the growing prowess of this technique. In the mundane realm, he could easily be hailed as a sword immortal of Tai Bai. Furthermore, the duration of the Titan Overlord technique and Dual Pupil technique had naturally extended as well. The energy required for these techniques depended on the Golden Body technique, and now that its cultivation had improved, the techniques naturally benefited. The Dual Pupil technique was also nearing a breakthrough. He wondered if the 5th level would have any effect on foundation-building cultivators. As he pondered this, Li Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he currently had no rivals in the market, one could never tell when the Qingluo sect or the Yuhuan sect might return. These factions were not lacking in foundation-building cultivators. If he could acquire the strength to contend with them, it would undoubtedly bolster his confidence. A shocking development had occurred. Pang Fan seemed to have perished. In the afternoon, Li Jing ventured out alone to dine at a newly opened tavern in the central area, hoping to learn about recent events in the market. However, it did not take long before a major news story broke. Pang Fan? Which Pang Fan? Surely not the leader of the Red Tiger Association? Impossible. This must be false news. After all, this was Pang Fan we were talking about. Indeed, how could Pang Fan have died without reason? The Red Tiger Association was one of the major factions, and Pang Fan was among the top experts in the market. Do not spread rumors. If the Red Tiger Association hears of this, there will be consequences. Where did this news even come from? In the tavern, the sudden announcement caused an uproar, with numerous cultivators discussing the matter. Yet all held an attitude of disbelief. After all, there had been no reports of conflicts among the major factions recently. This news was too sudden. However, soon, several cultivators entered from outside, confirming the news, which left everyone present in a state of uncertainty. This revelation caused Li Jing's brow to furrow deeply. Except for Li Jing himself, no one could easily kill a perfected Qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, due to Li Jing's presence, the leaders of these factions had quickly formed an alliance to restore order and economy in the market. If not for this, it was likely that various factions would still be in conflict, fighting for territory, and would not have reached a peace so swiftly. Therefore, it seemed unlikely that these factional alliances would have turned on each other so quickly. Last night, Pang Fan and several of his servants had vanished without a trace, likely meeting with misfortune, but for now, it was merely speculation. Following this, many could no longer sit still and began to seek out information, which soon brought back news that sent the entire tavern into a frenzy. A sudden disappearance in the market was nearly tantamount to a declaration of death. Chapter 62. Steady the hand. Depart from the foundation building cultivator's courtyard. The market was perilous. This was no peaceful environment. A cultivator's sudden disappearance could almost confirm their demise, even if that cultivator was among the top experts in the current market. Li Jing, upon hearing this news, could not help but narrow his eyes, his heart filled with greater suspicion. Pang Fan's murder and subsequent disappearance was not surprising, but why had his servants also been dealt with? Was the perpetrator attempting to cover their tracks, not wanting any traces to be discovered? Li Jing contemplated. If he were to kill Pang Fan, it seemed unnecessary to go through such trouble. If he could eliminate Pang Fan, the Red Tiger Association could simply be extinguished without fear of leaving evidence. Surely, there would be no need to remove the corpses of those servile minions, who held no value. After listening to the surrounding cultivators' noisy discussions, Li Jing did not linger long and exited the tavern, heading directly to the Red Tiger Association's headquarters. Upon his arrival, he found several perfected Qi refinement cultivators already on the scene, investigating the area. "Senior Li has arrived," they called out in unison, acknowledging him with respect. Despite their varying ages, all addressed him as Senior Li, exhibiting great deference. In truth, given Li Jing's age, he was not particularly young among them, and calling him senior was not inappropriate. The main reason for their respect was the ease with which he had dispatched Qiu Chu, who ranked among the top in combat prowess, as if he were merely slaughtering a chicken. Who would not be intimidated by Li Jing? In light of Pang Fan's mysterious disappearance, it was impossible for them not to suspect Li Jing's involvement. Yet, upon further reflection, if Li Jing truly intended to eliminate Pang Fan, would he need to resort to subterfuge? The example of Qiu Chu from the Golden Alliance stood as a testament to this. After killing, he had directly wiped out the higher and mid-level members of the association, resulting in its dissolution. "Have you discovered anything?" Li Jing inquired, his brow furrowed. Upon entering, he had sensed a faint but unsettling aura, yet could not pinpoint its origin. It felt as if his body's intuition was reacting negatively to the environment, though it was not a tangible residue left behind. This sensation was curious and mysterious, akin to the proverbial cicadas sensing the autumn breeze before it stirs. "No, it has vanished completely," replied a stout, richly attired cultivator in his 50s, his face etched with worry. This was Ji Luo, a perfected Qi refinement cultivator who had been on good terms with Pang Fan. Naturally, he was anxious given the situation involving his friend. Li Jing conducted a thorough inspection but found nothing amiss. However, recalling the unsettling aura he had sensed upon entering, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Besides the perfected Qi cultivators he recognized, could there be some hidden malevolence lurking in the shadows, plotting something? Li Jing mused silently. Shortly thereafter, several more perfected Qi refinement cultivators arrived, representing the strongest forces in the market. They all engaged in lively discussions regarding Pang Fan's disappearance. If it were not for Li Jing's intervention, they would have struggled to think of anyone else with such capability. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Li Jing intends to eliminate Pang Fan without exerting much effort to conceal his intentions, all while feigning camaraderie with the others. Moreover, the methods employed by body cultivators in committing murder tend to be rather brutal. Think severed limbs, blood splattering, and shattered walls, none of which bear any resemblance to the pristine nature of this scene. After exhaustive investigation and discussion yielded no results, the sky gradually darkened, compelling everyone to depart in solitude. Yet, the following day heralded the shocking news of the demise of Yuan, a master at the peak of Qi refinement. "Here we go again." Upon hearing the news, Li Jing's countenance darkened considerably. It is worth mentioning that Li Jing had a slight connection with Yuan. The foundation-building elixir that Zhang Ying's nephew had intercepted on the road originally belonged to Yuan. When Zhang Ying's nephew attempted to silence Li Jing during his return, he was instead slain by Li Jing. Consequently, the incident of Zhang Ying seizing Yuan's foundation-building elixir came to light, leading to several inconclusive confrontations between the two. Ultimately, it was Li Jing who, utilizing the power of his heavy pupil, ambushed and eliminated Zhang Ying in the early days of the chaos among cultivators. The masters of Qi refinement had little influence, but following the beast calamity, their power rapidly expanded. Had Zhang survived to this day, his influence would likely rival that of the Golden Gang and the Red Tiger Society. Li Jing promptly set out to investigate the scene, yet, akin to the previous encounter with Pang Fan, he found little of note. Nevertheless, an unsettling aura lingered, suggesting that the same individuals, or perhaps a singular entity, was responsible for both incidents. It was prudent to remain cautious and observe the unfolding situation. Li Jing mused inwardly. That night, after darkness fell, Li Jing fervently employed various talismans on himself and the three women. Cleaning talismans, breath-concealing talismans, shadow talismans, stealth talismans, and many others. He was now resolutely committed to an extravagant approach, having plundered abundant resources from numerous factions. Thus he had no need to be frugal. After utilizing an array of talismans, Li Jing stealthily departed the foundation-building courtyard with the three women, heading toward the inner regions. In fact, Li Jing had anticipated this day, for it was evident that the Qing Luo sect could not remain absent indefinitely. Thus, he had always planned for a swift exit should circumstances turn dire. However, this time was merely a precaution. If it were later confirmed that the two had been targeted for revenge without any third-party interference, such as the old demon hunting cultivators, Li Jing could always return. During this period, Li Jing occasionally ventured out and had already prepared contingencies, disguising himself in the inner regions where he acquired two courtyards. Although a surge of scattered cultivators had recently flooded both the central and inner regions, the central area was still rather confined, primarily occupied by members of major factions. In contrast, the inner regions, originally sites of various workshops, were expansive and teeming with scattered cultivators, thus offering a chaotic yet concealed refuge. After several rounds of counter-surveillance and employing his heavy pupil to ascertain that no one was tailing him, Li Jing finally settled into one of the courtyards with the three women. However, on the third day of their stay, calamity struck once more. Three masters of Qi refinement, who had been cautiously residing together, fell victim to an ambush, one of whom was Ji Luo, who had conversed with Li Jing just days prior. The ensuing battle alarmed numerous onlookers, culminating in the demise of all three. Simultaneously, the identities of those hunting the Qi refinement masters were finally unveiled, sending shockwaves through the marketplace of cultivators. Chapter 63. The Shadow of the Demon Cultivator. It is a demon cultivator, can you believe it? The very being responsible for the slaughter of Ji Luo and several other Qi refinement masters is a demon cultivator. Within a newly opened tavern in the inner regions, a cultivator animatedly recounted the events of the previous night when the three Qi refinement masters were brutally slain by a mysterious figure. This sparked a clamor within the tavern, a cacophony of gasps and exclamations echoing from every corner. It is well known in the cultivation community that the methods of demon cultivators are grotesquely sanguinary, often treating ordinary cultivators as mere resources for their practices. The emergence of a demon cultivator in the marketplace was nothing short of alarming. Eventually, several cultivators corroborated the earlier speaker's account, revealing details about the prior night's events. It appeared that Ji Luo and his companions had resorted to sharing a courtyard due to the recent disappearances of two Qi refinement masters. Clearly, their actions were intended to be discreet, yet the mysterious assailant seemed unaware of the presence of the other two Qi refinement masters, leading to their tragic exposure. Although the trio was swiftly eliminated, the skirmish awakened many cultivators, who witnessed the horrific scene unfold. The night was marked by a gruesome spectacle, with blood raining down and demonic energy swirling. But alas, Ji Luo and his companions were no match for their assailant, ultimately reduced to mere bones and tattered clothing. Truly a harrowing sight. Another cultivator, his expression grave, recounted the events of the previous night. However, the demon cultivator did not engage in further carnage. After slaying the three, he vanished without a trace. This incited widespread apprehension among the myriad cultivators within the marketplace, leaving them to ponder whether they might inadvertently cross paths with a demon cultivator and become fodder for his sinister rituals. Indeed, a demon cultivator wreaking havoc. Li Jing remained within the tavern for an extended period, absorbing the influx of information and gradually piecing together the events at hand. The demon cultivator sect was situated far from the Qing Luo sect, even further north than the Yuhan sect. And historically, there had been little interaction between them. Now, the presence of a demon cultivator in the Qing Luo marketplace was an unforeseen development. The blood-soaked demon banner, which forcibly siphoned the flesh and blood of its victims. Was this the reason behind the mysterious disappearances? Li Jing's mind suddenly illuminated with understanding. It became clear why Pang Fan and Yuan had vanished without a trace. This demon cultivator had even taken measures to cleanse the scene. At least in the places where Pang Fan and Yuan disappeared, Li Jing and other Qi refinement masters had discovered no remnants of bones. Clearly, this was a deliberate effort by the demon cultivator to obscure his methods. Despite his formidable strength, having effortlessly slain 3 Qi refinement masters, he seemed to exercise caution in his actions. Why, despite his evident power, did he appear so apprehensive? As Li Jing synthesized the various pieces of information, a sense of doubt arose in his mind. Was it possible that this demon cultivator harbored a fear of him? After all, Li Jing could easily subdue a Qi refinement master, and nearly all members of the factions were aware of this. It should not be difficult for the demon cultivator to glean such information. At this moment, within the courtyard where Li Jing had previously resided, an elderly man, his skin wrinkled and pale, exuding a sinister aura, clad in a black robe, sat quietly on the floor beneath the eaves, grasping a 3-foot-tall blood-red demon banner adorned with intricate and arcane patterns. The crimson banner was continuously emanating fine tendrils of luminous blood energy, which were gradually flowing into the old man's body. As the pure blood energy infused him, the pallor of his face began to regain a semblance of color, and he appeared significantly revitalized. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and regarded the 4 or 5 young men and women standing respectfully before him. "Have you located that little brat?" He certainly fled quite swiftly. The old man spoke to the assembled youths, his voice raspy and aged, tinged with an unsettling undertone that sent chills down the spine. "Elder Feng, we were unable to find him. There were simply no traces left behind," replied a leading young cultivator, steeling himself to step forward with cupped hands. They had not anticipated that Li Jing would be so elusive. Originally, after Elder Feng had regained some strength from slaying Yuan, the next target should have been Li Jing. However, he had managed to escape overnight, which was far from the expected demeanor of the marketplace's foremost expert. Even though they hailed from a demon sect, they had not foreseen such an outcome. The Elder Feng felt a surge of frustration. He had not expected the target to be so cautious, vanishing without a trace at the slightest hint of danger. It should be noted that according to intelligence gathered by his disciples, Li Jing had previously displayed formidable prowess, establishing himself as the most powerful individual in the marketplace, which hardly suggested he would be prone to fleeing at a moment's notice. This was a figure on the verge of entering the foundation-building stage. For him, blood energy was an extraordinary boon, making it all the more frustrating for Elder Feng to lament his missed opportunity. Thus, the pace of his recovery would inevitably slow. Elder Feng mused to himself that in reality, he had accompanied the Yuhan sect during their previous expedition and had even placed these young demon sect disciples as spies within the marketplace. Yet, he had not anticipated that during the journey with the Qing Luo sect's airship, both factions would engage in battle, resulting in significant losses for the Yuhan sect, with Elder Feng barely escaping with his life. After plummeting into the ancient forest, he had evaded searches through various means and survived. Subsequently, he had cultivated in the beast territory to recover some strength before cautiously returning to the marketplace and re-establishing contact with the demon sect disciples, who had kept him informed. In truth, he had long since begun hunting cultivators, utilizing the blood banner to absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to nourish his body and facilitate his recovery. Given the inherent chaos of the marketplace, the disappearance of some cultivators had hardly raised an eyebrow, as there were numerous cases of robbery among cultivators, and it had not attracted any attention. However, as his injuries gradually improved, the demand for the essence of flesh and blood also rose correspondingly, prompting him to hunt down the adept practitioner, Pang Fan. In truth, his primary target was to elevate his physical cultivation to an exceptionally high level, namely Li Jing. Yet, upon hearing of Li Jing's formidable achievements, he hesitated, fearing a potential setback, and prudently opted to first deal with 2 practitioners at the perfected Qi refinement stage. As a result, he indeed experienced a notable recovery in his condition. Just as he was preparing to confront Li Jing, he was taken aback to find that Li Jing had already vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he randomly sought out a practitioner at the perfected Qi refinement level, only to discover that 2 others were also present. In the ensuing fierce battle, he was compelled to reveal his own whereabouts. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. the blood essence amassed from these individuals was sufficient to restore his injuries to about 70%. At that point, he could leisurely track down this little mouse. It was the perfect opportunity to make preparations for the impending descent of the sect to the south. Elder Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw, while contemplating in silence. Days passed, and Li Jing, who had been diligently investigating, finally sensed something amiss. He discovered the telltale signs of someone having entered and exited the foundational cultivation courtyard. Chapter 64. The Transformation of the Twin Pupils. Had I only been away for a few days, would anyone dare to occupy this courtyard so swiftly? Li Jing remained over 1,000 meters from the foundational cultivation courtyard, stealthily infiltrating a 3-story building. With the keen sight granted by his twin pupils, he easily discerned figures stealthily entering and exiting the very courtyard he once inhabited. This revelation immediately heightened Li Jing's vigilance. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that ordinary practitioners could not possibly occupy that courtyard so quickly, especially considering Li Jing's earlier feats in effortlessly dispatching practitioners at the perfected qi refinement stage, which were still quite daunting. As for the remaining practitioners at that level, reports indicated they had all gone into hiding. Indeed, the few remaining perfected qi refinement practitioners had been thoroughly frightened. According to the accounts of numerous witnesses from that fateful night, 3 perfected qi refinement practitioners had charged forth only to be swiftly slain. Now, with merely 3 or 4 remaining perfected qi refinement practitioners, what could they possibly achieve? The opposing party likely did not resemble any ordinary foundational cultivator. Furthermore, it appeared that the assailants were specifically hunting practitioners at the perfected qi refinement stage. Following the deaths of Ji Luo and his companions that night, the remaining practitioners had abandoned their posts, fleeing without even returning to their guild's base. Thus, they were unlikely to seek refuge with Li Jing, for it was entirely possible that Li Jing's location had already been targeted by demonic cultivators. Coming here would be akin to walking into a trap. So, was the foundational cultivation courtyard currently occupied by that demonic practitioner? And it seemed there was not merely one, Li Jing mused to himself. Nonetheless, this matter was easily verifiable. He soon observed a young practitioner stealthily exiting the distant courtyard, prompting Li Jing to descend from the building. Moments later, in a secluded alleyway within the central area, crack, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, a young practitioner collapsed before Li Jing, his face contorted with terror and despair, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. So it is indeed a foundational cultivator from the demonic sect. Li Jing's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the corpse before him, murmuring softly. Utilizing the soul-enthralling ability of his twin pupils, Li Jing had extracted a wealth of information from the mouth of this demonic practitioner, such as their prior arrangement to infiltrate the market and gather intelligence. Even more astonishingly, the demonic sect intended to march southward. This was troubling. Why would the demonic sect collaborate with the Soul Control sect and venture southward? Did they seek to annihilate the Qing Luo sect entirely? Contemplating this, Li Jing's heart raced with trepidation, for it was indeed a matter of monumental significance. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed not entirely so. The young demonic practitioner had mentioned that the Qing Luo market held considerable importance for the demonic sect, which was why they had deployed individuals to conduct preliminary investigations. This raised a critical question. What could the remote Qing Luo market possibly possess that warranted such interest from the demonic sect and the Soul Control sect? Located in the desolate wilderness, it was unlikely to be of much value. Were it not for the presence of a small spiritual vein capable of nurturing spiritual plants, coupled with the abundance of demon beast meat in the vicinity and the occasional discovery of rare spiritual herbs, it was doubtful the Qing Luo sect would have taken notice of this secluded locale. The scattered practitioners in the Qing Luo market were essentially pioneers. Yet, the wilderness also harbored numerous opportunities, attracting many scattered practitioners. Over the years, this had resulted in the market's growth. However, in recent times, it had been plagued by repeated raids, with the Soul Control sect having thoroughly pillaged the spiritual stones from the scattered practitioners. How could there be any surplus left for the demonic sect to covet? Unless the Qing Luo market concealed some resource of value to both the Soul Control sect and the demonic sect, which the Qing Luo sect had attempted to keep hidden but was ultimately uncovered, Li Jing pondered. Yet, these were merely conjectures on Li Jing's part, and the truth would gradually come to light. Bang! Li Jing then gently flicked his hand, activating a talisman, which instantly ignited a blaze upon the corpse of the demonic practitioner. Accompanied by the crackling sound of flames consuming the body, Li Jing's figure swiftly vanished from the spot. Upon returning to the inner area, he discarded the demonic practitioner's storage bag in an uninhabited courtyard, burying it underground, and then applied a cleansing talisman upon himself. Although he was aware that the foundational demonic practitioner had sustained injuries, he still possessed a blood banner of spiritual weapon caliber, and Li Jing did not feel confident enough to confront him directly. Under the cover of night, Li Jing then led the two women away from the inner area. Returning to the previously occupied courtyard in the outer region, he initially believed it to be a solitary demonic practitioner. Little did he realize that more might soon arrive, making it safer to reside in the outer area. Li Jing sighed. Should matters take a turn for the worse, it would be much easier to retreat into the outer region inhabited by demon beasts. In truth, it was not just Li Jing who was taking action. Numerous practitioners had begun to sense the ominous signs. In recent days, foot traffic in the central area had noticeably plummeted, and with the leaders of various guilds either dead or in hiding, the atmosphere among the guilds was rife with panic, leaving little room for managing the trading market. What had once been a bustling marketplace was gradually shrouded in a pall of gloom. Where is Luo Yang? Has something happened? As night deepened, a few demonic practitioners in the foundational courtyard noted that one of their own had yet to return, and their expressions darkened. Just as these demonic practitioners began their search, Li Jing was in a dwelling in the outer area, diligently practicing the golden body technique, enveloped in resplendent radiance that shimmered and interwove around him. In the days that followed, Li Jing immersed himself in his training, only occasionally donning a disguise to gather information. Half a month swiftly passed. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Li Jing closed his eyes in meditation, though his pupils faintly emitted strands of brilliant light. Finally, after another half an hour, Li Jing felt an intense heat radiating from his eyes, compelling him to open and close them. Buzz! In an instant, a dazzling burst of light erupted from Li Jing's eyes, carving two palm-wide furrows into the ground, the molten heat leaving deep impressions. Ultimately, the radiant beams came to rest upon a tile, which was incinerated by the searing light, a pit forming and exuding an incandescent glow akin to molten lava. The temperature in the entire room surged dramatically. However, under Li Jing's control, the blinding light gradually dimmed and extinguished, revealing the current transformation of his twin pupils. Within his twin pupils, new changes had manifested. The once bright white ring within the pupils was now entwined with delicate golden patterns, resembling innate runes, exuding an air of mystery and peculiarity. Twin pupil technique, 5th layer 100. To this day, Li Jing's twin pupil technique had finally made a breakthrough, advancing from the 4th layer to the 5th. With a total of 9 layers, the perfected technique could slay golden core ancestors. Presently, Li Jing had remarkably reached the mid-stage of this 5th layer. Chapter 65. A fortuitous encounter. The 9th layer of the twin pupil technique could vanquish golden core ancestors. As for the 5th layer, could it potentially slay those newly entering the foundational realm? Li Jing retrieved a copper mirror, gazing at the changes in his twin pupils, and could not help but speculate. Following this breakthrough in the twin pupil technique, Li Jing sensed a significant enhancement in its power. In the mirror, he observed the golden patterns within his twin pupils slowly rotating, faintly emanating a glow, as though a dormant volcano brimming with terrifying energy, ready to erupt at any moment. Li Jing focused his thoughts. The extraordinary phenomenon of his twin pupils gradually subsided. Stowing away the copper mirror, Li Jing exited the room. With heightened senses, he could hear the rhythmic beating of 3 hearts and the soft sounds of cultivation emanating from various rooms within the courtyard. Ning Yunxiu, Lu Ning, and Ning Qian, the 3 women. After leaving the foundational cultivation courtyard, their enthusiasm for cultivation remained undiminished, and they had been particularly diligent of late. In truth, for ordinary scattered practitioners, their circumstances were already quite favorable, naturally fueling their zeal for cultivation. Especially for Ning Yunxiu and Lu Ning, the next step would elevate them to the 5th layer of qi refinement, marking a significant advancement in status within the marketplace. As for Ning Qian, endowed with the best talent, she was on the verge of reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement, at which point she would be able to draw talismans with greater ease. Even now, she had already made some progress, capable of producing 7 or 8 first-tier talismans in a month. After accounting for costs, she could earn 4 or 5 talismans per month, which would translate to 4 or 5 spiritual stones in the marketplace. Li Jing marveled at how, despite her young age, Ning Qian was already earning spiritual stones equivalent to the amount he had once made from cultivating spirit ginseng. There exists a particular craft that enables one to live a life of comfort. Currently, Ning Qian is only at the second layer of qi training, but once she reaches the third layer, both the time spent on talisman drawing and the success rate are expected to increase significantly, potentially even doubling. This realization led Li Jing to reflect on the unfortunate fate of his previous incarnation. However, the way of life that his former self led is indeed the norm for most wandering cultivators. Not everyone possesses Ning Qian's innate talent, nor does everyone have access to resources for talisman crafting during their youth. As these trivial thoughts occupied his mind, Li Jing continued his movements, having quietly departed from the courtyard and ventured towards the ancient forest in the desolate mountains beyond. The power of the double pupil technique cannot be fully demonstrated within the confines of the courtyard. It necessitates testing in the outside world. Should he encounter any beasts along the way, it would also provide an opportunity for a fresh meal. In fact, at present, Li Jing's storage bag contains over 10,000 pounds of demonic beast essence, and Lan Ning has no less than 1,000 pounds on her end. Aside from the reserves accumulated during the beast calamity, Li Jing had occasionally entered the ancient forest to hunt demonic beasts and replenish his meat supplies. Moreover, beyond these, Li Jing possesses a substantial amount of spirit stones, talismans, and magical artifacts. He had even upgraded his storage bag to a medium-grade one, as otherwise it would be impossible to accommodate such a multitude of items. Before long, Li Jing entered the ancient forest designated for demonic beasts and began to experiment with the power of the upgraded double pupil technique. Buzz, boom, boom, boom. As Li Jing's eyes opened and closed, two brilliant beams of light burst forth, and with a mere flick of his gaze, a wide expanse of ancient trees was severed as if they were mere blades of grass. Crashing down with a thunderous roar, the tremendous noise startled the surrounding avian and terrestrial creatures, sending them scattering in all directions, their cries filling the air. However, Li Jing's attention was solely drawn to the changes in his thermal vision beams after the double pupil technique reached the fifth layer. The once pure white beams of light now shimmered with a faint golden hue, losing their original clarity. Swish! After 5 or 6 breaths, the brilliance of Li Jing's double pupil abruptly extinguished, followed by a sudden wave of weakness and fatigue washing over him. This was the consequence of the golden body technique's energy being depleted. Fortunately, with the deepening mastery of the golden body technique, Li Jing's recovery rate had also surged. Within a few breaths, he felt the weariness gradually dissipating. The energy that had been exhausted from within him was slowly regenerating throughout his body, restoring his strength. As the golden body technique continued to progress, the power of the double pupil also increased, leading to greater consumption. Thus, the duration of its full release remained relatively unchanged. Li Jing gazed at the now cleared expanse of the ancient forest, contemplating the expansive view that had suddenly opened up to him. After a brief pause, as the energy of the golden body technique revitalized, Li Jing conducted several more tests. Indeed, the thermal vision beams exhibited some changes, but this was not a negative development, as not only had their power surged significantly, but their effective range had also extended to 15 to 16 zhang. This was undeniably formidable. Within a radius of nearly 50 meters, Li Jing could unleash the double pupil to obliterate his targets. It was no wonder that this technique required the eyes of ancient third-tier demonic beasts for cultivation. The power was gradually becoming extraordinary. Li Jing's heart swelled with delight. Within this range, it was likely that few could react in time. At this moment, Li Jing's spirit soared, and he even entertained the thought of confronting the foundational stage demon cultivator who had originally sought to eliminate him. However, he hesitated, uncertain whether he could defeat him. If he failed to strike decisively, he could face dire consequences. Half a month had passed, and during this time, the market had remained surprisingly tranquil. Li Jing recalled the foundational stage demon cultivator, who was likely still recuperating. As no incidents had arisen of late, this was probably not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to find anyone. It seemed that not only were there few perfected qi cultivators, but even news of late-stage qi practitioners had grown scarce, likely due to their efforts to remain hidden. Even the minor experts in the mid-stage of qi training had been notably subdued during this period. They were likely unaware of the true situation. Otherwise, they would realize that Elder Feng of the demonic sect had high demands for the essence of blood and flesh, showing little interest in them. As for the several young demon cultivators, They were merely in the mid-stage of qi training and did not exhibit such a strong appetite for bloodshed. In truth, Elder Feng's blood banner could be refined using the blood and flesh of demonic beasts. It was simply more convenient for him to deal with the practitioners in the market rather than risk venturing into the vast forest in search of perfected qi beasts. After testing the 5th layer of the double pupil, Li Jing ventured deeper into the demonic beast's ancient forest and successfully hunted 2 fragrant spirit chickens, preparing to return. Swish, swish, swish. However, in the next moment, several figures swiftly darted through the treetops above, landing not far from Li Jing. Elder Feng, we have detected unusual activity here while searching for spirit talismans. This place may hold potential. As the figures touched the ground, one of the young cultivators spoke up. Elder Feng? Li Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to glance in their direction. How is there anyone here? At that moment, the elder referred to as Elder Feng, along with a few young male and female cultivators, also noticed Li Jing and turned their gazes toward him. Chapter 66. Divine and Demonic Bloodline? Amplified to the limit. The ancient forest was lush and verdant, with a cool breeze gently rustling the leaves. Li Jing and the sudden appearance of the cultivators stood in a relatively open area, each party sizing the other up. Before Li Jing's eyes stood an elderly figure clad in black robes, with thinning hair and a weathered visage, exuding an aura of ominous depth, accompanied by 3 or 4 young cultivators. Since we have crossed paths, let us stay a while, Elder Feng said, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze cold and indifferent as he suddenly reached out toward Li Jing. In an instant, Li Jing felt as though the very air around him had been shackled, followed by a tremendous force pulling him towards the elder. Furthermore, as he was drawn through the air, Li Jing sensed an unusual suction attempting to disrupt his blood essence, as if it sought to extract it from his very pores. Yet, Li Jing's blood essence felt as heavy as a river, rendering this ethereal force as ineffective as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. He is Li Jing. Just then, a voice of astonishment erupted from the young cultivator behind Elder Feng. The market was vast, and while not many had encountered or recognized Li Jing, there were still a significant number who had. The demon cultivator who had previously sought him out now recognized him with shock. Who would have imagined that they had expended considerable effort and spirit stones trying to locate Li Jing, only to serendipitously encounter him in the vast ancient forest filled with demonic beasts? What? Li Jing? Upon hearing the startled exclamation from his disciple, Elder Feng's expression shifted, and he immediately ceased his pulling motion. His right hand, which had been exerting force, relaxed, while his left hand swiftly patted his waist pouch, preparing to retrieve the blood banner. However, in that very moment, as Li Jing was drawn into the air, approaching within several zhang of Elder Feng and the others, his body began to swell dramatically, akin to an inflated balloon, eliciting astonished gazes from all onlookers. Li Jing had been observing these individuals, and as soon as the young cultivator's shout rang out, he had already transformed. By the time Elder Feng's left hand reached for his storage pouch, a hand the size of a door swung down, crashing into the air with a thunderous impact aimed at Elder Feng. Boom! Standing at an imposing height of over 5 zhang, radiating brilliant golden light, Li Jing resembled a celestial being descending to earth. The terrifying hand struck down upon Elder Feng's head, producing a resounding thud akin to the clash of mighty bells. At that moment, it was evident that Elder Feng wore an ancient bronze bracelet on his wrist, adorned with a number of translucent blood-red agate beads. Li Jing's attack caused ripples of faint red light to emanate from the bracelet, enveloping Elder Feng within its protective glow. However, it was not entirely ineffective. The shock waves generated by the tremendous force rattled Elder Feng, leaving him momentarily numb. What kind of monster is this? Elder Feng's heart raced with terror. He had never heard of any qi training body cultivator possessing such capabilities. Transforming into a small giant, could this be a manifestation of divine or demonic bloodline? Of course, amidst his astonishment, Elder Feng's actions did not falter. His storage pouch shimmered, and a 3-foot-tall blood-red magical banner materialized in his grasp. The divine and demonic bloodline is indeed a blessing for me. Even a trace of such bloodline, if refined into the blood banner, would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. With the magical artifact in hand, Elder Feng's trepidation swiftly transformed into elation. After all, he was merely facing a qi training body cultivator. How could he possibly turn the tide? Meanwhile, Li Jing loomed above Elder Feng, who barely reached his knee. And in that instant, his eyes erupted with a blinding brilliance. Even Elder Feng, a formidable foundation stage cultivator, could not help but be momentarily dazed by the overwhelming power of the double pupil, snapping him back to reality before he could even activate the blood banner in his hand. Boom! Two blazing beams of white light, interspersed with hints of gold, erupted fiercely from Li Jing's eyes. In that moment, it seemed as if the very air was heating up at an alarming rate. The terrifying rays collided with the protective barrier created by the defensive talisman, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, with countless sparks scattering like tangible streams of water. Bang! The protective talisman on Elder Feng's wrist finally could no longer withstand the onslaught of Li Jing's formidable strength and scorching rays. And with a resounding explosion, it shattered into countless fragments. The very instant the barrier protecting Elder Feng disintegrated, Li Jing's thermal rays had already struck the old man's head, causing it to explode, showering the surroundings with a rain of red and white matter. Buzz! As Li Jing's gaze shifted, the two remaining beams of light emitted a resonant hum, slicing through the 3 or 4 young male and female cultivators present. The young demonic cultivators stared in horror at the beams that passed by them, rendered utterly powerless to react. The entire sequence of events, from Li Jing's initial strike to the ensuing chaos, transpired in mere moments, leaving them no time to respond. Initially, they had believed that Elder Feng, a foundational cultivator despite his injuries, would easily handle a mere chi refinement cultivator. However, as the situation rapidly deteriorated, with Li Jing transforming into a giant and unleashing divine light from his eyes that obliterated Elder Feng's head, they sensed the grave danger too late, with no time even to turn around. Bang, bang, banged in an instant. The bodies of the young demonic cultivators were cleaved in two, their dismembered forms scattering across the ground, faces etched with fear as they gradually faded from existence. That moment, Li Jing's form shrank back down to its original size, a wave of intense weakness and fatigue washing over him, leaving him nearly too exhausted to move. Fortunately, after a few breaths, new energy began to surge within him, the power of the golden body technique rapidly replenishing. Cultivators equipped with protective talismans are truly insufferable, Li Jing lamented as he leaned against a nearby ancient tree. Had it not been for Elder Feng's talisman, Li Jing could have easily crushed him with a single strike, and he wouldn't have had to resort to employing his enhanced vision. If such measures still failed to penetrate a defense, Li Jing would have found himself in a perilous predicament. Nonetheless, this also indicated that, at the very least, with the combination of the Power King's dominance and the 5th level of his enhanced vision, he could contend against foundational cultivators. Contemplating this, Li Jing couldn't suppress a smile. However, considering the information he had previously gathered from the demonic cultivator, he had to account for Elder Feng's injuries. Thus, it could be inferred that while dealing with seasoned foundational cultivators might be challenging, he should be capable of slaying those newly entering the foundational stage. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Such a feat would astonish countless individuals across any sect in the world of cultivation. Now, let me see what mischief you are up to here. As Li Jing felt the energy of the golden body technique filling him, dispelling his weakness and fatigue, he stood and approached the decapitated body of Elder Feng, in the depths of the ancient forest. Chaos reigned, with scattered remnants and a stench of blood pervading the AI. Li Jing arrived before Elder Feng's headless corpse, beginning to search the body for spoils. He seized the blood-fiend banner from Elder Feng's grasp. The demonic banner continued to vibrate ominously, its blood-red light flickering erratically, seemingly repelling Li Jing. As the aura of the blood-fiend banner surged, Li Jing sensed a malevolent and bloody essence, reminiscent of the discomfort he had felt at the residences of Pang Fan and Yuan. So it was the aura of the blood-fiend banner that made me feel uneasy earlier, Li Jing realized. The banner continued to tremble, its crimson glow faintly visible, and wisps of demonic energy began to swirl around it, intensifying its chilling and sinister presence. Truly, it was worthy of being classified as a spirit-grade artifact, possessing a certain degree of sentience unlike ordinary talismans. Li Jing marveled at the pulsating blood-fiend banner in his hand. While ordinary talismans could be effective in anyone's hands, this spirit-grade artifact required its wielder to refine it and dispel the former owner's magical imprints before it could be utilized. After examining the banner, Li Jing picked up Elder Feng's storage bag, his eyes widening at the sight of a dazzling array of items within. Not only were there over 20 or 30,000 spirit stones, but also numerous talismans, artifacts, books, and everyday necessities. Of course, there were also many items befitting a senior member of the demonic sect, such as crystalline skulls, sinister bone needles, a bone tower swirling with demonic energy, and some suspiciously preserved organs. This storage bag was likely of high-grade artifact quality, with a space spanning several dozen feet, far exceeding the capacity of the mid-grade storage bag he currently possessed. Truly, as a foundational cultivator, Elder Feng was extravagantly wealthy. Li Jing's eyes brightened. He felt as if he had struck gold. Just this storage bag alone was worth more than what many wandering cultivators could accumulate in a lifetime. Let alone the myriad treasures contained within. He then proceeded to search the bodies of the other demonic cultivators. Not everyone carried a storage bag, and it was evident that even among sect disciples, some were impoverished. He obtained 2 lower-grade storage bags, with their contents being of significantly lesser value. However, compared to wandering cultivators, they were still quite affluent, as he also acquired 3 inferior artifacts and 1 lower-grade artifact from them. Following this, Li Jing employed fire talismans to incinerate the corpses and erase any traces of the scene. He needed to handle these sect cultivators with caution. It seemed he overheard them discussing the use of spirit-seeking talismans to search for something. Once he had collected everything, Li Jing began to ponder the conversation he had just heard. This must have been a task assigned to Elder Feng later on. The first young demonic cultivator Li Jing had captured had not divulged information regarding this matter. As Li Jing rummaged through the storage bags, he indeed discovered the so-called spirit-seeking talismans. These seemed to be a niche type of talisman, and Li Jing's previous incarnation had never heard of them. So he was unaware of their specific effects. However, it was evident they were used for scouting purposes, and there were quite a few of them among the storage bags. Li Jing immediately circulated his true energy through the evergreen technique. Guiding it from his arm to his fingertips, he then flicked the talisman he held, sending it flying into the air. Bang! A radiant white stream of light appeared, swirling and dancing above Li Jing, before seemingly detecting something and plunging toward the ground. With a soft pop, it shattered upon impact, dispersing into countless scintillating droplets, creating a visually stunning display. At that moment, Li Jing understood that this spirit-seeking talisman had indeed uncovered something here. However, there was no rush. He would first return to clarify the situation. Li Jing mused within, not feeling the urgency to act. After all, he knew that the demonic cultivators remaining in Qingluo Square were few, all of whom he had already slain, so if any treasures existed here, for the time being, no one would be aware of them. After ensuring that all traces had been thoroughly dealt with, Li Jing made his way back toward the square. Before long, he reached the outer area of the market, where Ning Qian was resting in the courtyard. Spirit-seeking talismans? Upon hearing Li Jing's inquiry, Ning Qian pondered for a moment before sharing her knowledge. Spirit-seeking talismans are primarily used by sects or clans to locate spirit veins or spirit stone mines, with certain distance limitations. There exists a new spirit vein or spirit stone mine within Qingluo Square. Upon hearing Ning Qian's words, Li Jing felt a sudden clarity. This was likely what the Soul Control sect and the demonic sect were coveting, perhaps also the reason for the troubles faced by the Qingluo sect several months ago. However, between spirit veins and spirit stone mines, Li Jing leaned toward the possibility of a spirit stone mine. After all, there was already a small spirit vein within the market. If there were to be another, larger spirit vein, it would have likely been discovered long ago. Spirit veins tend to exist in a main branch relationship, and initially, they lie hidden deep underground, requiring the exploration of dragons and the awakening of spiritual energies to slowly release their essence for cultivators to absorb. If there were other spirit veins, they would have likely been detected and developed at the inception of Qingluo Square when the spiritual essence was first awakened. Only spirit stone mines would not exhibit such phenomena. Who would have thought that this remote and desolate place would be a treasure trove? Li Jing couldn't help but exclaim. However, the matter of spirit stone mines had no relation to Li Jing. It would require a sect organization to dispatch numerous cultivators to exploit them. For now, he would focus on his cultivation and strive to reach the 9th level of the Golden Body technique. Li Jing cleared his mind of distractions and spoke to himself. Reaching the 9th level of the Golden Body technique would signify entry into the latter stages of Qi refinement, as a body refining cultivator. He could also be regarded as being in the late stage of body refinement. In any case, it was all the same, and the market, such a cultivation level would truly classify one among the upper echelons. Only Li Jing possesses the extraordinary power granted by the Lingbao Golden Page, and such astonishing combat prowess can only be found at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Time flows like water. And in the blink of an eye, several days have passed. On this particular morning, countless scattered cultivators in the market gazed upwards, their faces alight with excitement, for the flying vessel descending from the heavens was neither from the demon sect nor the soul control sect, but rather from the Qingluo sect. After nearly 2 months, the vessel of the Qingluo sect had reappeared. To the astonishment of the crowd, alongside the vessel of the Qingluo sect, there was another massive flying ship belonging to a different sect. Renowned among scattered cultivators, Chapter 68. Exploitation and assault. With a thunderous rumble, the two colossal flying vessels drew closer to the market, shattering the tranquil skies with their powerful winds, the booming sounds echoing in the ears of the scattered cultivators below. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, as many had previously believed that the Qingluo sect would abandon the market, only to find that after nearly 2 months, they had returned. That the Golden Cauldron sect's vessel? In a courtyard at the outskirts of the market, Li Jing also lifted his gaze towards the sky, observing the enormous vessel that accompanied the Qingluo sect's flying ship, murmuring to himself. Each sect's vessel typically bears distinctive markings, names, flags, or intricate designs. Li Jing clearly spotted a depiction resembling a golden cauldron on this vessel, which seemed to signify the Golden Cauldron sect. This recognition stemmed from memories of his past life. However, since arriving in this realm, he had heard whispers of the Golden Cauldron sect, particularly regarding the Foundation establishment pill that had stirred turmoil in the outer regions. It was rumored that a true disciple of the Golden Cauldron sect had been slain by a beast in the outer area, and the storage bags were eventually discovered by several scattered cultivators who, in a frenzy of greed, turned on each other, leading to the events involving Zhang Ying and Yuan, which had entangled Li Jing as well. The Qingluo sect is seeking external assistance, Li Jing pondered silently. The Soul Control sect allied with the Demon sect, while the Qingluo sect reached out to the Golden Cauldron sect. It appears that the conflicts among the sects will persist. Perhaps the appearance of the Golden Cauldron sect's true disciple in Qingluo market was not merely coincidental. Reflecting on events from several months prior, Li Jing's thoughts began to expand further. At that moment, the two great vessels hovered above the market, casting vast shadows across the ground, obscuring the sunlight. The surroundings dimmed as if the radiant morning had suddenly transformed into an impending twilight. Subsequently, in the central area, the vessels came to a halt, and figures shimmering with glowing talismans began to descend from the flying ships, cascading into the heart of the market. Not long after, several individuals, seemingly having gleaned information, surged skyward, re-entering the vessels. Li Jing observed as the two great vessels, previously suspended in the central area, began to move once more, much to the astonishment of the countless scattered cultivators. What is happening? Did the vessels of the Qingluo sect and the Golden Cauldron sect merely drop off a few individuals and leave? This time, they didn't even dock in the central area. At the very least, they should have left some personnel behind. Surely, there should be no fear of chaos from the demon cultivators within the market now, as there should be Foundation establishment experts to maintain order. Amidst the bustling market, countless scattered cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, their voices a cacophony of speculation. They were taken aback by the situation. Could it be that the two vessels were only passing through, casually bringing along some sect cultivators to restore order in the market? However, the presence of cultivators from the Qingluo sect alleviated many concerns, especially given the recent threat posed by demon cultivators hunting those at the peak of qi refinement. Casting a shadow of dread over everyone yet, many of the gangs and scattered cultivators who had previously occupied significant portions of the central and inner areas began to feel uneasy, with some even attempting to stealthily vacate the central region. Which direction are they headed? Upon noticing the direction of the departing vessels, Li Jing's gaze sharpened. That path led directly to the location of the Spirit Stone Mine. Is the Qingluo sect intending to bring matters to light? In less than half a day since the arrival of the vessels from the Qingluo sect and the Golden Cauldron sect, news began to spread like wildfire. The Qingluo sect had discovered a spirit stone mine in the ancient forest situated several dozen miles from the market and was now offering high prices for its exploitation. This news swept through the market like a tempest, igniting a flurry of discussion among the scattered cultivators. It was evident that this revelation was made public by the cultivators of the Qingluo sect. and its authenticity was beyond doubt. In the following 2 or 3 days, the news of the joint exploitation of the Spirit Stone Mine by the Qingluo sect and the Golden Cauldron sect continued to circulate. Moreover, everyone became aware that the two vessels had already anchored in the ancient forest within the Beast territory, where thousands of cultivators from both the Qingluo sect and the Golden Cauldron sect were busily preparing for the mining operations. Whispers also hinted at the arrival of additional vessels carrying more supplies and personnel, and some said that a Golden Core ancestor was already overseeing the operations from the vessels in the ancient forest. Amidst all this news, Qingluo Market became bustling and chaotic, with numerous scattered cultivators heading to the ancient forest in the Beast territory under the employment of the Qingluo sect. During these days, Li Jing maintained a steady routine of cultivation, choosing not to venture out or to witness the commotion in the ancient forest. Beyond his desire not to waste time, he was also wary of a sudden attack from the Demon sect or the Soul Control sect. The consequences of such a confrontation could be disastrous. As expected, after 4 or 5 days, a thunderous explosion resonated from the direction of the Spirit Stone Mine, the blinding light visible even from several dozen miles away in the market. Chapter 69. The body's dramatic transformation, 10th layer of the golden body technique. Indeed, it has begun. Li Jing stood atop a rooftop, and despite the considerable distance, the terrifying explosion's blinding light was still discernible. Particularly with his extraordinary eyesight, he could faintly see an unfamiliar, massive flying vessel emerging amidst the brilliant light and swirling white mist. Boom, boom. Then, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, even from several dozen miles away. Li Jing could feel the ground tremble slightly, making it hard to fathom the destructive force at the epicenter of the attack. This terrifying battle did not last long, accompanied by a succession of thunderous explosions. Silence soon enveloped the area, as if the world had suddenly fallen quiet. After a while, scattered cultivators, looking disheveled and bearing expressions of terror, began to flee from the ancient forest. So many are dead. The people from the Soul Control sect and the Demon sect have come. Countless cultivators who were preparing to work on the spiritual veins have perished. It's all ruined. All ruined, cursed Demon sect. Soul Control sect, return my partner's life. Many of those who returned first appeared dazed and horrified. Upon seeing the market, the adrenaline of their escape faded, and they began to weep uncontrollably. From the jumbled words of the crowd, those scattered cultivators who had not ventured to the ancient forest for the spirit mine were engulfed in terror, cold sweat trickling down their backs, for those who had gone to mine had suffered devastating attacks from spirit cannons, resulting in significant casualties. The early returnees were those closest to the outskirts, having fled at the first sign of danger. Otherwise, they too might have been among the fallen in the ancient forest. As time passed, more scattered cultivators trickled back, yet the numbers were far fewer than those who had initially set out for the mining expedition, barely exceeding 1/3. The majority of those who had gone were presumed lost in the ancient forest. This was still due to the fact that the vessels of the Soul Control sect and the Demon sect were hindered by those of the Qingluo sect and the Golden Cauldron sect. Otherwise, the death toll would have been even higher. In an instant, the entire cultivation market was draped in mourning, with cries of despair echoing throughout. Witnessing this scene, Li Jing's resolve to survive solidified further. Although he had achieved considerable strength, it was still insufficient, his cultivation far too lacking. Regardless of whether it was the Strength King method or the Reincarnated Eye technique, both were combat-oriented techniques, limited in their capability to prolong life. Despite their power, their sustainability was short-lived due to his lower cultivation level. In the ensuing months, Li Jing remained quietly cultivating within the market. However, the battles between the Soul Control sect, the Demon sect, the Qingluo sect, and the Golden Cauldron sect had escalated to a fever pitch, with battlegrounds erupting everywhere. From the ancient forest spirit mine in the Beast territory to the heart of the market, cultivators clashed relentlessly, and flying vessels engaged in fierce exchanges, truly a scene of bloodshed. Li Jing, along with Lu Ning and Ning Yunxiu, had already relocated to the farthest edges of the market, adjacent to the ancient forest, allowing for a quick escape into its depths. Given Li Jing's impressive combat prowess, the threat posed by the beast had significantly diminished. His primary concern was to avoid becoming embroiled in the fierce battles among the four sections. After all, these several sects were not only deploying flying vessels, but also had foundation-building cultivators engaged in life-and-death battles. Their conflicts even resulted in the slaying of several foundation-building demon beasts hidden deep within the ancient forests, causing countless other demon beasts to flee in terror, rendering the beast tide a thing of the past. During this period, Li Jing made remarkable progress in his golden body technique, having not only surpassed the 9th level, but also stepped firmly into the 10th. Upon entering this level, Li Jing underwent a dramatic transformation. His bones refined like frost, his blood transformed into a mercury-like essence, with impurities and old skin shedding off in thick layers, which he tore away. Emerging as if reborn, his entire being seemingly suffused with a radiant, jewel-like glow, as he activated the golden body technique. Every movement he made was accompanied by resplendent rays of light, with brilliance illuminating the surroundings, making it difficult for even high-grade magical artifacts to inflict harm upon him. Furthermore, Li Jing's skills in the heavy eye technique, 100 birds transformation, and instantaneous movement had also seen significant advancements, leading him to confidently conclude that his combat prowess had vastly improved, likely rivaling that of an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. After all, even before reaching the later stages of body refinement, he had already slain a formidable opponent at the initial stage of foundation building, albeit partly due to the latter's underestimation. Now, even in a direct confrontation, Li Jing was assured he could dispatch such foes with greater swiftness. However, despite his remarkable cultivation progress, Li Jing remained exceedingly low-key, as the conflict among the 4 sects had escalated to a fervent intensity, drawing many scattered cultivators into the fray. The entire Xiuxianfang City had been engulfed in the flames of war, particularly the central and sub-central areas, which had suffered devastating blows. Numerous scattered cultivators, like Li Jing, had relocated to the edge of the city, with some even moving directly into the ancient forest for refuge. They all chose positions away from the direction of the spirit mines, maximizing their distance from the 4 warring sections. This chaotic situation persisted for over a year. Suddenly, one day, astonishing news broke that the flames of war from the 4 sects had spread to their very homelands. The Qingluo sect's mountain gate had been destroyed, leaving all scattered cultivators in Xiuxianfang City utterly stunned. Kilmini, the Qingluo sect was immensely powerful, boasting countless late-stage qi refinement cultivators, an abundance of foundation-building experts, and even a golden core ancestor overseeing them. How could their mountain gate possibly be obliterated? Yet, swiftly following this, news emerged that the mountain gate of the Yuhuan sect had also been destroyed, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Such events were monumental for scattered cultivators, occurring one after another. At this juncture, Li Jing had already ascended to the 11th level of the golden body technique, experiencing yet another transformation. His vital energy surged with unparalleled vigor, his bones hardened to an extraordinary degree, and though his skin appeared soft, it was, in truth, remarkably resilient, impervious even to the most formidable magical artifacts. The perfected golden body technique was infinitely more astounding than its original version. Moreover, due to the chaos in the marketplace, many secret manuals and jade slips had scattered, allowing Li Jing to discover advanced techniques for the golden body technique beyond the foundation building level, including an upgraded method of the strongman overlord technique, named the Heavenly General of Battle. While the strongman overlord technique had a somewhat lower prestige, the name of the Heavenly General of Battle was imbued with grandeur. Upon achieving perfection in the strongman technique, one would directly ascend to the level of a heavenly general. Upon successfully cultivating this technique, Li Jing's physique would also expand, but the peculiar transformation manifested in a myriad of intertwining golden lights that, upon his transformation, evolved into a resplendent suit of golden chainmail, crowned with a phoenix-winged headdress and adorned with golden cloud boots, exuding a divine and transcendent aura. Furthermore, Li Jing discovered that as he delved deeper into the Heavenly General of Battle technique, the maximum extent of his transformation had surpassed 15 feet, approaching a towering height of 2 zhong. Yet, he could gradually control himself to maintain a normal physique while merely revealing the signs of golden armor. According to the records on the Jade Slip, ordinary body refiners did not exhibit signs of golden armor, which clearly resulted from the enhancements and refinements bestowed by the Golden Pages, allowing this Heavenly General of Battle technique to undergo yet another transformation, far surpassing its original version. On the other side, with 2 sects having their mountain gates destroyed, both sides had entered a state of irreconcilable conflict, leading to a sudden decline in the intensity of battles in the marketplace. Following the downing and explosion of 2 or 3 flying vessels, the fighting in Xiuxianfang City fell eerily silent. The victorious cultivators from the Jinding sect did not linger, hastily departing with the remaining cultivators of the Qingluo sect. After another 2 or 3 years, occasional flying vessels from the Jinding sect would pass through for reconnaissance, bringing news that the righteous and demonic factions were embroiled in an ever-escalating conflict, plunging the entire cultivation world into utter chaos. Ironically, despite the desolation of Xiuxianfang City in the wildlands, it had become a rare sanctuary, due to the earlier battles among the 4 sects within 100 miles. The demon beasts had been sufficiently frightened, resulting in a notable absence of beast tides over the years. 2 years prior, Li Jing had already ascended to the 12th level of the golden body technique, and now he had cultivated it to perfection. With the aid of the golden pages, he had effortlessly broken through to the foundation-building level of the golden body technique. Li Jing underwent yet another intense transformation. With countless dazzling golden lights erupting and intertwining, his bones and flesh glowing, emanating an astonishing aura that stirred the very heavens and earth. It was not until a long time later that Li Jing's transformation came to an end. At the perfected level of the original golden body technique, one would possess the might of a diamond, reputed to be capable of subduing dragons and elephants, impervious to magical artifacts, and able to contend with foundation-building greats. All of this was achievable by Li Jing even in the mid-stages of body refinement, and after entering the later stages, he was confident he could easily subdue foundation-building greats, particularly after reaching the 12th level. Now, having surpassed the 12th level, he had attained an even higher and more terrifying transformation, augmented by the Heavenly General of Battle technique, the Heavy Eye technique, and the 100 Birds transformation. He should be able to hold his own against Golden Core ancestors without losing ground. Over these years, the frequency of flying vessels had dwindled significantly, evidently due to the raging battles among the various righteous and demonic sects outside. The spirit mine here was perfectly suited for my needs. Li Jing mused joyfully. Ascending to higher levels necessitated even more resources, and this spirit mine rightfully belonged to Li Jing, for he was now equivalent to the level of a Golden Core ancestor. Even among the Qingluo sect and Jinding sect, he stood as a prominently elevated figure, impervious to ordinary flying vessels. Thus, claiming a spirit mine was well within his qualifications. Even establishing a sect would draw no objections. Moreover, with the mountain gate of the Qingluo sect demolished, the true masters had vanished. Over the past few years, due to fears of disturbances from the demon sect and the raging battles outside, the Jinding sect had been unable to send disciples to officially mine the spirit resources, with only occasional flying vessels passing by for inspections. With this in mind, Li Jing could no longer contain his excitement. He promptly gathered several women and began migrating towards the location of the spirit mine, intending to occupy the area. Not to mention establishing a sect, at the very least, he would not lack for resources for cultivation.